in there. So, for example, in the Royal Palace, Roger Jaipur. Temperature and so on. And bizarrely, living in a country with some of the greatest cultures anywhere in the world, for instance,
What they're asking, and I've seen some of them racing potatoes and whatnot, that they're really, as you say, into the French side of things. So consommes, things that are lighter and easily digestible, but they do have an Indian tinge to them, and they are actually rooted in Indian cooking. They have a slight flavouring that isn't with the alien, purely British. Kasam is a clear broth that is made in Indian kitchens and has been time memorial.
I imagine
Indeed, and it's not hot, as anyone burn your tongue, and it's a hot soup that is much easier to digest. But there's also, from the French, there's also this weird habit of presenting food that doesn't look like what it actually is. So, you'll have a chicken, you'll eat it and smush it to within an inch of its life and turn it into something that looks like a pig or a cow or a cart or something. So there's all sort of presentationally led in this period of the 18th thanks to that French.
So their office, the guy that offers eating with their their wives, and you see the reverse in the Indian. Was the other, but by the 30s, marriage and British would come in, such as got sort of single men sitting in deck by the roads in the jackets in the jungle, waiting to snap them up and even just set back a bit and not.
She said, well, the odds are good, and the goods are old. I think sort of the fishing queen must be a little bit of a similar situation.
So when you have now the right to the bedside, you have this whole world where a very agricultural and imperialist, not just but other aspects of your social life, something you have got the tennis clubs.
Badminton fields, I mean, based around actual activity.
Clubs in general. And you also have books like this. I have the complete Indian housekeeper book by Abby Steele. And thick volume. And you deal with the duties of the servants in the sort of ethical management of it, ethical actions in the place of them. To then the high margin, high merchant, race and the thing.
And you talked about some of the 1858, this becomes crystallized after the Indian Mutiny or the Indian upwards. When really, this going on with children was completely frowned upon. And there has to be a difference, a space between everything and swallowed up by housing in general. They would have to prepare food that was to British taste. They no longer to bring up the very finest professionals who prepare the very finest dishes. They would have to try and load them up. And little bits of sandwiches, little cakes and dainties that had come straight from that French. I remember there was an account where I was writing some they go to one of the great private parties. They have the grow private parties. And then the lunch fire system. And they're terribly friendly about going to the bakery to sort out the kind of food that would be acceptable to both sides. It's a hierarchy. It's going to be a hierarchy of taste that goes on. Even then, you still have sort of Maharajas who are trying to. So there was one story I remember, right? Patients and Sir Michael, who's the Governor General, he counts it as a great issue of pride that he's never able to do that he doesn't want to give anyone details. How is that? And he writes this thing. I mean, maybe he's a good job. Cute. It's my favourite dish actually. But he sort of writes something invited to the Maharaja's dinner where the Maharaja's paid the ultimate of cooking dishes by his own hand. And Michael's writes, writing this memoir that we're cooking where I packed my own lunch and I submitted to other dishes. So what it means they got his own kitchen it wasn't any so you don't think there's a real difference in attitude that things that are into them.
But you do also get all her quite distinct Anglo-Indian, which appears still at lunch in the club, so on so again. Club invents Mulgatories, which is a Raj version of Russell. And then you get the court now. So what is it? And I completely idea riches and carry just quite unfit to European taste. They made according to the it's the then and you rather than it fits cream all together. And it's sort of more curry. Well, we're going to the curry. Curry by adding curry which replaces ingredients which are called curry.
Just one observation. The fact that the Brits in India are posting themselves so significantly in cooking, I think it's just not. The same thing we said about the common. Queen Victoria loves the curry, absolutely adores Indian food. You see entries in her diary. Every day, particularly in hospitals, which is a British sector, which she loves to take over her family and herself. It has a huge influence on her. She has her written by her friend, Rabbi Babs, is amazing. And she is coming up with more and more dishes is from his childhood. It's Her Majesty's palate.
The curry, just regardless of but so the period is beginning now to take over British. It's in and the first one travel with this gold deep comes back off of the other the loops with a woman they start the first which bring what he hot curries and here the and by the greatest to any separate and just the meeting basically that goes on which Britons are marvelous. And he said, scarcely anything may not be received by the use of it. I'm not
He's an entrepreneur. Indian were as well. So you have where the sea transported goods to the account. But you had a lot of mashkes, and they would have been for months and months and waiting for a voyage home to be paid, just waiting a long time. And they would sort of someone would bring cumin, others would bring chili, others would bring fenugreek, and they would get together. They would have what we bought those in it. Obviously, those stuff mainly spring records. I think it's definitely it's Indian, early cleaning houses. Because people come, they would contribute money, and then, more and more material for people. You also have very early, where Brits were coming to Britain, bringing their ayahs, servants, whatever reason, washing the key, which is a very Indian thing and quite so it's really interesting. I wasn't thinking back.
The surprising instruction is very
nationalist activity.
allows in fact, if I put it my way, movement. The hug was very probably extraordinary the British wives. How in Britain covered local one spoken Harvard comes at a very rich time. I think it's one of the children found things.
Is that so? I mean, it's very complicated situation. I'm absolutely fascinated. It's that you go over to the post, you have a deep skepticism of all things that are Indian. And so the height have a sandwiches with it, and that is served. It seems that they're going in French, but I mean, it's not just the Victorian. It's others who the older part who come out from serving, who did eat creams and curries and have the taste for it, and they have already over their cooks in the very much new generations being introduced to India and learning to be excited about it. I suppose India themselves look down on it as if it's kind of which I think is fascinating.
But again, the when London, he finds the whole world in inspection front. He finds the whole world in tourism about him doing the prayers. It's when he goes the vertical and treat in that way.
Maharaja believes he was a really close and very quick towards and found tantamount to Osborne. She loved him to get India kingdom. But the day when he was still in favour, he makes one trip to bring his mother on each of them back to London.
Amazing.
but extremely tough. And you know, she's probably now she would be Indian. Rebellion. And there are accounts of her fantastic age, which is very posh. Cooks and Russian. And all those smell very exotic cooking. But you know, this statement we carry it to the corner of Lancaster Gate, where it's invisible, cool, exotic tobacco, because we do that from family. And very, very famous English rice. Children.
Orchard,
Oh, really? Why did she ask you? This is much of interest.
my
Anyway, look, he's already got this little and he just has this taste again for this arms and arms. He was sorry, may I get you? 3 pounds of my darling girl. Sit nicely. Thanks. And after half a pound, it's two in a pound. What next? My little Dexter as well. Do she pops the meat into savoury stew, curry powder, tablespoon, 3 milk, a pint, and pinches the baby, and fish stewed for half an hour, and then it's ready to stew for. She gives them very gentle. Yes, mutton. Is when isn't that great? That's mackerel.
the girl. I think we should probably take it right there. We which is greatest, but let me. So, that's definitely the problem. Reason it is. You stupid. You I'm gonna get my hair on storm. It's sunny. When COVID flies data, so and insights. Treasure. That's Microsoft Pilot.
Play just doing it.
There's a rabbit. They said
Much rust powder, generation of just present that. Curry powder. You it wasn't from there.
well, I think it is in different name. Fresh, and you said they would.
6 of grounds. I'm going to go. I'm telling you, it tastes different.
Yeah, one is misunderstood and it's not through my
To tell you about myself, the dazzle juice. You know, and everyone's very excited. And I developed really well through the curry. It's really nice. So I just not taste something in it. But for a Ventos curry, I thought okay too. So you know, these grow, don't they?
That is the end of the process. Flavoring. They think can curry anything. They curry anything. Letter written with the varlet of you may curry anything, it says. Much more.
Really tall coming in. All sorts of magical properties. Now, to that as well, because you have advertising early as white. Curries. These somebody called the Jerusalem Coffee House, which is well-known. It's very, very good. Mr. Harper, and white, and he's tried every medicine on the market. Let's say yes. Many brings him again. About it. I always thought that the phrase came from this period of time. I think very big. Did you think that? You've had the phrase. But it has nothing to do with the great huge powers in everybody else's power. That's a kind of thing, which means if you have a conspiracy or gain approval for flattery or behavior. England, so not the curry that we curry originally very favourite himself into the woods. It's quite horse. Was only just to give you an idea. Again, 1800s, 1840, imports of human, which we were talking about this magical quality according to some sales, increased fold. So first of all, it goes to 26,000 pounds. By the end of the century, specialist recipes lost 3 in these years. Curry powder, brown curry powder, and other chili curry powder. So it's becoming really ubiquitous. You're getting the 1850s British curry powders, a spoonful of curry powder in most curry powder is now a staple on people's shelves. Victorians become very, very bad to make people understand and appreciate it from hate, even though people actually stand up in the great exhibition. There are little curry houses in the great exhibition.
Where are people?
down the cold. And Indian way to sit on tea house in Liverpool was a model to the exhibition in 18. So you've actually got British writers all about it. Let me show you how to make a curry.
And then I found that we have published right now. It called chicken tikka masala, and I moved this to Britain.
Oh, he said that 2001, didn't he? Which you remember with Monica from 2001. Announced that two teams are great national which is such a holy contested thing that it
Wasn't just for that reason, but came from both the competition and something like that. I think you can mark the beginning of mine was colonizing Britain in terms of going with the coronation and the invention and the official dish of coronation chicken, which is known in France apparently as Guinness and Elizabeth.
I really like it. I think it's delicious. I think it's absolutely absolutely for those people who need it living when it's coronation chicken, how would you describe it?
So how long are you supposed to kind of talk about curry?
Cold. What did it?
They did a very good coronation chicken is my favorite sandwich. I think very good.
I said, British, this company was cooking jobs, and they had much of this good stuff because all of
You know what? It was back. Every 5 days.
the coronation chicken
Just now. I was in India just over Christmas, and I moving. It's a very cheap restaurant. It's kind of socially, but also Indian. So you would have rasmalai and chocolate dough. Like an opening. You would have loved this. It was just also very easy to well, it's like to eat this thing. I said, well, and educated for a generation. It's
traditionally Indian famous started
Here's some folks, babe.
And they do this thing. I did it with Thai in Delhi though. You guys even said that it's ridiculous. They're kind of sweet.
what I thought don't know French to them, but they regard us as snacks. And bread. But that we can't know. Question is in the language. It could be
Strap it on contact right now.
we're going to not argue about this, but you invent a chicken.
No, it's butter chicken. That's the one that. I read the chicken and it was claimed by British who called tomato soup. The chicken, is that right?
Just not so good. They were the product chicken has Ali Pumpkin Love. Last name celebrated Chanel Cross. And the story is that in 1910, previously had a stomach and was a little bit died. He had it with some bugs. The customer living so much kept so much. And a very yeah, some saying and it was wetter.
So they put some tomatoes in there. Oh, I like a chicken tikka masala. I like it.
And we have to say that this and that's not good for the early generation of Parliament.
Right, okay. There's a butter chicken war going on in India,
Three.
and it's getting feisty over there. So you're the main contender.
I know that you know,
And what did in Victoria, I think it's two restaurants who say that they originated.
so all in retail, but 20 or 30 originated in a restaurant. Well, to like that,
Well, there is, and it's so bitter. It's just happened a week ago. It is going to court. Well, in the High Court, it's been filed already. What the man, your man, added in 1997. So the lawsuit was brought by the family of a man called Rothschild, who is one of the original restaurants founded. And he said that he created Harry when he succeeded a rival called Daniel, which obviously is very incredible. The Gujarat family, how much less do you think? It's not in release. I'm guessing that £188,908 in damages because they admitted not just butter chicken, but cooking as well. So good. I find it cooks for hours, and you've got this smell like so much that to me, it's so delicious. Do you want to know what the New York Times wrote? Mr. Control is part of this lawsuit. It's a representative.
Who in great collaboration
So can we start? Enough from us. Thank you very much for that. Everyone thinks it is a lie for me. later, aren't they?
This for every difference that I can't get chatting to go through all of them and she actually this one. Sign up to Empire Club www.empire.org.
Vegans were born into feelings emotional ones along the way. Feelings of traditions. Life is better because we're together. Pure life, the magically pure quality water, refreshing to get together. It's a pure life water back. It is celebrated by pure life. Sauce.
The sauce was alive. McDonald's transforms into the anime world of McDonald's. The great. All of this favorite McDonald's sauce to be more 10 pieces. It's rice and fried cheese on top of the bowl. Hot nuggets for every meal. Anime for everything. McDonald's.
Sometimes dairy companies are big on price down there. But it's sweet and unexpected combinations. Broken roots, ingredient double, juliet, more juliet. That's why they bring fun treats like sweet tarts, twisted rainbow rolls, gummies, fruits, nuts, chewy fusions. When you dare combine, it's sure to blow your mind. Sweet tarts, dare to combine. Visit sweettartsbaby.com to shop now. Hello and welcome to Empire with me, Anita. Normally, I get into the areas of my body, but today you have my extraordinary reason about the palace. Would you like to tell the class why you arrived late to this podcast today?
Well, the people that
Yeah, that's how it is. No. That's just that's of course. Well, you actually messaged me. I'll be back 2 minutes, another 3 minutes, another 4 minutes. I'm pushing my bitch to bed. What you said was ridiculous.
For those who don't know about activities,
I just have images of you going around to each and every one of the kids on the beach. Right? No.
that's more than that. I have some very nice Shirazi pigeons who are fantail, gorgeous markets. And there's now about 23 of them. And they've escaped.
Can I just once again cast it a bright light on the differences between our examples? The kids at school, takes rugby kid and was forgotten at home, and they got stuck in a traffic jam, and still made it on time. Differences in our textual existences.
Anyway, I highly recommend them.
I also say that you are a modern man and British Indian because had you been a man, and we can love this, but we're food. We're covering Indian food and the British relationship with Indian food in this podcast. How do you come in a different view? It's really
So true. Well, Honduran, good.
just the most glorious time researching the comet cleanser.
Also, it was getting a bit much when we had these other back to back. We thought we could do something better. Pleasurable.
Yeah. So we're talking about Indian food and how it has changed with sort of the East Indian company arriving in India right up until 1950. And today, or even now, there are massive bumps that people about who invented the bounty, who owns the bounty.
And was it in the motive of the lux? Was it crucial? That's which debates on this.
There's no, I mean, you said it's less contentious than the kind of events we expect. We argue. Feel very strongly about it.
Are we allowed to? You tell your story.
When he was endlessly used for an Essex girl, and a proud Essex girl.
A proud Essex girl. With Essex, that kind of just gets every genetic.
So, always thought just going on fashion school, a rather absolutely lovely teacher who did which was trying to civilise the absolute masters in a year and trying to teach us how to survive on things that weren't intense or beans and stuff. So we did this, and I mean, it was all fine, and it was a party or stuff like that. And then she said, right, next week, what do you do? And Indian me, it's all about me. And she gave us this recipe, bringing all the ingredients, kedgeree. And she said, it's inspired by an Indian dish. And I thought, it sounds a bit like kedgeree, which is a rice and lentil dish. If you're ill, it is your go-to in any kitchen, anything. I mean, literally. So I went through this shopping list. It's an enormous amount of the fact that there was all sorts of things. She was just like eggs and fish and rice.
In those days, I think Ben's rice rather than
yeah.
That's what I remember in the kitchen. A very rare occasion we had packets. This is the same period of Scottish history when if you wanted to get olive oil, that was early use of
So you used oil. Flashback now, no, you didn't use Uncle Bet's milk. I actually went out to go and get it because that was what was stipulated on this. But actually, Indians, even in Essex, shopping for ingredients are mass extinction level event. Indians.
Yeah.
Much bigger than yours. Flour. So, hope my moment just I don't know my boss says everything right. Girl. It was disgusting. Normally, just devour. Nobody wanted it like this. Least of all, finding next my gosh. Yes, that's and there was baked fish. I mean, obviously, it was such a so it was the gastronomic elimination.
But there is a serious episode because of the Brits. Name from. Only everything up, but completely tough. Is different.
Coal and diamonds.
Coal. We should say also that two books that we good and funny. New Zealand curry, right? It's almost social history of the
so much of the food, isn't it?
It's terribly funny. Every second page makes not a great story behind story. These things are traditional. Indian.
It has pleasure to deep dive in all that we are supposed to share our also subjected to many of backwards. She was Indian.
I realised quite much. I read books in one. We've got what.
It's interesting. It's interesting because, you know, in which social media work. The Indians have a new country. Their attitudes.
This is quite. More different. That when the fact Gujarat was very the Jew. We talked about how current his people.
Currency. Didn't laugh at them.
It's true. Is the rest of raise so and that's of course a little bit nice in your at the same time it people or what actors a found in Elizabethan just like of course North Indian got that North Indian hated but was Columbus.
The brain. Do you understand? Vices didn't need to be his horse. You don't Harry Potter in later life. You really didn't need this many chilies in this powder.
But the other thing is that after you had pun, and after me, you so when these guys first had the company Spice Merchant living in what they called a factory both on the Indian coast, they were actually surprised by how similar the two cultures were. And the story of Anglo-Indian, the story of 200 years of divergence, this could be a very, very similar way of eating.
Can I just circle to this probably known in England as dumb-poked fowl, another poked. But actually, well, no, the dumb poke is a specific way of it is cooking. You have a
Very well.
massive pot and you cook within its own steam. You just sort of of that's a dumb poke. Apparently so. I mean, you know Punjabis, we just play with everything. I've no idea I mean, they also I've heard it's a Muslim combination, but whatever it was, on the Elizabethan tables, that would have been the first thing, the first interactions with India, this idea of this double kind of interesting though. These things sound like puddings to me. Ridiculous. I mean, I don't know, they sound awful.
In India, called take and put to actually oil or red onions, oysters,
Wow.
cayenne pepper, this is pepper, all the more.
What strikes me is when this is from this is entirely this is you have a massive world discovery and you see that as well because you start to have voice allow kind of
Chutney.
force. Much fun. And what they called, hello, they called something sauce. But Sony, actually, if they would have these, I can only see this now. Sony means beautiful. Sony? Sony, you know, so yeah, this is Sony. Beautiful. You may not have. That's what it means, but we should talk about this with attitudes to meat. Brits and meat in India.
And in the early days, Indians about Brits, some of the Brits, the Brits
Yes, I saw that.
This is wait.
To her sister, this is touring. I think it's had a very small dinner party. Just all the treasures of the kitchen. It's upset. I mean, meat. Indian something else. And when it becomes easy to use the right to think on themselves, serving these kitchens. There are all sorts of ways they need to deal with it. There are mythical cultures which won't touch meat. So people with high standards would find the very rich would even come to kitchen. You know, using the lighty kitchen, which would somebody from a lower class or I don't know who would be able to a Muslim who would rabbinical vegetarian to hear rules and and the old Hinduism.
And what's interesting in the early period, much in common as you have heard. And in the early period, it meant Indian or in the 80s, independent to become vegetarian too. And the much whole buggy which follows him around with a children's characters that are little babes. He employs a group of brothers, children of so you find lots of a lot of these British traders dressed Indian outfits. If you look at their they come with some of their goods and they've got the same picture, which is the beetroot and skin.
Can I just complete because I can't get it out to buy it because it's a hot country, so it's like it's harder to digest these things in a hot climate. You just don't feel up to it, but they give it the good old British ego to try and get it out there. But this wonderful detail that Lizzie Collin on the opera note, who says the British in India consumed a stupendous amount of wheat as surgery. So and this is here I think we'll talk about it. Calculated that the British people had legitimately slaughtered an entire year to feed the Muslims. And 17th century India abounded with game, and British visitors were completely delighted by the kind of meats, she writes, which was so plentiful because many of the natives eat no kind of flesh at all, and therefore they were cheap, as if they were not worth valuing. So it was sort of hitting jackpot here. Pay for it, you get it cheaply, you get it everywhere, you can blast out the sky yourself if you don't like it, and Christmas every day.
And then you can move to the early presidency term. So Bombay, Madras, Calcutta, and Surat. You have a lot of some hanging together. And it sounds absolutely awful. Vicky, one from Paris, 18th century, described in Calcutta. And it says, in this party, I first saw the barbarous custom of pelleting each other with little balls of bread made like pills, which is practiced by even the best. Some people could discharge them with such force as to cause considerable pain and struck the face. Accidentally violate such provision occurred at a different century from the others. Not like a handle that type several times successfully. This strange trick, bitter for savages of Polish society, produces many failures, but at last, entirely peace with the local currents. They tell the story of his challenge to a duel over something, and introduced a duel which the unfortunate penalty was shot to the body. Then the point was made that months and never been. This was
Wait a minute, is Harrison meant to be an Indian thing? I'm an Indian, I've never heard of it. Got you. I just suddenly thought it was a food fight. The other thing is that, the Brits, with their own culinary habits of the times that they ate, so usually tiffin, you have like about 4 o'clock, a very full meal, which is about 4 or 5. And the Brits would also take the food, but they would also then have baracana, which was a big dinner afterwards, which would be like this wonderful stage. Could be a really sumptuous affair. Just again, I know it sounds like opposites from meat consumption, and I've got nothing to do with that. It's just another gorgeous fact from this Lizzie Collin book that I'll recommend to him. But, some of the tables of some of the most in the 70s now were so vast and so big and so much slaughter took place just to fill these tables. Emma Roberts writes at this time that she's an Indian, and a companion to her married sister, and she was just seeing carpets after carpets coming out onto the table. The book goes on to surmise that actually the East India Company bringing these eating habits and the British hierarchy to them. Rated gentlemen could consume as much as 74 kilograms of meat a year, compared to the average, which was about 40. And you had one or two of them reaching the incredible weight of 40 stone because of this diet in India.
So one of the things that happened during this period, as you know, the rise of Western in the 16th century today, is that time of dinner would have a reference to Thomas Twain in 1775 saying dinner was served at 4, which at one time you see the difference. Yeah. This was much in Auckland style, right? These are French, German, and word for him. So this is listening to Franklin in the house. These did not very much in his style, clouds, codes, variously prepared with abundant vision, drink here. The dishes were spread out over a large table, mixed with more but the tobacco from a dozen persons, although it was never partly the journal of the bicycles. And again, it was very much because but then you see sort of becoming later.
This Maracana, is that what you want to be?
By 1805, the Wells is reported that it was 5, and by 1830, Mrs. Pringle tells us it was 6:30 p.m. It was at 7 o'clock in the evening. So you see the time, no one eats later than the Moguls. The Moguls don't even begin to eat, and often they still in there, well, like Bruce family, until very late. And when I was reading the last one, I'll just read a little bit. The Hunters up the last November of 1850, and his dinner began no earlier than 8:30 p.m. The most British were already well tucked in their beds. Clay, stew, and the orange, for example, they were on best occasion. Local kitchen usually astonishing for the person in Kia, which is what people the pleasure of the food, describes 25 different varieties of bread, 25 different kinds of flour, 35 different sorts of spices, and 50 different grains, as well as remarkable versions of relishes and pickles, all to be eaten according to the buzzing at the edge of the sound of singers before the governors, while the fragrance, musk, saffron, sandalwood, and rosewood fills the air. But this is the point and thank you. Before we go on to June, let's just talk about how people finish their meals. And Albert has a great of this for orange marmalade. It's makes the ham at the end of it, and he bangs having it by his neck. And Garlic comments when he goes, this Garlic is the great origin poet. He says that the only thing that after dinner is tobacco. And the one that of daily intellectuals discussing the qualities of a good man being my views of Garlic, there are only two essential points because they should be split and they should be plated. In his old age, Garlic became very fast, declining in great to express it. Never ate with each other's on a hot like sit down because my food was really digested. Thank you. And then referred to the like party brief. But they never more than 10 or 12. And we say,
Completely that way. I think so much to say myself.
if you better just writing to a friend, talking about cases of it, talk about mangoes, there are 17 bottles of good wine in the package. So I read all day and drink all day.
Absolutely. I'm just going to read you another account and then we'll go to the break and we'll come back because we haven't mentioned hot. We have not mentioned the chili.
Swear about that.
Because it hasn't actually been completed yet, but it will. So just again, the kind of food, what do 17 which Brits are experiencing. So either through their interface with some of the locals who like to put on a show, put on lots of dishes to impress them. But this This is you ever come across a man called Frederick Shaw?
Frederick Shaw, I think, is one of the comedians. He's rather distant, writes against these.
Yes, and it sort of starts with judging them on how much they eat, and just really thinking that they were disgusting. So this is his idea. Turkeys that you could not even see over around the week, boiled roast beef, stewed beef, with a veal, and for a slight dish and a roast beef cake on as large as hen's turkeys. Large bits of curry and rice placed on the table. That was just the first course. After the outside joints had been cleared, a second course of beef, steak, pigeon pie, told you, chicken drumsticks, more curry, rice, quails, and watermelons. I don't even know what they are. Piled up in petticoats. Fruits and nuts were then placed on the table. Frederick was completely disgusted. And he described this idea of this show of that is the absurd and the universal practice in this country. And the fact that you would always have wine and beer at all meals, and you would have this twice a day, so you'd have it about Tiffany coffee at 3 or 4 o'clock, and then you would have it again later on in the day. Penny Roberts, who I mentioned before, is this wonderful witty writer who's in the time. Digestion is shot to hell after a conversation. She can't. I mean, so she sort of says to the servants in the books that she's telling them, that the hair has been painted. All she wants is a raised hair for dinner. That's all she wants. So she sort of has it with this dead hair that's been freshly worn. And says, could you just roast that for me for dinner? And then she comes out, and there's nobody there at all. Nothing is there. But she can't where's my hair? And there's a no piles with these huge piles of sleeping with. Is that it? So that's a popcorn dish. We don't put it on the master's table because it's humiliating. It's kind of a conspiracy to show, just how much there is. And what is also very interesting, we get this from the Lizzie, is that what happens to the leftovers, because you can't see the rest. Most is the poor won't eat this. God knows what. So it's a finished on the cooking floor, and then they are very chopped that way. So you can see what Frederick Shaw is like, just anyway. Join us not to the break. When we come back, I've heard a little bit of these
don't have to buy custom no treatments in person because Blinds.com is connected up better way. Blinds.com is there's no turnaround, waiting hours, those people. Blinds.com is designed to help me pick the perfect style for me. Blinds.com is free samples right to my door. You can DIY or you can grow like I did. Play basketball, everything's covered with the Blinds.com 100% satisfaction.
Not Blinds.com for offsite by group restrictions.
Challenges. A while, down this so all hanging out with the most popular and the most direct. So if you like viral drugs and multiple, it is overall not best is check out your CBC verified. Thursday, here on Spotify.
Subscribe 8 neighborhoods. Chilling by a different pool every day of the week. Vacation. This is the vacation. I come. I think it's what you want today. Go for it. Your Bahamas.
Welcome back. So, Anita was very worried there wasn't enough hotness in the first half of this. So, we about how you that important part of the story. Of course, the with the before that, India was well known as the advice Europeans are concerned, other global spice proceeding. And the major export through India comes actually from the massive import to India of pepper from what we would call elite and major, not just for Indian pepper, but for pepper but not in Roman mosaic that has a depiction of India, and she is this sort of large breast based on an Indian or something, some Indian that they of a luxurious trees. And behind her is a whole trails of pepper vines. And instead of a lot of the things in the picture, it's rather artist pepper vines or something. You can see the very good picture of it there, very accurately depicted. This is what Romans came to India for. And at the time of Pliny, Strabo, that's early 1st century, Pliny writes here 250 vessels a year, bringing these spices from Kerala to the Red Sea. So Pliny is a pure temple of the Northeast, particularly it's Roman gold. Sending money to India to buy. And in his naturalist, he describes India, and I quote, think of one of the here, drain our empire with 5 million so it's worth about $50 million of it. Where money goes to India to buy all the stuff. And interesting, later on, you find that India gets as far as Hadrian's Wall. There is a character called Gamba, son of Tappan, and he's spending 2 denarius, according to his writing, to fort of the land. On pepper, they was due to an ordinary legionary stuck in the cold of waving spears and then later, when the Huns siege Rome, essentially, they're bought off with a ransom of pepper. Which is fascinating today, is taken off with that. It becomes an absolute essential and some of the Roman governments of vast quantities of pepper.
Accused of Cocinaria, which dates back into the 4th century, and it's filled with recipes that have not just pepper, which is and pepper. I put all the numbers like this, and it was very accurately represented. But for most people, it's just going to be this short of like 18. But the early Roman recipe has pepper, cumin, coriander, and cinnamon. So I think that's very interesting. Again, following the trade routes and changing the tastes of the people. That you talked about, which would used to be represented, they look like little capsules. They're red, little sort of tiny mini grapes that come down into a narrow. If you've been lucky enough to go to the key markets, they put them up in their holes. And those really sharp that's before. If you travel to Canada as well, they still grow an enormous amount of pepper. And the original name for it, when it's longer pepper, and the English word pepper is derived from the Hindi, which is what they call barley. So pepper, barley, all of that as a gift from India.
And this is a very Indian pepper. Was these. This is which is excluded. And even the Red Sea came stuff. They found whole rooms full of comes from the Pipali.
life. Anyway, so it's a lot. You know, was one of its waiting. So just imagine that these things were very valuable, but not just for their taste, but also medicinal well, something they come on to. But not just what foods you do together. The most common thing there is hot, cold, spicy, together.
So the chili, which is the same, yeah, only arrived in India, and it arrived in time is a traveller who made three separate chili. New has been used all up the west coast. From that point, it spread over the whole. People who take it from other Marathas.
Which would
My joys, moments.
If we're talking about Vindaloo, which is strawberries too. And turns out that Vindaloo is a good addition.
Yeah, but this is thrilling because I thought it was a Tamil word that corrupted, but it's not. This is amazing.
The original Portuguese dish is called carne.
Yeah.
And gum.
Eventually, gosh, okay, so that's completely dismissed the innovation. I did not know that.
It's the and by the early 90s, the people to their lives is one of the things of people going steps such as storytelling and debate. And according to these, they were surprised by taking them there to eat without telling them chilies with which they must be done with marinated command. And it's a wonderful character that I read in last book, which was Delhi Urdu. And he has a poet song called Advent, which is about taking a stranger eaten for a stretch. I fell on the kebab. And it was as if his brains had blown out of his gunpowder. He left back with a howl. Delhi was brought in replied, if it only for the sharp taste. So Delhi, by next had taken this was their thing. They were chili. Forbidden chili by his has it anyway. In his diary, it's been terrible stomach complaints. In the end, he puts it the cayenne pepper.
Well, in your podcast, my father was so alarmed. I didn't even know that anyone really hot. I think that's
To that
amazing. More melt. I see. Cast iron, Teflon, asbestos, constitution.
have you told which they have
Yes, chili sauce at home.
lager chilies cooked by the dog.
I have also, I have what's happening. Which is the test on the you're going to move it, video it. Yeah, right. So I promised that I would do that more, but it's starting because it's so nice. Just one thing on traveling with Chile around India, what's very interesting is that they also kind of rated that they come to Muslims eat it. So there is a North Indian song who says that the Marathas have a nature that was dry and hot because they put chilies in everything they eat. And this is what makes them sort of so warlike and determined. So in contrast, Mongols eat rice flours, almond sweetmeats, and Central Asian fruit, and then become soft and ineffectual, which is why the great warriors of the decade people tend to eat them. And there is something that rises in ancient expression because what we eat, like changes your temperament. You come across all these different types of food. You have like sattva, rajas, and different types of food, which can change your mood and you have to balance them completely. Different meanings. So sattva, which is kind of purity, it's purity, knowledge, and harmony. So goodness, joy, satisfaction.
You are something.
You are something, exactly. Rajas, which is passion, action, energy, motion. Rajik is viewing things as much more luxurious than must eat the bottom. Purity makes this darkness. So you can't be eating those foods. I wanted to look at all the foods that sort of give you this. Sattvic is all your fruits, which is fine. And Rajik is onions and garlic. And Tamasic foods which make you think dark and evil. And meat, hamburgers, cheesecake. They put all this anti very, very refined foods.
Before we say again about something, and the quite surprising. Today, of course, we think aloo, potato, essentially, this essentially aloo paratha or pav bhaji or any of these basic. Going through quite inordinate length to get potatoes done. Very important. He went to the residency and he grows it as he takes 2 years.
Wow.
Here's the quote. I've grown a good supply of potatoes, being vegetable, which I like very much. Not tasted for 2 years. But even so, the fruits excessive fascination with it's called Dr. A very hungry wife. And he writes, young couples' consumption of tea and sugar alone is at least in the mind. The bearer tells me that a couple of good chickens who are regularly served up by their table and 2 foils boiled down to mulligatawny soup for their tiffin, consequence of which, as might well be expected, if the lady was seized by a fever which according to breed the new of the cow, endangered her life, has now left her with extremely weak. The husband has received instructions to provide daily calves' feet jellies until further. And you may recollect, brother, what a costly gift these calves' feet jellies are. This is her complaining of the fact that it's still she puts away every day poultry, rice, milk, butter, and see, as well as plum cakes, goose, and innumerable, besides fowls and meat.
You get it, girl. Also, James Patrick, I mean, I love James Patrick, but when he newly dies about potatoes and how much potatoes, he does also notice that actually the Indians don't have them, they won't touch them because they think that they're weird and odd, and they're not categorized. I think medicine, so all that stuff that I just read you, they're not on the chart. They're not bags and cheesecake, but it's just not there. So they were and George Watt noticed at the same time that Indians thought that they caused indigestion and flatulence, so they wouldn't touch them, they took in the chart. And Orthodox Jains refused to take this.
They don't like anything that's very rich.
Well, that's because it can
Onions. Yeah.
generate life, so
Let's conclude. Zero. Surprisingly, and 2 causes of to drink beer for breakfast. They
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to understand this. It can't be more than God, because actually, are we talking about something that's just white hot, that's actually
purify an alternative to that, rather than having purified water, just for milk, so people start drinking. And those products in that in September has been the third significant.
Okay.
Yes, and so here's a thing, but the writer says that had six friends who got disingenuine, and the writer found surprised by the suffering and the lifestyle he was. I like to consume several kinds of currently generous quantities of beer and sherry. Then they go to get to 24 hours and come back for dinner. Right up to the end of the road. And no wonder the cemetery for
I think that's a very good place to bachelor's liver disease and stomach upset. Yes, thanks. Why don't you join us for another installment as we take you through Indian food to the right in the 1800s and 90s? Till then, it's goodbye from me, Anita Arnhem. Now we have very excited our special today with a Brad Pitt of publishing where we Leslie Carrot is with us. He's in Thailand. Well, it took the world by storm how imperialism has shaped our Britain. It's Book of the Year, it's won countless awards and prizes, and it's been the bedrock of a lot of political debate in our state here in the United Kingdom. Can I just start off with just one thing? I don't know whether you feel slightly resentful that here you are, you're talking to me, and William can bang on about question. He doesn't get a single template, and you have copious amounts of horror in your postcard.
Yeah, no, it's actually I feel grateful because I feel like a story. And you are so kind. And I feel like I'm writing on the book. So I feel distressed. I have kind of purpose or a interaction to that.
I mean, what kind of thing? Just so people didn't know, and who would come to this, it's quite horrifying that you get that kind of writing in there. But you do, what do people take you based on pressure?
All that basis of people. I think we're grateful for the place of this country. I actually get people coming up to my events now, actually turning up in person, shouting or expecting about recognize all the positive things that could show up. I would say that you're not unique in that last time we which was at the Kite Festival at Oxford, I was on stage with David on the circle of the Oscar and so as a non-white.
If they're not white, most of who don't know, the listing come up from not great. He is an eminent and respected historian, but he is a black historian who writes about empire and slavery and things that are uncomfortable as well. So that doesn't surprise me at all, actually.
A death threat. I was surprised by the insults and put of war and so on, but actually I haven't had one.
Well, I mean, it's not, I'm interested in my eyes to it because on Twitter, for a while, you were sort of sharing the kind of picture of it and getting, we don't do that now. I don't know whether that's because we're just over this. Or you just do it, you've done with it, or thought it's got around and knocked on doors. But, it doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock me.
Yeah, look, it's the first time ever we've got young people in this writing and girls. It's a very and take it very personally. In India, I get on Twitter a lot of angry women.
you talk about work sort of progressing with this.
Nice about the book about there are that's stuff. That's stuff you're about to but I've been skipping about
Which is why I was saying to Sam, and I don't know whether now you look back on it because it's been now you're out on paper, you've had that Guinness too. Now that you've had a year to digest, excrete it, whatever it is you do with that, do you understand it any better? And do you deal with it any differently?
I don't deal with it, but actually, I think under it's quite a mature world, and everyone got right. Everyone is negative, and so I just thought to be part of what actually, I was kind of emotional because it's not acceptable. And it's very much in the context of the nature in this country. It's the life. I believe where I is come back to the center of not necessarily it's now become a political symbol around my level of to sit down and extremely wide ranging with the type of it is. You actually want to it's quite very people to way hope that you're going to we can do it. It's a very calculated thing. These questions are coming from people who say, look, guilty the things that happened centuries ago that had nothing to do with us. And it's like the whole argument of goes on in America that slavery wasn't us, but why do we have to keep apologising for it? Here too, it's like the fact that my street has changed. And I hear it, I do a phone number saying, my granny lives in the street now and nobody speaks English. And there's a complexity in the argument on the other side is the speaking recovery. Yeah, well, my argument isn't that people feel bad about it, actually. There's too much feeling when it comes to talking about people don't know the best thing. And my argument is you don't need to feel because of your feelings. You just need to try to understand them. That's what the day always comes to. It's been a peaceful argument. That's not just in this country. I don't say this too. I think it's mostly. There is very much a tendency that people assume the right way because what they're doing clarified because of this. Now, when it comes back, the right fellows, he's
triangle. Yeah. Can I just tell you one story? Because you're right, it's the emotional. When it's emotional, I don't get the stuff that you get. Probably because I don't get sales figures, honestly. But I have got this one really peculiar thing to look at a literary festival, and it's really lovely. My hat came sort of handing up to me and said, you recognise the ribbon on my hat? And I said, well, no, I do. It's very smart ribbon. And he was like, oh, you should. It's from the same regiment that shot those Indians at Jallianwala. And I was like, oh, yes, you know what? I don't know where I'm from. But I didn't know what to do with it. I just didn't know. It was something that I could never account against. Anyone would say, particularly since, my granddad was there, and I just thought, to the grace of God, I would be here, whatever. But then he then sort of, and he was an elderly man, he then stood on left shoulder throughout the book, just with his arms crossed, wearing his hat. And
Yeah.
just, I don't know what we did. Normally I can argue with anybody or talk to anyone. It's such a normal.
At the same time, I'm not always right. I think we're actually, and I understand certain parts of it. And I don't know, I always must be the same question. My answer. And you go, oh, what you want to do. I'm not going to.
Yes. So let's go back, in a sense, logically, and work from independence and particularly in that. And getting out into their enterprise, they were themselves virtually unscathed. I think out of the 10 British casualties in that book. But among the people that were in their own country, dignity, their safety, and their well-being up until million deaths, hundreds of thousands of rapes, abductions, and torture, and horror. What happens next is the story of how quickly does the implode, like head towards British shores.
Well, I guess a year after, we've got the key to understand. What it is that interaction has been true for decades. The Roman Empire and the rights of British citizens. So that opened the door, literally, and that was the reason why the Romans had in the first place, to drive making the citizens, I think, it was very important. Because the fact that wasn't like the Romans just driving the British standard. Most people who were citizens, it's nationality understand. So essentially, Britain was
And what was the that with the cultures? Because those needed that deliverance.
Kate, she towards he was actually it was
What are you thinking about?
and especially Australia. So, critical attitude, racism, continue. The noise was an attempt to continue being existing. Have options for to be more comfortable. But we started counting immigrants, and that's where the racist immigration legislation, which led by the scandal.
Both of you come from the north. When do you begin to make that?
Well, I've got sort of a dual experience. My husband's first settled clothes. He was judges came and did. You can sleep on your prayers, you can get money, and you can but you know, and other generations followed. With my story, was that dad was a qualified NHS was other doctors. So he was asking our doctors and staff this fresh debate of the NHS over the late 60s. You know, so came over. And then
Your school policy was
yes, I know. Anna,
me from Wolverhampton.
what was it that there? Because I know that, you know, my family, you know, it was like, it was, you know, they were not wealthy, and you know, like, had a that he could help. I'm like,
Okay. Will be also they were to do the hard work for my father. There's a thing, you know, doing your labour. Why was that? Why is that? Not more than Halifax. So, people necessarily tons of, you know, I don't sense a huge amount of desire in the 80s and 90s.
to Germany. From Germany was having a start on the table. Just work. Three or four generations later, the service system was gassed up and basically to
The opposite actually, which alongside of yeah, work. But, my perception. It's really interesting to know what happened back here 100 years beforehand, and they had a very similar experience to the in that. You know, they were doing the work.
navigations. You know, there were even songs when I was at school for navigations. And the majority of it, yeah. They dug up the canals, the roadways.
Do you first of all
Huguenots.
the
Yeah,
Cypriots
yeah,
in the 60s,
yeah.
then the Netherlands in the yes, Wolverhampton. Protests. You got Paul again, who doesn't know who he is. Adam, do you want to? Prime Minister. He's great ambition in life. Understand him.
That's so interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was very Indian languages. He worked. Dismantled. He wrote for it. It became a place like Wolverhampton, which is an area of mass immigration. traditional clash because and everything was spiritual. We had to end these because the demise of Christianity. He was talking to my parents, seeks up, you know, it was completely wrong. And you think that people that he yeah, yeah. It's essential is politics. He essentially saw India for was worried, Britain was going to become divided. That yeah, community, and he couldn't believe his famous as an imperial. That's the way he saw it.
How? Do you remember John Talent, who was I think, and he foreigners industry should be phrase race.
Yeah, politicians powers region. And now, I'm just roll. Which many people or even more in us this side. In fact, can you being a also a quarters of it. Even now, mirror, and I would say was that often in that century.
There is also and Rishi Sunak. It surprises
People on the left struggle because because of there were no Indian 300 Indians. People worked the most basic things. I mean, train to drive train, get jobs as teachers, transport workers, and then get the ground minister, especially in the context of the number 10. It's amazing.
only number 10. We touched on this, didn't we? Priti Patel. But that has happened in a very short space of time. So, when everyone got very excited about Obama's real administration, are we there? Are we there yet? Yeah.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Public. To do basically yet what is great progressive and you know, in Britain, diversity. Around doing much.
See, whereas I grew up right? Stated assessment. Well, you have come to our political table because we have
Even the this is an old she was quite hard from the beginning. Our white, yeah, brown person, guy, Liz Truss. Even the administration there, brown people.
I'm really more about this actually, and I don't know. Well, twice he was chosen by his peer, twice. But also, the fact that this is to me the thing that's deemed to be populist, the trust economics, and things different. He was certain parts of art, and so actually it is much more textual than it just is.
But very good. Was he was articulating to win his place at the table. He fledged culture. To be speaking and you against him, and now we have saying the sensible thing. We don't want his story picking up another them. Yeah, but he's also verified Britain, which I think you do. This is what you should prevent. Time.
Break, to be honest. It's okay. Okay, so this is a big deal, but there is because I had a really interesting conversation. Do I got a name? Let me see. Prominent. Let's discuss that. How's that going? And there was a big sort of sketch saying, no, we really do need to. I think for a very long time, there's been also come to broad brush portrayal that people who are immigrants will automatically be voters, which is not true. That is just demonstrably not true. Certainly, we never got me before when I had a little hat on and commissioned opinion calls. You had particularly sort of Ugandan Asians who led towards the Conservative Party and let us in. Because they let us in. This would not have let us in. And you know a thing or two about them. I mean, very clearly.
You from Wolverhampton, brown people. Swing voters actually could.
And then I think that's also racism when but what is interesting, and I think it's kind of conversation where you have two truths. Our podcast, and that's two things can be true that seem the same. When I see the comments about because it's shoes and his wife and money and the fact that it's not about his race. Not the kind of evidence, for example, that you will be aware of that were flying around in the 1970s.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at some of those headlines today. So they express saying that
This music, what do you think of that?
how can you say that? That means that you would have let them out. They accept that diversity is brown people having all kinds of youth. Even those you hate, that is diversity. And some people are really strong.
Again, I'm just very interested in how you can say this. I did have to look at it. It was remarkable. I'm trying to remember this for such a time ago, where the Asian community, certain constituencies around the country were very much against immigration. And it was like, because too many women can't lives difficult. We're just fine now. Letting men go on and people don't like us anymore.
Yeah, I had the same bizarre experience when I did a documentary on the tourism district in Australia, like the 60s, where I see a guy turned up and turned on fire, paralysis to the white snake, the body laundry. We found one a couple of years ago, living on the mountain. Turns out nothing was injured until, how it's very good.
I think what you said nails it actually. Just, this is the fact that this is such a convoluted conversation. The politics of those who come from immigrant communities aren't just agree that it's black and white. And I think that is now probably more commonly than ever before.
Also, I can say that it is really impossible for brown nations to be racist.
So just tell me, explain that. Explain a bit more.
As a diversity, you can say pointed to this is the same they're racist just because she's brown. There's like, it's all right. I mean, I think that in my career, in my personal life, it's racist people.
So is it just that people can really shitty, or is it does it do the roots go back 10, or is it just the fact that actually people in every human are pretty awful?
I argue, I would put it rather racism versus those straight men. The racial stereotypes of people not being allowed to do certain jobs, fear of interracial relationship. These are things that all happen. Empire, and they happen. In terms of I would say, can you happen at some point today?
And also, sort of things marriages and stuff. That's also that's being the case with nation communities also.
Oh gosh.
That's not one of it. Or is it? I don't know, it's a different kind of criticism that stretches like in the Indian class, because having this, we must do and I certainly know when I was growing up, scandal. Scandal. If a girl married a sick boy, or somebody who was a shark, married somebody who was, terrible. These things were spoken of, but as if, oh God, what's going to happen next?
There's a lot of we don't know how this at the time during Empire, the information relations were encouraged. There's a lot at that time. There were times when we agreed to told them to have in Indian life or anything. So it changed during the Empire. I think it changed in about 30 years. It completely different situation. They didn't do it. Yeah, I think it's changing when some people call it it's simply to do the fact that they're really successful. I see people like you into are the most successful immigrant community. Two-thirds of them are in upper managerial and professional jobs. Yeah, I don't know. British, or at least alongside socioeconomic phrase British encompasses two extremes. Maybe one question is that he's got to make musicians. There was a time when the Vegas was comedy show, comedy show going back years, and it was like they're the same thing. But negotiations. Do you think that's true when you have something like the Asian network? All these people put together into a single program as if it's going to be presented. So this sounds selective. Yeah, I think there's huge amount of diversity.
Can we have a rummage through British? We come back after this short break.
Welcome back. This is I'm extremely jealous of the number of people that he's
You say chance, I said my break. And I don't like it. I will never like it. You know, it's still incredibly nice.
It's a book which I think is changing attitudes all the time. Good to see that.
I was thinking about that. So.
Yeah, I think as a whole thing. So, and I also favorite lots of schools, so lots of kids use it. And why, in a sense, what's that necessary? Why is there not more books like yours out there? Really, it hasn't. I mean, obviously, every person's thoughts, but in general, we haven't taught British empire very well. You know, something that we ever did. It was the biggest empire in human history. I think one of them is outside Tudors and the whole. But almost every other
Oh gosh, I know lots of the system. I can tell you.
The largest publisher of the industry. But why? I'm still asking why has this meeting gone? Why is it not conceptual? Imagine that in Italy, why is it that we? Is it sort of embarrassment? Is it sort of British publicity? Well, and what's going on? Why is there a huge gap in our history? Why do we don't know about it? Why do we do all the different continents which were attacked, looted, pillaged? Ourselves being invaded on. We have no imagination of it. But like the French, after World War II, it's an empire. Also, it's really divisive. It really divides people. And also, it's much easier.
Side. I mean, I just think, I just want to point something out. So, it's not against, but I have heard given and always agreed because actually we have habits. And you are proud to be. I mean, you just remind you that you can be a critical friend as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the book should have put forth. This is something I would feel like this history, good and bad, complicated, nuanced, ours. and it should be first. And you can just think about that thing. You often talk to people just talk about good and bad instead of trying to talk about why you against them. Well, it's very complicated history. Long. It's not like a 5-star rating. I don't think you can. The way that's because I got the well. Like first degree and upstairs degree. So I think it's possible to come to an old way. What you could say is that how things happen. And we should try to do that. And part of it is that we don't know. It's like this balance it. And we don't talk about you didn't think that Nazi Germany UK or as an immigrant.
Well, there are authentic. Some people are evaluating Hitler, aren't they? I mean, there's some the fringes of the right wing, actually, things of some people. Hitler was, cared about his country. Yeah, but that's much. It is hearing it from the fringes. I did say before the break, we're going to watch through which music start there. We a number of national transformations. It's something that William and I struggled with because we were about a climate. I mean, wherever we watched, we have always asked, where should it be? Where should it go back to? And we've always resisted because actually, and I genuinely sincerely think this is complicated. It's a thorny question, and that's not for me, it's lawyers to sort of make it. When it comes to, the furious rows which start from Elgin and then move on through many processes and a number of things. What's your feeling about that?
I think it's more okay to give some of these things back in the way that's more easy. Universities are that we go around. And we should stick with it. That doesn't have to be accepted. If you started to get back so much better. And clearly, it has some people. You make the time you need to. You still have everything. Still have it. So it was very good to relook act of the law of
Yeah.
actually been doing it. Yeah, I suppose it's time for waiting university. They argue they're not has moved on. Also, there's no way of like why in Britain you can with terrible cutting of without supporting. We have this still in our head. Not great. And part of that, it's the 1970s, 80s, all those films that came
Tinted with Rogers and it's delightful.
And there was
This is just a personal anecdote, which is when I call out talking about the islands, it's central because it's like sort of the Punjabi spirit is so battered. When I talk about your kindness as Irish, which is very prominent because in the decisions led up to that in 1980. I promise you, even now, from my And I feel really odd. Because why are you sorry? And signing cues. I'm so sorry. Maybe that bastard was a bastard. And I was crying. I was just so mad. And I don't know what to do.
I had an amazing voice. We had advice. We do that collection. Was it? We wanted wisely.
He was Indian. Okay, so when he
Museum, and I read your book. I have to say, we got look, no diamonds. What does that mean?
that's true. It's true. Which is a great pity. Now you've opened this door. This is sort of I need to write about
the way
Back to the Future. Pause. 15 minutes. 50 minutes. You'll put music would fly. Just completely changes.
but whenever I do sort of like work that I do,
Maybe.
which road to take, and people feel very differently about it. Do you how do you think when you end up?
Yeah, we are across the world, but I feel like the generation also especially conflict. Like Black Panther, museum where he just takes artifacts that have been stolen, and I feel like you can't fight halted England with the fact. One thing we have to trust, we encourage the national trust and evaluation of elections. Yeah, massive backlash. Mainly, to be honest, the National Trust for more than a year. But I'm glad the National Trust is they're explaining. You know, I expected him to be actually been to India. People to right? Yeah, people could.
Yeah.
Jesus. Thank you, Sam. Fantastic. And keep up the good work. Can't wait to read them.
That's all from me.
Are you fuckers still talking about curry?
And one very special version of Empire with
And me.
so that is the first one. So just happened pregnant. We found out, haven't we? It was always
We should do more often after my siesta or the afternoon. You get the pregnant pool.
just natural. I don't know. I suppose holiday. You return to rare and here back. It's in your
Pina colada as well.
Anyway, we're here sending your hundreds. We are over. Well, just sort of chat to each other together. So,
Here we go out of our
Fox.
not very
Let me
often.
back in this bitch.
The questions are really clever, smart, and then making it order in a different way. And we have.
Actually, people are also saying that this is also so difficult in school. Even I assume that this would be a lot of Brits, the Indians know it from there. And people telling us that even in size, for example, the Indians never learn anything about you, and the Pakistans never learn anything like you. And also the stuff which shouldn't be the case. Really important issues that have shaped the model.
You're absolutely right. And I so we've been getting Canada from this morning and Germany because the not involve our country. Family. But it's interesting, isn't it, William, how many people are saying even, I don't know if you've seen this. Quite a lot. Hello,
What do you think? Listening.
we've got again, subject.
And I think they're just so. I think it's new. It's ongoing. Has failed to make it into little syllabuses, and yet every day, Brit going to or going political reasons. The takes on just giving versions that people disagree with what people.
What were some of these questions? On your phone. Because there are so many.
So, I mean, frankly, I mean, I'm longing to years, even in India. And these again things. So explore territory.
Questions that we got. Some no. This is true. The Empire is please. I know Gary's me.
This is an obscure question.
I'm drawn to the explain.
Not a bit of history, but anyone. Was trying to of Northern Italy in the 18th century. They ended up flying with colourful figures in who was the guy who and after he died, of course, became a much harder. That already is not sort of making him be a big, doing big warrior, bring arms.
Anything else?
He wants to like locals. And this character was with the army of Romans and the Noir, which was the local governor, but was and the Afghans against the interrupters were everything. But they couldn't do that fighting with Afghans against the who now in India, the great nationalist heroes of the party. There are a lot of complaints from the Afghans that you cover up. These are actually cultural practices. And I think the idea behind this Tiama's armies were up to 200 now are equally well trained. The person who swings it in favour of the British is none other than upper arms bearing naked warriors. Very, very brave.
Such bullshit.
Today's of active yogi warriors take a major role in the history. At one point, they were I think comes across as a bunch of Vaishnavas.
Explain those who are part of the cultivation.
Identified with the followers of Shiva and expected of the then he's bought off by something called Candia, to take revenge on the and Kadir, who's this kind of very gross, disappeared. So he's a second character. More about you can't see.
What you're doing, or is it just all Freudian stuff? What is the next question? Where are we
There's questions about this. This is a particular one is from Ravel Pillar. With Mahmoud Baghdadi, whether you had any plans to discuss the migration of indentured Indian
Well, we'll return to this in much more detail, but in language, think about why did Indians become indentured? Why did they sign ridiculous contracts that in effect made slaves? And the fact is, it's desperation, 19th century, and it's decimated farms. People are dying in enormous sums of touched on this. So this is the only hope that they have. And the demand for Indian indenture increases so much more after the abolition of slavery. This is what the abolition of slavery in 1830. And plantations still need workers. They can't afford their slaves, they will not leave people, they can't. So they turn to India very, very cheaply. And this is really this term of this
water. Yeah.
they went red.
He's wearing a train station. The picture in the museum that I saw very recently, actually, of people carrying the
Well, this is what
so much.
one of these companies which is exist on the platform, and the most common sections of margins that allows you to work on the stage. That's my digression. And then it started thinking actually with this term, cooling, where does it come from? Do you know where it comes from? The Tamil. It actually means it comes from the word payment for education. It's quite literal. You are in your work and pay for it. It's what you do, where they function on their damage. Before it, and also these workers who were then sent all over the world were so and this is what it's called the hill. So these are the indigenous people around the particular things, you know, driven against stockholders and small boats. And later, when there's some terrible starts moving, this intentionally resistant swaps across caste. So you want to hold slave castes, Indians, all seeking to feed their families. And just to give you an idea of what also just the answer to this was very much about the art graph. But it's just not this. So let's just Mauritius, for example. Just 1 year, 1,000% Mauritius.
I would have good friends with his Opium War saga. Going off to Mauritius on an indentured basis, confident in the novel, and signing up these contracts.
Yeah, and there's a, you know, there's no one, there's something. I have no idea how they get we have nothing to keep on with the lions in Sargon. I don't think justice, but these two lions in Sargon who were patrolling is the lucrative lines. Railway being paid by the British, but not an invention. These lines kicked off hundreds of and disease carried on for hundreds of more. Petitions are pretty bad, and it's not a result of just one, but there are missionaries who are migrations to local plantations, specific interests. Police reports are coming in out. And so after something since 1835, saying that this is not how Christian people treat. So in 1838, there was so much hating of abuse and torture in the States that it became until 1842, when the British Prime Minister Robert that actually did need to have safeguards, but they're going to stop the system. So, you know what, there's an awful lot more just right with how rich the subject is.
And this is a major piece of history. There are entire sets of comments. If you look at the Indians in the Caribbean, like example, BSI, internet. The answer is access to the UP signed a contract rather than themselves counted off to
Well, Jamaica, British Guyana, Trinidad, and immigration to these places was only legalised in 1844. Immigration to Grenada, St. Lucia, the 1850s.
It's a big thing in determining the world migrant population as slave trade itself. And as you imagine, there's not because there wasn't much potentially it's a subject of discovery.
Absolutely. And you know what? There's an absolute direct link between that generation in Britain and the people, a lot of people doing English as well. So I think that was that sort of, isn't it? The example of writing is exactly what it is. You spout that history. And that makes me think in the future, what a great sort of literature, high literature, they want to do about that. We should bring that in.
There is a very good book on indentured labourers, specifically by someone called Rabbi. And we've had she was astonishingly made a huge impact because it's a story that or ancestors have nothing written on it. It's getting in accordance with that's really important.
And if you think something that come into play, so I'm colonial was written to an account service and how that colonial as the it's fine. It's fine. This system's fine. What after that? It's this indentured was poverty.
What is the British? I didn't know it was British. Something particularly in the 19th century and modern bonded labour, where you have people the occasional teammates in the same system. Yes.
We did. It's something that that's some things. David, not enough to get them men. Either way, you know, paid very subsistence to there is a financial exchange which makes us different slavery, but otherwise between the two items,
I remember covering this in the 90s when I first got correspondence in the 20s, and there were large numbers in the tens of thousands of these people, particularly I mean Scotland, right?
Very interesting. The work is to create a Rothschild. history. And they are then inhabiting the eastern docks. What we used to do docks very easy.
Where there's these huge sort of kind of
Walls, into war, partners, war, for these places.
very expensive real estate.
The most expensive real estate in London, but at the time, these were places which are outside civil society. So, the nice British people look at the United Beach. And what would happen is that they could then spring, as you know, a couple of things you could get out of your head and out of the misery. The number of reports every missionaries and nationalism don't have ships in their countries, just right there, causing an their bodies out of the There are also reports of actual torture, so there are some refuges which are set up, which are people that Its father set up a refuge for nationalists. These places were, again, it is just red part of history, where they get Muslim nationalists and tie pig's entrails around their throats, around their necks, and make them wear them all day.
We didn't discuss this before we which research 23 I picked off 2 such sheets
which is in the northern, the northern part of the Queen.
and the Yemeni community of Sash is the oldest community in Britain. These guys arrived in the 18th century with these ships, and the reason the Yemeni changed their names to Aden,
Yes.
and whole Aden was also territory that these companies occupied. The Germans took over great chunks of territory like modern Dubai, briefly Somalia, and so Indian crews would get off at Aden and they take on new Yemen crews. They get stuck in Newcastle. And there's I think a dispute over the Yemeni mosque at Cardiff, or the Yemeni community mosque at but they're within a year of each other. And in the late 80s, when I was working on Independent, I went and spent the community of South Shields who are more less because they found richer than poor old South Shields, that direct depression. And there were these complete these Yemeni drones chewing gut, rather like opium to get over the misery of their life. Guys were high on gut every evening. And God, Geordie wives. You see these sort of Geordie wives sitting there with their Yemeni husbands, and some of them were converted to Islam. And they were talking about being this community which had been in Britain.
Well, so, you know, but, the oldest mosque in Britain was the Shah Jahan Mosque in Woking, wasn't it? Maybe it's the first purpose-built mosque.
This is one of those that Tom Holland said,
It's not the same. I think that's the case. And the reason I know this, I think we did it. But the one very, very fascinating about this Shah Jahan Mosque is that the jail, Paul Weller, his mum was a cleaner.
I just visit to
the body.
this week. And it comes straight up the Shah Jahan Mosque. You, Anita Allen, are right. True. I think my communities are the oldest communities. Got the oldest.
Not right. Still wasn't right. Just stay with that for more than a nanosecond. Okay, so I think we've got to that in such exhaustive detail. Might be a bit quick on maybe questions.
I think we're banging on too long.
Welcome back to Empire with me. And
Durable.
get better, didn't we, with time?
Have your
It's
breath.
better. Right, so where were we? Are there any titles you recommend that I should watch?
And what? Who has written experience of the so anything by reading is reading. I'm going to give you one which is a secret, but that's crazy. And the second thing I would recommend, if you just want to get into the sentiment of perhaps modern India, you'll enjoy it right all over the world. There's something about 15, 20 years ago, which is all about the game of cricket. And it's all about the cricket.
You're not going to tell me it's a true story.
It just has to
Bring around.
No, but it's just fun. So it's just a fun thing about Indians, how they see themselves and how they saw themselves. Just popcorn afternoon. I can recommend it. You should got the British Sahib in their nations coming in. They brought cricket to India, and this is the first time Tom Cruise would hate this movie. I think Tom's seen it. Is how to play cricket, and guess what happens? Anyway, I'll leave it to you. I don't want to play the ending. I'm like,
what is that cricket is a map that they invented in Britain.
What should people read? What's what would you say?
I mean, I got this. Take one. Well, we've just been talking about swinging through North India in the 19th century, and there's on Warrior one of the strangest and wonderful.
I'll throw one more. We should do it.
I love that. Think this through and come up with
And listen, thank you for that. Question. Okay, I'm going to roll. So this question is from Ian Charlie. Why did Europeans completely take over countries in New Zealand and Australia, yet did not do the same? Due to the size of and let's just tie that together with another question here.
So this is really one of the crucial the British Washington off. Sure that there was never going to be a settlement. And was by Washington. And
what were the Russians?
Migrants rebelled against the British. Rich. Most Brits, with the exception, I think, of indigo plantations, beyond that, the Brit could own land, and so they lived in rented houses, largely, and they retired at the end of their career. When you had these ex-colonials, so all these people who would work in India
He was ended up at the end coming in. Those who went and from onwards, you begin to get down the ladder and former convicts. Isn't that interesting? And so many people just follow up on my research. That when the Brits and judges, initially as army officers. So this is the difference between the British in rotation. Did fight the anti-colonial long run wars with insurgencies in rotation against one another, or even more bloody French in Algeria. So the French people have put down roots in Algeria. They take over land, they evict the existing holders of in Algeria. And when the independence struggle in Algeria at its peak, have years of violent conflict and terrorism, counter-terrorism, torture, and bombs going off in Algiers and Algiers scenario. It leaves kind of major scar society. And you get whole generations of ex-colonial people like Levy, and they make a whole career out of suspicion of Islam. And many of Levy's writings consequently are tinged with great suspicion of from his childhood in Algeria. I always remember reviewing his book on Daniel that seemed to me in
Welcome. How are you? What's good?
it was
G. Yeah. Amazing. Brad? And I go outside every day. Oh, or it's like a long time that I can come back. I don't see you. So that means I think you're outside. You. What are you? Awesome. Like what? Are you keeping tabs on me? Like whereabouts? What's the deal?
Yeah, I used to come here before and I didn't see you that long.
Right. So I mean, I do other things. So how are things in your life? What's good?
How did those five
You're flying where?
California?
Oh, this week. For 2 more weeks. You coming to Los Angeles?
I don't know where that was.
Oh, LBC, very close. You live in Long Beach. Nice place.
There you go. Have you been on that before?
Yeah, dog. find there's a large Chinese population, kind of like a melting pot. I don't like to get political, so I say I think both sides are corrupt, so I don't really discuss politics. I'm watching. Yeah, yeah, it's morning. It's 6 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah. Podcast, feel free to listen along if you want. It's on the East Indian Radio Company, the British East Indian Company. It's pretty fascinating. So you should be able to see how they have it over.
Did you live stream like when?
I started in 2020, so 3 years ago.
3
days. Yep. Nope. Here we go. It's literally what everybody else does in their life. You just chill on the internet, except I turn a camera. It's really no different. You do the same thing, but there's no camera. Where you go on the internet, you go on your favorite website, you go on Facebook or Reddit or TikTok or whatever. It's exactly the same thing. I just turn a camera. That's really the only difference. There are people who like to travel the world, and there are people who like to do all kinds of exotic things. I don't like to do that. I mean, I like to travel, but frankly, I like to be comfortable. Comfortable is the number one thing I like. And being able to chill, watch football, play video games with friends very easily. Like this is paradise. Podcast. Listen to podcasts. It's paradise. I really enjoy it, and I think that you took a person from the 1800s or the 1700s or the 1600s, they'd say, wait a second. So you have food that you need. You have climate controlled environment. You can connect with anyone in the world that you want. Why would you go anywhere? That sounds like the best place in the world. Exactly. So, I mean, basically, I see everyone as trying to get where I am, where you don't have to work and you don't have a boss and you just do whatever you want. That's what everybody wants. But people get jealous or envious of it, and they want to say, well, you need to do this. It's like, dog, I don't have to do shit. I don't have to do anything that I don't want to do. People get jealous of that. And so they're like, well, we want you to do this. Well, guess what? I don't have to do anything. I am my own man, my own decisions. And what do I like to do? Relax, watch TV, watch sports, listen to comedy, listen to podcasts. That's what I like to do. So, I'm passionate about this. I love being able to archive the world. I love having my conversations be stored. I love the ability to connect with people in any country. And I can't do that if I'm trying to get Wi-Fi in an airport. I don't like that. I mean, like I just take out trash and stuff. Yeah. Outside the house. What about it? Right. This is what everyone wants to do in the world. Basically, they want to be comfortable. They want to be cool, want to be protected from the elements. They don't want to cost. They don't want. They want to be able to say whatever they want to say. They want to be able to listen to whatever they want to listen to and watch whatever they want to do. I mean, literally, it's what everybody wants to do. The one thing that I don't basically have the ability to do, not saying I don't have the ability to do, it's just difficult to do because I want to keep streaming all the time, is have sex. Aside from that, I've got everything that I want. And I know when I go viral, I'll be able to have sex with any chick that I want in the world. So it's like in the back of my mind, just a bonus. Like there are people who have really, really intricate hobbies, and I respect those hobbies. This started with my hobby. I would go golfing, and I would video my golf swing. That's how this all started. So I mean, I think it's important to archive as much data as you can. But when I really get down to it, I like archiving more than I like golf. I mean, I love golf. There's no doubt about it, and I would still love to play. But I realized that it's more fun for me to just know that I'm recording the world's history than anything else in the world. This is what I love more than anything. And if you took this, somebody took this away from me, I wouldn't be happy. This is really what I love to
Amazing.
do. I've had all kinds of hobbies in my life. I've had running, long distance running, short distance running, jogging. I've had swimming. I've had golf. I have all kinds of sports, soccer, all kinds of other things. Those are all great. I love them. They're fun. But there's nothing that I want more than to be in my bed, comfortable in my pajamas, watching something that's interesting to me that where I can learn. I guess that's kind of the thing that I like more than this than anything. Because I have the ability to learn whatever I want. And what I hate, believe it or not, I can't stand is when I have a question and I can't look it up because I don't have data or I don't have ability to connect to Wi-Fi or something. And then it drives me bonkers that, oh, there's this question that I have that I'd really like to ask Google or ask ChatGPT or something, and I can't. That kind of stuff bothers me. Here, if I have a question, like, people don't realize how amazing it is that I can go and just with the push of a button say, give me 100 different hobbies in the world. And with the push of a button, it'll say painting, drawing, sketching, photography, gardening, hiking, fishing, bird watching, swimming, cycling. The fact that people aren't doing this all day long is kind of surprising to me because there's more basic AI. There's an entire outer world. I'm not saying the outer world isn't important, and it's not fun to go outside and such, but frankly, I would say this: if I had the ability to stream outside like I do now, like I camera people, okay, that's a different deal. Then I'm still archiving everything, and then I get that benefit, and then I can go out and go to the store, go to Disneyland, or go on a road trip or something like that. That's all cool. But until I got that kind of influence where I have people who will do the videoing for me, the top thing that I like in the world is being on camera and archiving as much footage as I can. It really is my passion. I love it. I have loved a lot of things in the world, but I've never gotten so much joy out of archiving my life. It's because I know that it's important for future generations. I mean, I can go back and I need to do this sometimes. I'll put something down and I won't know what I did with it. Like I'll put my phone down, I'll put something down, and I'll go back to my video and watch where I put it down, and I'll be able to find it. I think that's a really cool aspect of it. I even use these streams for practical purposes, but I'm a futuristic thinker, and so I think to myself, if I want to make the biggest impact on history, the way that I can do it is by being the world's greatest archiver. That's what I essentially become. and I'm not able to do that as I call it. I mean, I've tried in the past. I've had 4 different phones and 4 different data lines, which is very expensive, and it turns out that it is not really feasible, at least with connectivity in Los Angeles. It's like you have one phone that goes down, or you'll get throttled from your uploading, or the battery will overheat, or the battery will die on you. I've done all of this in all over California, and I recognize it's very difficult to do, but also the qualities of what I want it to be. I want to be live on 8 different streams at least at any given time. I want to be able to connect with people anywhere in the world. But if I'm out in the sunshine, I can't even read my phone. It's so bright, let alone actually have what I feel good archive footage. I mean, there are IRL streamers, and I've done it. It's hard to do that kind of stuff, but they don't do it 24 hours a day. My niche is 24 hours a day. That's what I get pride out of. That I always live. You can always come here and find me. And if you can't, perhaps I'm on a walk, perhaps I'm picking up the trash, perhaps at the gym, though, you can always connect with me. And I think that's a special gift. Not everybody has that. I mean, I can't go to you and just be like, hey, what's Ben doing right now? And be like, see everything that's your life. Which, that's fine. You have that kind of privacy, but I don't mind going to check out what I'm doing at any given time. Generally, you know, I'm always going to be here to be contactable, unless I'm asleep or something. And try to get a lot of pride out of it. I get so much joy out of streaming, knowing that in the future people will watch this, perhaps, and know that I was so fucking smart for archiving all of this for the world. I mean, I get joy out of people in the future knowing what I did was smart. Like, I think people in the future will look at many people who criticize it like they're just dumb. Like, why wouldn't you want to be comfortable all the time, climate control all the time, and be connected to anyone in the world? Like, I'm talking to you, you're in another country, and we're talking just effortlessly. In reality, in the real world, it's a very difficult thing to do. And then additionally, I have to make sure that I have everybody's consent to have them all on camera and all these other things. At least in the United States, it's a lot of work, especially doing things in the field. So, at least right now in my life, I treat life to live as comfortably as possible. And I don't know why other people don't.
You guys make different.
That's true. Perhaps I'm different. But for me, this is as happy as I can be. I can watch whatever I want. I can learn about whatever I want. I mean, I'm learning about the British East India Company and what they've done in the subcontinent of India. I can't. Even if I went to India and tried to learn all this, I couldn't just sit down and get 8 hours worth of like exactly what I need. No, what would I do? I'd have to connect to Wi-Fi there and get on a podcast. People don't realize the beauty and power of the internet and YouTube. We have at our beck and call, our fingertips, all of the world's knowledge. And I do that's what makes me happy, is learning. And so once I'm in a comfortable spot, I can learn as much as I want and get smarter and smarter. And I feel like when I'm not connected to the internet, I don't have that ability.
Yeah. So you used to go.
I'm saying if I wanted to learn about the British East India Company firsthand in India, if I wanted to do that, I would.
Oh, okay.
I would essentially get there, and I'd have to deal with poor hygienics. I'd have to deal with no bathrooms. I'd have to deal with perhaps bad food. I'd have to deal with poor water quality. And perhaps I'd have to pay a whole lot of money to stay in a place. Why do I want to do any of that? That's just to learn the same stuff that I can watch on YouTube. chess game. So and plus, I mean, you can connect with me, he can connect with me. Anyone in quite a few different Discords can connect with me. That's a cool thing. Just knowing that at any given time somebody can pop into your life and change it. That's really exciting to me. So this is what brings me happiness. I would say that when I had a job, I I enjoyed my work. I enjoyed what I do. I'm a certified project management professional. But even still, the best day of work was never basically as good as when I got home and I could kick off my shoes and watch TV and do whatever I wanted because I knew that I was free at that point. I didn't have to work for anyone else. I didn't have to. I didn't have anyone else telling me what I had to do. At this point, it's a thing of beauty to me to be able to learn about any given subject at the push of a button. I mean, right now, if I want to, I can live stream the NFL. I can live stream the, any soccer game I want in the world. We're at a point in history where we haven't always had these options, and now that we do, not only do I want to take advantage of it, but I want to record myself as I do it. I think that's very beneficial to the world. So I get multiple streams of joy from this. I get the fact that I'm recording myself and recording for the future, and that I get to learn about whatever I want. That's just the best. I absolutely love that. I mean, let's take, for instance, I like stand-up comedy. Okay? Now, to go see stand-up comedy at like the Irvine Improv, I've been there. I've seen performances there. Okay, if I go there, it costs like hundreds of dollars for the whole night. And maybe I laugh really, really hard. Maybe I don't. I mean, I know that it's better in person. Or I could watch every single comedian of all time for free in my bed. That's what I like to do. And for people who feel like, yeah, but you don't get the social aspect of things. Yes, I do. I watch stand-up comedy with people in here all the time. And we talk and we chat just because we're not next to each other doesn't necessarily mean that we can't have a connection. And I kind of think that not that touching grass is overrated. It's not. It's important to touch grass every day. I like to my best too, but people don't realize how special the internet is, especially now, where you can put anything basically on the internet, and it's not all that restricted. So at least in the United States, if I want to watch a podcast, if I want to watch stand-up comedy, if I want to watch a movie, everything is at a push of a button. If you were to take a person, let's just say, realistically, someone from like 1900, okay, and you said to them, okay, you have the ability to go put on a suit and tie and go to perhaps like 1920 and go to a movie house. You have to pay to do that, though. So you have to go pay to do it, and there's going to be smoke wafting all over the place. And people are going to be coughing, and kids are going to be crying, and maybe somebody's going to want to be talking to you, and you don't want to talk to them. You could either have that, or you have to pay money and do that, or you can stay at home, watch it for free. You don't have to leave your bedroom, and you can wear whatever you want. And on top of that, you can watch all this stuff with other people. It's not like I'm not. I mean, I think I'm probably one of the most social people on earth. I am talking to people in different countries 24 hours a day in different aspects. So, I mean, frankly, I get sick of people. I talk to so many people on a given day. Not that I don't like talking with people. I do. I enjoy it a lot. But eventually, I want to do my own thing. And, you want to watch along or run alongside. That's great. And I want other people to do the same thing. Okay? Like, the best thing that people do, what I really like, is exactly what SBC's doing, which is he lives his own life. He does his own thing. He's got his own projects that he's doing. But whenever he can, he's here. And we update each other on our progress and what's going on. And it's like the same thing that people do in IRL world, but we just do it a lot better because it's so much easier. We're always connected. Normally in IRL world, hey, I'm going to call you and tell you what's going on, or we have to set up an engagement or some kind of dinner or something. Some things happen, right? And especially with how expensive the world is, it's something that I get as much joy for free in this world that I think you can get. Meaning, if I want to see a beautiful woman, I can see the most beautiful woman on earth, the 10 of them, 100 of them, and I could see them doing anything they want in any clothing that they want, all for free. Anything I want. If I want to see the funniest person on this, I absolutely can. I just have to look at my own YouTube channel, or perhaps look at a special or something like that, all for free. I mean, this is the BC. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Everyone, there's a saying Jerry Seinfeld has. Who's a stand-up comedian. He says something like, "Everybody's trying to get you to go out. Everybody's trying to get you to go do something, and all of these things. And once you go out, everybody says, all right, well, now we're out. Now what do we want to do? Well, we want to go back home. Why? Because we want to be comfortable. We want to be able to let our hair down and relax, and that's really important to me."
We do over the sidewalk, and people just they don't.
You're right. Everybody, anyway, if they're outside, they're walking around like this all day. So they're already doing what I'm doing. I'm just comfortable when I do.
Yeah, like do like Hollywood.
Well, if you go to Hollywood, it's very well. Let me even just say this: if we took you and we took you to Hollywood right now, Hollywood's not really where you go, but like if you went to Beverly Hills or something like that, and you wanted to talk to someone, they will ignore you. They don't want to have. They think you want something from them, so they're like, "Look, I don't want your handling or whatever," because they've been approached by so many people that they are just blind to them. So you couldn't go up to someone and be like, "Hey, you want to be friends?" "Oh, no, I don't want to be friends. Get the fuck out of here." However, online, I can be like, "Hey, you want to have a conversation and come to my VC, come to my Discord," and I can have a friend for life that way. It's all about the way in which you approach someone. I feel I can make a lot more friends online than I can. I have communities, and certainly before I started this project, I had a very large community which I still love, and I love those people. But they recognize that this is really important to me. And also, there's a way for me to get very, very wealthy doing this. Perhaps the richest person in the world, because data is their number one resource. And I have more data on the internet than any person ever. So it's like, it's dumb, it's actually dumb to me, people who don't record their lives because, or become influencers or creators or something like that. Because the prices of things are only going to go up, and things are going to be more and more difficult to be able to achieve, to be able to buy food and things like that, and rent and all of these things. When if you just create enough content, eventually you will become famous. You'll be able to pay all your bills. You'll be able to pay all your family's bills, all your friends' bills. You'll be able to give money to charities and basically change your entire life if you just do it long enough. So I I see this as, like I said, two ways of joy. Even more than that, there's the fact that I'm comfortable all the time, that I get to learn everything that I want, the fact that I have the ability to record everything that I'm doing. And even more than that, there's like this little thing in the back of my mind that knows once this gets popular enough and enough people start seeing what I do, I become very, very famous. And then I can do whatever I want. Now, let's talk this thing. If I had more money than I ever needed, I would do all of the same things that I do, but in hotels around the world. So I would do the same thing. I have the same cameras, or maybe better cameras, and I have a camera crew, but I still want to record it all. And I really, I mean, I might go on more boat tours or museum tours to be able to see things with own eyes. But as you know, all that stuff is very, very expensive, especially if you're in another country or in another city and you don't have a place to stay. As of right now, I do what I can to make sure that I have my rent paid and my food provisions paid. And once that's taken care of, I'm a happy camper. But I will say that once I go viral and have all the money that I ever need for that, I will modify this and just basically stream my life, but in different cities around the world. A lot of that will take place in hotel rooms because I like to look comfortable.
Be yourself.
That's true. There are some people who enjoy, I would say, like certain hobbies that give them thrills, like hang gliding, rock climbing, and all that kind of stuff. And that's all fine, and I respect that. But to me, that's an unnecessary risk to your own life. Once we have it so that we have safety measures and you don't die doing these things because maybe you have like an airbag system that expands around you so that you don't fall from a mountain or something like that, that's totally different. But right now, all that stuff, not really. I'm about data. I'm about the recording of data. And when I'm in my car driving around, I may be recording that, but the quality isn't good. And I've got maybe one or two cameras going, as opposed to 30 that I have right now. That's all really exciting to me. Look who it is, Straight Savage, you sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp? Hey, I just want to make sure that everybody in here is about. How you living, big dog? Oh, join the club. Uh, what, what do people say? What do people say? Hey, you know what? It's like a big city. I will say this: Kick has done a good job and implemented a in order to be able to comment on someone's in someone's chat, they need like you can put a time limit on you can put an age on how old their account has to be. Are you aware of that? Yeah, I just saw it yesterday for the first time. So basically, when like you have the ability to say hey, what's the best compliment I can get? I'm living rent free in people's minds and I don't even know it. Um, so right here, hello, hello, the man with the legend. How are you, Ken? Excellent. Hey, pleasure to meet you, my man. Absolutely. Um, I'm still grinding it out. I have my bots going, and but Ken just introduced a new some kind of restriction, which is great. I think it's good that in order to comment in someone's chat, their account has to be like a certain days old. And once you start doing that, that gets rid of someone who does what I do. But that's fine. I've been able to essentially become a celebrity, mini celebrity, by just doing what I do. So did you see that they do have that feature? There you go. It's good, man. So, but yeah, I mean, frankly, I, 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 I'm happy they did that, and I think that that's a positive thing because the more protection that the platform can have, the more people who will want to join it. And I'm not saying that what I'm doing is the nicest thing in the world, but I do teach people how to avoid it. Hey, put on time limits, make sure that the account is a certain number of days old. If you even have that the account is 1 day old, I'm never going to spam it because I create so many different accounts that I'll go after the low hanging fruit of people who don't have those settings on, and I won't mess with you at all. So I think it's a smart thing. Apologies, you're muted. Unless you're talking to somebody else. Are you talking to me? I'll take that as a no. Well, I'm gonna watch your stream. Let's see what Straight Savage is doing. You'll be able to watch it on this stream. All right, Straight Savage, folks. And Straight Savage. There he is. He's got 6,000 followers, folks. 5,000 of which probably start with Join Rabbi's Discord. All right. Let's listen to him. Yeah, let's see. Hey, Tegan Fox, I see your message. I'll teach you how to do it. It's really easy. Shout out to Tegan Fox. I'm real, baby. I'm real. Okay, I see you, but I don't know why I can't hear you. I'm looking at my computer. That's all right, babies. I'll find them on another account. Here he is. That's right. And it creates a clip. It's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Straight Savage's new setup. It's amazing. I feel like I'm flying through space with them. Oh, there you go. You said you got a new computer? Is it much more powerful?
Oh,
I can tell. I've noticed. I think the first day that you did the background. Hey, welcome, Sophia. Sophia, we have a famous quick streamer here. His name is Straight Savage. He's amazing. And Sophia is my friend from Discord. So that's a little bit of introduction. I was usually cooking.
are these like Rabbi? I see you got
Absolutely.
people working with you. I see.
Well, they're just really good friends and really loyal individuals.
I can tell that they're working.
Oh no, those are all mine. I wouldn't punish anybody by I wouldn't punish anybody by asking them to do bots for me. No. That's all mine. What I do is I use a random username generator now, and just to keep the moderation team on their toes, because I literally told I don't know if I told you so I had an interview with Ori. You know who Ori is? OURI. Excellent. And we were able, I showed him in the kick sign up process that there was a major bug and basically it only worked 50% of the time. And hey, tell Foxy I saw their comment. If they come in here, tell them to go to discord.me/rabbi. I'll teach them how to do it. It's very easy and it's free if they're interested. But shout out to Eddie. And it's free. It'll take 10 minutes. It takes 10 minutes. And you could make it so that you had unlimited people following you if you wanted, and it just creates a new account and makes another follower, et cetera, et cetera. I also I had this interview with Ori, and after the interview, believe it or not, guess who accepted my friend request in Discord? Extra Savage. Take a guess. Of anyone in the world. I'll help you. It was Eddie Craven. Eddie Craven, the man, the myth, the legend, and I are friends in Discord. So, at least that's something. I really think that it's going to be an amazing platform. It already is, and I think it's the next big wave of platforms on the internet. And you are in perfect position, X-Ray Savage, to be able to be at the forefront of that. And I've told you this since I've ever known you. You are going to be seen as a trailblazer for 420 culture. Now, you were saying you just built a new computer. It's much faster. I can tell you're doing so many different things. I'm watching you right here. I'm watching Straight Savage right here. While I'm talking with him, and he's got a background that's sending me through interstellar space on one, and on the other, it's a normal setup. You've got to have a really strong computer to be multitasking like that. So that's pretty fascinating, my man.
It's an MSI 790 Harvard Max motherboard. It's the i9-13900K processor.
Wow.
I run it 120 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM and 64 megahertz.
Bravo.
I just ordered a 70 Ti Super Video card, which you'll get.
Amazing. What spurred the change in computers?
I remember a few years old and I couldn't stream anything over it, or it just wanted to allow me to. So,
Yeah, great. I gotcha. Well, I mean, I can even tell the difference in this kind of as a amateur observer. I said, wow, he must have changed something because your stream is super powerful and it's going to continue to get more powerful. That's amazing. Good idea, man.
hey, let's go. Yeah, I'm going to go. I think we're right now. So, this will be a great idea. Oh, yeah, really, anything under 97,
I think it was the best thing you could have done for your stream. I'm just telling you, I see your stream all the time. I noticed it immediately, and you never know what's going to be going on, but you never know what's going to be going on behind you, and you just keep it really exciting. So I think that was a phenomenal movie. Oh, even better, man. I just heard you were playing Riptide, and wow, that was going. It's amazing. I mean, and it's all focused on you. Heyo. And it's so smooth. That's the thing. It's like it's flawless. I always there you go. You cheers. There you go. Oh wow, then I'm indebted to him making him. Tell him when I go viral, I have so much data online that I will pay all of those off. So tell him to keep tracking each one of them, and we'll add them all up at the end, and I'll give him $10 for each one. Easily, easily. It's more than worth it. I mean, I know that I've annoyed a lot of people on the internet simply out of the box that I've created, and I want to help them all in the future. They will be happy that I spam them. They'll be like, hey, I have proof that Rabbi was spamming me way back in the day. So that's very nice. Well, thank you. I know, absolutely, and I have love for your space savage. Absolutely, beautiful thing. Hey, what's going on, Takura? How you living, man? Welcome, welcome. Well, that's phenomenal. So aside from that, what else do you have going on the kick side of things? Straight Savage. Any other developments? I got to say that with each day, Kick keeps growing. I keep seeing new creators, new people who are adding to the platform, and I really I go and I check every single day how many people are at least in just chatting, and it's growing, especially in other languages too. So I don't even know what they're always saying, but it's really become a very good. Exactly, exactly. And you're always in the top 10%. More than that, though, you're usually in the top 25 streamers whenever you're streaming, which is right where you want to be. And I even know that people take notice of you on Reddit. Have you seen people take notice of you on Reddit? I defended you, dog. Absolutely. Yeah, but I mean that's just gonna happen with the it's the name of the game, and it's like, dog, go get a life. You know, if they're taking notice of you, that means that whatever you're doing is working. So I think that that's phenomenal. Oh wow, I did not. I never saw that. I know you were number one of all the people. Frankly, of all the people, you're the least person like that. There are so many people, and I even take note of who they are. But I'm not going to go make posts about them or whatever. But I think if you're not first, you're last, as they say in Talladega Nights. And so you're number one, but you aren't the number one person even of that. Not even close. That's why I was shocked. I was really shocked. Like I'm like, really straight savage? That's who you're going after? You're not going after all of the other people who have like tens of thousands of people who are watching them simultaneously. Nothing. And so, and like real people in your chat. You communicate with them regularly. So I think that should just be water off a duck's back. No big deal. Just tells you that you're getting bigger and more noticed. It's gonna happen. Definitely gonna happen. I mean, it just happens when you get more popular.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
I think I DM'd you on that. That's on your phone.
Okay.
We talked a few weeks ago about like sending a holiday gift or card or something.
Well, I can remove that. I'll take a look at that. Let's see.
Rabbi,
You too, my friend. Take care. Okay. Sophia, I have a thought that counts, and I do have a home address, which you certainly could send something. I don't want one that your thought is more than enough, and I want you to know as well that I have in the past accepted gifts from people, and it's fine. I run into people who then hang out whenever they're in town. Not that that would be you or anything like that, but I just kind of decided, you know what, I'm going to do certain things for the time. Really, I want to be a giver. And Sophie, you should know that you're going to be one of the first people who is taken care of in this. You're a good friend for the time that we've known each other, and just know that gift the thought that counts. And I really appreciate that. And, you know, I thought about getting a PO box so that not everything comes to my house. But then another thing I think
Card or something. To send you a picture of it.
that I will feature it and I will post it. I like repost it on my social media too if you want. You know, though the fact, the best thing for me is just to be so I could ask no more what you do. That's what you do, what what some of the other people do when they're here. It just brings me great joy. And I was just talking to someone from Cambodia, and I was saying like how much joy I get out of live streaming and just being able to learn and being able to socially interact with anyone anywhere in the world. So that's what I find really but yeah, I will say that your personality and your presence has been a real joy for this Discord. You know what hasn't been a real joy for this Discord?
What?
I got my karaoke account banned. Yeah. So I'm in the middle of an appeal, which I think I'll win. But the reason why they banned it was they said sexuality and nudity, which is like
What?
I'm fully. Yeah, I can even show you. The reason why I got my account banned was due to sexuality slash nudity, and I think it was a mistake because I'm fully clothed the whole time, and not like I am talking about anything exceptionally graphic. And but yeah, I think it on Friday, so I appealed it, and we'll see how it goes.
Someone must have like mass recorded you or something.
That happened too.
Or the red light might of it.
That's a thought. I think. Hold on, let me. Of all the reasons, like I got a lot of reasons why I'm banned for different reasons. Like what? Some people say like spam, which I get that, but I don't do that anymore. Here's what they say. Hi, hashtag Rabbi. We have reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines because of this. Your channel for YouTube. Okay, so then I did an appeal. It says like still here, and the specific reason they gave me was the sex and nudity policy. Like, hey, I would love to see the video that you have of me violating this because I think that this is a mistake. But yeah, so I appealed it, and I'm just waiting on um, their response. And
It's a pretty good
oh, oh yeah, exactly. No, most certainly would have, but I didn't. I wouldn't do that on that account. That's just not in my nature. I mean, not to say I wouldn't get naked. I think that it's a natural part of the body, but I wouldn't do it knowing that children would be able to see it, or that it would be something that perhaps could, you know, delete the account or something like that. But yeah, I will say that I'm waiting patiently for the ability to get that account back. I had some really good concerts. I did, since, like you've seen some of them. I did. Okay, so I did love songs, I did crooners, I did doo wop. Doo wop's the one where I got banned. Of all of the genres, doo wop, like songs from the 1950s. You're telling me that's too sexual? Yeah, exactly. So I think I mean I've lost accounts before, and I've gotten them back. I don't always get them back, but sometimes I do. So I feel pretty confident that I should say pretty confident. I'm about 50-50 if I get this one back. If I don't, okay, it's not the end of the world. The funny thing is, all of that content is still backed up on all my other streams, and I have all of it on hard drives too. So at least of those content. So it's not too much of an issue. I can re-upload it. I have all of it. Nothing is lost. But it was quite interesting to me.
So take your digital wealth.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're really about. Is that they totally shut down all of my accounts or something like that. But at this point, waiting on their response, and if they say you don't get that account back, oh well. Guess what? I already created another account that I can just replace that account with, so it doesn't really matter. And um, I know that I'm not going to get famous on YouTube. It's too hard. What I will get famous on is Discord from people knowing that I shoot my life all of the time. I got in trouble yesterday in a karaoke service, which I loved. It was really something. I was really positive in there. I was really optimistic, and I got a message yesterday at like 5:50, saying like, "Hey, we just want to let you know we're warning you that you need to tell people that you're live streaming in the background." Something like that. And I responded at 6:19. So that's like less than 30 minutes later, and they had banned me. I'm like, "Hey, why did I get banned?" They're like, "If you're gonna live stream while people are performing karaoke, you have to tell everyone in the stream that you're live streaming on YouTube." Now, I would say this whenever I would sing, I'd say, I live stream my life for 24/7, 365 for world people. But that's the best I can do without like getting in trouble for self promotion. And so if I tell people, "Hey, I'm live streaming you on YouTube, come check out my YouTube channel," or if you want to see like that to me borders on self promotion as well. So it's kind of one of those things. You're darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't. I did appeal that though, and the moderation team they were I feel kind of difficult. They said, I'm like, look, I responded within like 30 minutes. They said, "We were watching your stream when you looked at our message and we saw that you just shrugged it off." That was absolutely not true. I didn't even know they sent me a message. So they're looking to get me for some reason or whatever. And I explained to them, unless you can see that what I was doing on my computer, which you can, you don't know if I shrugged off or what I didn't. I have so many. Look at all these computers. I mean, I'm a busy person. So I said, so that means I get a permanent ban for the rest of my life. I'm never, ever, ever able to sing karaoke in here again. Like myself, like whatever. If that's their plan, fine. I've got like 1,000 other accounts up here. And they're like, well, we're not saying that you can't appeal in the future, but for now, it's a permanent ban. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. So I'll wait a week and then I'll get back in there. And if not, I do make a lot of friends in there, so I can put some pressure on them. So people just ask, like, is there any way that people like to put back? It's incredible to me that they would flat out permanent ban me for that when you have people in there who say terrible, terrible things and all kinds of and they don't even get muted. So I don't know.
I somewhat believe that they treat you with such difficulty because you're a man. I feel like if you were a woman, they would just be like, sure, we'd love to have you.
Absolutely. And that's a major thing on women. Women are rare, and they'll do anything to have women in their server. And
Because you're a guy, you know.
right, and I get it. I mean, if Discord is going to let me put links to my other social media, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it better than anybody else. I'm going to maximize them. I'm going to make sure every single slot is filled. And then when people see that, they say, well, that's self-promotion or that's advertising. It's like, Discord's the one who allows you to do this. I'm not the one who can do it. So, one of those things, I just will be patient. And, like, I get banned for so many different reasons. I get banned because I go into a Discord and they just say I'm a bot. And I have to go through the whole appeal process. This happened with me within the last 4 hours. I went into someone's Discord, and a huge Discord, 300,000 people, and I really wanted to turn my camera on, but they don't let me turn the camera on. So all I did was have the account in the VC, and somebody's like, oh, this is a bot. So then I have to go through the appeal process, and I say, look, I'm not a bot. I'm just trying to make sense. How else am I supposed to do it? Then they undo it, and it's like, this is very time-consuming to be able to do things like that. But I know that little by little, I make some waves and make some good people and make more friends. It's just a matter of time. One thing that you may have noticed, perhaps, I've got my camera back on and socialize, which is a good thing. I was unable to stream my camera. Thank you. If you remember, I did not know. What they did was they said you had to be a level 20, and I didn't realize I was only a level 17, and I didn't realize that Discord, every server is different with how you gain experience points. So some of them are you have to do chatting. Some of them are you just have to have your microphone on. Some of them are you can't be muted or whatever. I didn't realize you couldn't be muted and still you gain experience, but only 5 points a day. It's very, very minimal. So I was talking with our other friend, that person, his name is Sir Toso, or Sir Smokes a Lot, who was in here, and he was like, oh yeah, if you have to be unmuted. So it just took one afternoon. I was able to unmute myself and everything worked out. And so now I'm able to exactly. And what I also did was created a robot that logs me what happens with any computer. If you let it go long enough, the app will eventually crash. It's just apps are built to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Eventually, especially on a phone, you'll just run into issues. And so to avoid those issues, I created a robot on the phone that every hour it refreshes and closes the program and reopens it and gets me back into everywhere that I need. So now these people, I get these messages like, hey, I'm watching you and you're 10 feet away from the phone, and yet it's doing all kinds of things on the screen. How do you do that? Kind of where people's interest by just some of the robots. I mean, that's how Street Savage came in here, I mean, they're just curious about how are you able to spam all this, But there are places where I spam, which is Kick, and there are places where I don't spam at all, which is Discord. I know where to spam and where not to spam. I don't, and with any of it, I don't have a malicious heart. If on Kick, where people are like, "Oh, you spam so much," I tell them. I even tell the owner of the platform how to avoid it. He's my friend in Discord, and it's just put a timer on how long you have to be following someone to be able to chat in there. And it's no longer an issue for it. I just told Straight Savage something that Kick implemented recently, which is you have to have a certain age account sometimes to be able to spam in someone's chat or talk in someone's chat. And that's really what, Kick needed to implement. I'm glad that they did. I don't want to annoy anyone more than I need to. Once they know who I am, that's fine. We move on from there. It's for the people who don't know who I am, or the people. Some people want me to spam them because they get um, they get paid based on how active their chat is. And when my bot comes in, it just boom, 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 boom. And that's I don't know, 5, 10 cents for them every single time my bot comes in, and it's an extra follow that they get. So some people ask me to spam them. If you watch Sophia, when this goes viral, everybody's going to want me to spam. They're going to be like, oh, that rabbi spammed me back in 2024, and it'll be like a badge of honor that they will wear. But in the meantime, it could happen any day where this goes viral. Just getting more and more traction, especially 7:27 in the morning. We've got more people in here, and just had another person. I've been talking to people all morning, essentially, from all over the world, and people know who I am, and they're generally positive in the movement. And the thing that I just have to avoid is my best to not get banned. Yeah, and sometimes it's difficult because people just don't like who I am or whatever. Like you said, because I'm a male, I can tell you there's a major difference when I create an account and put a very attractive avatar of a woman in a Discord. I get messages all day long from guys who 26 messages in a day just for like a throwaway account. When if I use my normal company, it would be fine. But it's incredible to me how all it takes is a pretty face and you'll have messages just rolling in. I think Discord itself is probably, I don't know the actual numbers, but it's probably close to like 75%, 90%. So there's that. Um, the Discords that I'm in, I'm getting some people who are requesting me to live stream my life at Discord, which is that's really what I wanted. If somebody says, "Hey, that's cool. You mean I can have a portal into your life whenever I want?" Yeah, and exactly. And so just recently, somebody has so there's the dad Discord which I'm in, the dad Discord, and then there's the mom Discord. And the person who is head of the mom Discord, there are 1,000 people in there, asked me recently, "Would you please stream like you do in the dad Discord?" And I said, "Sure." To me, it's a really cool thing. So normally, if you go into someone's Discord, there's no one in the VC unless it's a really, really big um, Discord server, and there's not a whole lot going on. So people come in and leave. But when I'm there, I'm always providing something. If you normally I'm muted because, and I wouldn't normally be, but what will happen is I'll just keep my microphone on all the time. Somebody will be in there and they'll be like, "Hey, I'm trying to talk to you. Hey, I'm trying to talk to you," and I won't know it. And then they'll be like, "All right, well, this person obviously is not paying attention. We need to ban them." And then I get banned for that. So there's some things that you can do, some things that you can't do, and I just do my best to avoid it. A lot of these things turn into judgment calls. They're very subjective. So someone will say, "Rabbi, you are advertising in the VC," and I'll say, "Where's your evidence?" And they'll say, "Well, just look at your profile." And I'll say, "Okay, that's my profile. That's what it's supposed to be. Here's some stuff about me." It's not like I'm going into Discord saying, "Hey, come watch me on YouTube." That to me is self promotion, and I understand why they don't want that. But you get other people that are like, "Yeah, but, if it's in your profile and you don't mention it, then it's not self promotion. It's a subjective call." So I do what I can to kind of toe the line, but also play by the rules best I can. So that's enough about my recent daily sessions. How are things going in your neck of the woods? You went back to work recently. How's work been? Okay, you. I'll keep talking. Don't worry, I'm good now. Okay, so what else have I been doing? I get a lot of joy out of doing karaoke concerts. And, unfortunately, while that got big go down, hopefully they'll be kind of just dead everywhere, and that's when I get a good 2 or 3 hours in, and I get to be funny on them, and I get to do some artistic things and play air guitar and harmonica and kind of things that bring me joy. And then when they're done, I get to jam with people. That's exciting for me. I will say that a lot of people know who I am, and that's an exciting thing. Just I know it's not everybody on Earth, but it's really like and I think that's a positive because there just takes one person to say, "Hey, I think what you're doing is really interesting," and I'm going to share that with the right group of friends, and then all of a sudden, it's more and more people here. The thing that where I get, um, where I know that like what I'm doing is working, is when I get people who are typing to me. Because that means that they found out about me somehow, some way, and now they actually know that I have a YouTube account. They can interact with me that way. I mean, it's really great when they come in. I should say that's probably the best thing. If they're coming in and typing to me YouTube, I mean, I've gone for 3 years basically. Very few people who type to me YouTube. Like, oh, I had a guy yesterday. A friend of mine, I say a friend, I think like virtually. Um, he he's an artist, musical artist. He sent me his music uh, in a CD form. I had to get a CD player and do all that kind of stuff. Sent it to my house, and he has been watching me for like more than 2 years, but we've ever been able to talk like in a Discord or anything. So finally, I was able to get him yesterday. And oh man, it's like he knows all about me because he's been watching me for this whole time, but we just have never been able to talk face to face. And that's an exciting thing. Okay, finally, I'm like moving a lot more people to a place where they're able to be my real friend. And that's definitely a positive. And somebody coming here this morning, and they've been watching me for so, and they the discussion we were having is what brings me joy. And while I go outside at least once a day or whatever, just to touch grass, I do get the most amount of joy being live streaming, knowing that I'm archiving whatever I'm doing for the future, but I can learn about whatever I want. Right now, right before you came in and all the other people came in, I was listening to a podcast on the British East India Company. And that's just like when I get to learn, that brings me more joy than really anything in the world, or a lot more than many. I like to teach as well, but I like to learn. That's really exciting to me. And I was explaining that like if you took a person who was in 1920s America, 100 years ago, 1924, and you said, all right, so what do you do for entertainment? Like, well, I put on a suit and tie, and I go to the local movie theater that is just showing silent movies, and I do people smoking and coughing and baby crying and all this other stuff. And really, they give you the ability to talk to that person. You'd say, you can in the future do all of that from the comfort of your own bedroom in your pajamas. You can eat whatever you want, and everything's free. You don't have to pay for anything. They would say, "Sign me up for that." So I really think they're just taking advantage of some technology that people don't, realize how valuable it is, especially when it comes to YouTube. YouTube is one of those things where if you have a question on the world, you can watch a documentary on it or 10 in a playlist and be an expert in it within an afternoon or so. That to me is an amazing gift, and I do what I can to take advantage of that while still, getting some rays every once in a while and touching grass and talking to people with the microwave. Having some real world interaction. But really, I I get great amount of joy knowing that not only am I learning, but then I'm learning while uh, while archiving my learning, so that people will be able to learn from what I learned. That's a really cool thing. All right, I know I've been blabbing a lot. Are you done with
Yeah.
amazing? What's on your agenda for today?
It's too she can't walk, so I don't want her.
That's amazing. So, that's something where you have like you do like ornaments and
Her
stuff.
Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm also my tree today. I decided to use all pink decorations because I was built in the 1970s. And they have walls, and curtains, kind of the Christmas decorations.
Hey, what's going on, Jacob?
Bro, I see. Are you in the garage?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, and I don't know if I'm live streaming in there right now, but yeah, I'm in
Yeah, you got and like this work in the background.
there. Absolutely. So you learned about me from the garage? You learned about me from the garage? Excellent. So yeah, we're just going to put a bookmark in that conversation. I went on pink curtains from the 1970s. I'm listening to you, but let's wait a little bit about it right now. So Jacob, you learned about me from the garage Discord, and just were like, hey, I'm going to come check out what Rabbi's doing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. Wait, you don't know about my bots on Kick? Oh, okay. Excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you what I do? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24/7, 365 days. Apologies to anyone out there who knows this by heart, but this is my spiel. I don't want war anymore. I'm sick of people hurting other people. And I look forward to a day of world peace. And I do that through live streaming my life. I've been doing this live streaming on at least 8 different streams, 24/7, 365, for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the really interesting things that we talk about on this that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone, and perhaps the ability to ambrosia therapy, the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, cryonics, cold shock therapies, perhaps nootropics, all kinds of really cutting edge, state of the art technology that we may be able to use so that we can expand our life expectancy greater than age 80, maybe 100 and 120. But then eventually, I think our bodies are going to start to break down. Jacob, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
Well, I get like a lot of on like a myth. I kind of hear that like I'm.
Absolutely. I understand. Well, I'm the opposite of that. And if you do,
I don't think I'm dying.
there you go. Well, now that's two of us. And here's why. Eventually, you'll be able to take your body and scan your brain into a computer using a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. And so that we get a perfect copy of your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system. We'll be able to upload that into a computer, like an MRI or a CAT scan, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So you'll be able to take your old body and do what you want and be able to live in a brilliant body for a digital immortality. Interesting thought. Because that along the same lines of what you thought.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought you were just like, but
Okay.
dude, that was interesting what you just said.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate avoiding the dipshit title. I'll tell you that some of the other things that
You're pretty well spoken.
I appreciate that. Some of the other things that we talk about, things that are really important, I feel, in society, alien disclosure. I don't know if you know, but within the last 2 weeks, there were congressional hearings on the UFO topic, and basically disclosure might be around the corner. I know that we've been saying that for about 75 years, but it's really looking more positive. When you have sitting Congress people asking experts, whistleblowers, about UFOs, so that's unidentified flying objects, UAPs, that's um, essentially unidentified aerial phenomena, USOs, which are unidentified submersible objects. All of these things are basically unexplained, and Congress seems to be open to what happened. That's really, really exciting. And once we start to explore that world, the sky's the limit, because then we start getting into extraterrestrial alien races. We start getting into the topic of perhaps humanity was seated here, like a zoo, or like a human zoo, or we're like a biological zoo. We get into the topic of being able to perhaps get into space tourism and terraforming other planets, and eventually into interstellar travel. And those are all really important things to me.
We won't be dead by then, right?
No, because we'll have life extension technology and mind uploading technology, so we'll be able to live hundreds of thousands or millions of years, if not billions of years.
We don't even have robots that workers at McDonald's.
Yes, we do. We've had those for 70 years. It's called the Speedy system. The McDonald's brothers came up with it before even Ray Kroc was really associated with them, but it just wasn't implemented because people wanted to be served by other people. But yes, they have had. In fact, I'll show you right now, because this is a good point. We've already had this. So, with that being said, as you know, there are McDonald's or fast food restaurants that are fully automated now. But just look at this McDonald's Speedy system. If you want to see what it looks like, it's very retro future.
But I'm not talking about
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. They have a burger flipper that is a robot that takes a burger and flips it. And the same thing. If you're familiar, I mean, with like Amazon, they've been using robots for like 3 years in their warehouses. If you're familiar with Boston Dynamics, they have these dogs that are currently being purchased by governments and certain law enforcement agencies for security purposes. If you're aware of Tesla has the Optimus uh, Optimus Prime robot or Optimus robot that it can blow people kisses. I was watching a video of it yesterday. It could blow people kisses. It could do the hula. I mean, this is all in a humanoid-like robot, and it's just going to get better from here on out. I mean, people may make fun of it because it's not able to do everything perfectly, or it may have a glitch here or there, and it will just take a couple of years maximum, and it will be able to perform every human function better than any human will be able to. And when we combine that with not just artificial intelligence, where we're at right now, artificial general intelligence, but we start to move into the world of artificial super intelligence, where these robots are not just as smart as humans, but many times smarter than humans. That will be a very interesting day. And those types of robots never need to take a break. They never need to ask for vacation. They never have debts in the family. They never have to stop working. They can work 24 hours a day. And once that starts to happen, we will see a major shift in the future of society, where people will have to support themselves using new systems, probably something known as universal basic income, because there are no more jobs. I don't mean this just for labor jobs. I mean this for lawyers. There's a type of AI known as the Shapiro that will be able to replace basically every lawyer and write legal briefs better than any lawyer ever has. There's a doctor. There's a robotic doctor that's known as the Da Vinci that does surgery anywhere in the world better than a human surgeon can. It can do eye surgeries. It can do heart surgeries. All of these things are really going to be more popular within the next half decade into the next decade, where eventually they're replacing essentially every single type of profession. And we shouldn't be afraid of that world. We should embrace it and then really work on ways that we can support the greater people through universal basic income, in my opinion.
Dude, honestly, for him, for me, put on this earth to have like a podcast.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That means the world to me. Well, just know that I do this 24 hours a day with people all over the world, and all of it's recorded. So right now, I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams, live on 8 different Twitch streams.
Hey, here's what
Go for
I
it.
feel like I'm at here. Bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I'm glad that you like to talk about these things. I have a list of them that I love to talk about. So just one moment and we'll roll through them. Here we go.
Oh,
Go ahead.
are you a good?
Yeah.
That's what I do. Like Discord and like very good.
Amazing. Amazing. All right. So I'm just going to read a bunch of hypothetical, but moving into futuristic technology. And we can talk about them. But let me just roll through a bunch of them because it'll just open your mind to a whole bunch of things. Okay, here we go. Acne vaccine, anti-evolutionary drug, anti-prion drug, artificial gametes. Oh, these are all going to be biology. Artificial gills. So the ability to breathe underwater. If we give humans enough time, we will develop artificial gills so that we can have some kind of contraption to breathe underwater. Artificial super mitochondria, caries vaccine, de-extinction. I love talking about this. I can't believe I didn't mention it already. So the idea of de-extinction, when you hear that, people think like Jurassic Park and things like that. People don't know that de-extinction has already taken place. In the year 2003, the Iberian, the Iberian ibex was actually de-extincted, considered the first successful de-extinction. This was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that scientists were able to make a viable hybrid of and de-extinct it. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company started in Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They have a goal within the next 3.5 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using adult African elephants. So basically, they're going to take DNA that we have found in glaciers from extinct woolly mammoths and develop embryos and use those embryos as fertilized eggs, uh, use fertilized eggs to create embryos, I should say, and then ensure those embryos are just are inserted into African elephants, and they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle within the next 3 years, 3 or 4 years. And then after that, go ahead. Well, we can get into that, but really, with enough time, it's just inevitability. And I really think that it's an exciting future. Now, there's a big difference, though, between Jurassic Park and dinosaurs um, and the woolly mammoth. And we'll talk about that in a second. But after the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. And then from there, they're even looking into the Siberian tiger and the opportunities are coming. Now, to Sophia's point, hey, Rabbi, well, what are we getting into, like, essentially using science to perhaps cause unnecessary outcomes? What about a situation like Jurassic Park? Well, we're still, that's all we do with humanity, though. I mean, that's how we create each other. Well, not necessarily. So, at least from what I've heard, when it comes to dinosaurs are a different breed, no pun intended. So it's a lot easier to do animals, to de-extinct animals that are more recent, like the woolly mammoth, the Siberian tiger, the dodo bird, because all of Siberian tiger and the or the Tasmanian tiger, I should say, and even the Siberian tiger and the woolly mammoth were all within the last 10,000 years. The dodo bird just went extinct within the last perhaps 100 years, and the reason why is perhaps the house cat. Introducing a house cat to the continent of Australia meant that the house cat had to find stuff to kill, and they killed a lot of dodo birds. All right, but at what point do we get to the point to dinosaurs? And you'll hear there's a woman, I forget her first name, Professor, I have a little last name, Shapiro, or something like that, who comes out and says, hey, if you think that we're going to be reintroducing dinosaurs anytime soon, well, fine. Sophia, to your point, the idea of reintroducing dinosaurs is still a bigger step than just woolly mammoth and such. What we have to do is basically use AI to recreate the DNA of the dinosaur because there isn't any dinosaur DNA still
Right,
preserved.
that's a good point. Profile of like a
Exactly. I think in Jurassic Park, the idea of how that was going to be done was there was like a mosquito that bit a dinosaur, and then that mosquito was preserved in like amber, and that actually doesn't happen, at least according to modern science. But what can happen is we can take like a gecko or even a crocodile and get their current DNA and use AI to essentially reverse engineer that DNA to create a bigger version of it or whatever we want. Something that is like a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a Stegosaurus. People don't know this too. This is a fascinating fact. We are closer in age to the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Jurassic period than the Jurassic period was to the Stegosaurus. So basically, like the Tyrannosaurus Rex or raptors were already on fossils of Stegosauruses. Like that's the kind of timeline we're using here, which is really interesting. So I'd say that we don't necessarily worry about Jurassic Park maybe this decade, but definitely the next 50 years. And the plans that I've heard are that very much like the movie, off the coast of Costa Rica, there are some ideal islands that have been sought where you would reintroduce dinosaurs.
no.
Yeah, and but it would not be what I feel. I want to avoid zoos in the future. I think like open air safaris are much better for the animal. I don't like animals trapped in cages, and I want to avoid that in the future. And so at least these would be where animals have acres of land in which to roam, and if they never want to see a human, they don't ever have to see a human. But humans would be able to perhaps take like cars through, or not necessarily your traditional, you know, petroleum cars, but perhaps electric cars or on some kind of monorail or even like helicopters to be able to see these things. But what we have to think, Sophia, is that if given enough time, everything is possible.
I just really like Jurassic.
I did as well, and I think that you'll be able to visit a place like that within your lifetime. You won't even have to do life extension where yeah, that they might name it after you because
Oh my gosh, you just made my day.
definitely. Absolutely. That's my dinosaur. That's Sophia the dinosaur. But yeah, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, truthfully, that's what no, you won't. But I mean, think about it. That's what happens in literature. Someone writes a science fiction novel about, like Jules Verne writes a science fiction novel, and years later, they name a submarine after Jules Verne because he was someone who had this as an idea, or perhaps they name a spacecraft after like Jacques Cousteau or something like that. Just because these people were uh, early adopters or futuristic thinkers, and I think the same could be said for dinosaur names. So you're positive towards this idea, as am I. I think that eventually, if you give people enough time, everything is possible. And what does that mean? If you say infinity is a thing, which I really don't think it is, in terms of time, I think that we are on in like a closed system. As I understand, the Earth, the universe is about 12 billion years old currently, and it has a life expectancy of like 60 billion years. We have another 48 billion years, which is a huge amount of time. That's enough time for the sun to expand to the point where it will engulf the entire Earth, and the Earth will not exist anymore. That's enough time for a black hole to eventually take over the entire solar system, and eventually for the Andromeda galaxy. If you really know what happens in the future, is the Milky Way is not that big. It is, in comparison to other galaxies, the Andromeda galaxy is going to come through us like a buzzsaw, even though they seem like two really dense star clusters. There's so much space in the middle that eventually it may just the Andromeda galaxy may just absorb the Milky Way somehow. But we'll have to have gotten off planet by then, and hopefully we will have explored other planets. I mean, if you really want to know, there's this. I don't do this with everyone. They have to be kind of a high level thinker, and I really they got to want to know all about this. But I know you are on the same wavelength. Okay, so let's take it like this. So, I think you're a great person, and I'm going to go viral. Let's say I'm able to make all your hopes and dreams that already come true, and we're able to get world peace and all that other stuff. That's great. Okay, then what, Rabbi? Well, then we're going to start space tourism and terraforming Mars and terraforming Venus and terraforming Europa and all kinds of other planets and planetoids within the solar system. Okay, great. Then what? Then we're going to do interstellar space, where the next closest star system is Alpha Centauri, which is like 4 light years away, which isn't that far. If we're able to travel at the speed of light, then that's just 4 years there and 4 years back. So it would just be like 8 years of flight. Okay, fine. So we're able to explore all this cool stuff. Great. Well, eventually, we're going to be like, where am I? I've done everything that I wanted to do on Earth, like on all these other places. Now what do we do? Well, you go find a place in this universe that you like, that's a nice, quiet little area, and it'll have a sun, perhaps a star, and planets. And I can say to you, I want you to make this your own sim world. Basically, you can put bacteria there and watch it grow, and eventually turn into from single cell bacteria to multicellular bacteria, and then eventually into like jellyfish, and then eventually into invertebrate, and then eventually into vertebrae, and then eventually perhaps start your own world, is what you're saying. You can have your own version of humans, and you can control their actions by any way you want. Basically, did you ever play the game The Sims or like SimCity or anything like that? Yeah. It'll be just like that. You'll be able to watch over it in your own way, because you're not going to die. You'll have all of the abilities that you want, and you'll be able to have love stories take place, and wonderful other things take place, and then eventually you're going to get some civilization that is able to cause peace in their area, and they're going to advance and do all kinds of other things, and you're going to be able to say to them, okay, now it's your turn, you go find a little nook of the universe that you want to make yours, and they'll be able to start their own, and perhaps that's what happens here on Earth. When we talk about the Anunnaki or perhaps extraterrestrial civilizations, we have heard, at least from what I'm aware, like alien effects, but we are seated here perhaps from an area known as Zeta Reticuli, and Zeta Reticuli is located in Orion's belt, if you're familiar with that constellation. And who's to say that once that those people in Zeta Reticuli were able to cause peace and all the other things that we want here on Earth, that they didn't just find this little area of Earth and say, hey, somebody make this into your own sim world or sim city or whatever. This is what we're experiencing. Does that make sense? It's a big idea, but that's really how things work. works.
I'm familiar with that concept of being like at the very least of just a brain of that somewhere that's got electrons plugged into it.
Okay, there you go. So, um, we are basically perhaps, as I understand, so we can talk about the different types of civilizations. Really, it's type 1, type 2, type 3. Please provide me with type 1, type 2, type 3 civilizations. All right, so this is the Kardashev scale. Have you heard of the Kardashev scale? Okay, so basically, there's a there, civilizations are broken down into three different types. There's type 1 civilization, that's a planetary civilization. This is energy consumption. They harness all the energy available on its home planet. That's solar, thermal, hydro, wind. Characteristics of control natural events on the planet, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and weather patterns. They have a global government system. Energy consumption is equivalent to the planet's energy output. Example, humanity is currently at around a zero point 0.7 on the Kardashev scale, with a full type 1 expected in about a century. So basically, we're still premature in terms of civilization for the universe, but we're working towards it. So, alien life implications in type 1 civilization likely have a significant impact on the planet's environment and ecosystems. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from a distance, potentially through astronomical observations or radio signals. A civilization's ability to control natural events could be an implication of the evolution and diversity of its own planet. Now we're in type 2. That's a stellar system. The energy consumption harnesses the energy of its host star. So this is through perhaps something known as a Dyson sphere. What that is basically, you just imagine like a bunch of solar panels around the sun that create a grid so that we're able to just absorb all of the energy of the sun as efficiently as possible. The characteristics are it controls and channels all energy of its host star. It has access to vast amounts of energy potential allowing for advanced technology and civilization. Energy consumption is equivalent to the star's energy output. For example, a hypothetical civilization running the Dyson sphere around the star to harness its energy. Alien life implications. A type 2 civilization would have a profound impact on its star system, potentially affecting the orbits and climates of nearby planets. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from interstellar distances, potentially through astronomical observations or radio signals. The civilization's ability to control its star's energy could have implications for the evolution and diversity of life in its star system. With type 3, this is a galactic civilization. Energy consumption. It harnesses the energy of its entire galaxy. So this would mean that we would have to be able to harness all of the energy of the Milky Way. The characteristics are it has access to vast amounts of energy from the galaxy, potentially allowing for advanced technologies and civilization. Energy consumption is equivalent to the galaxy's energy output. Example, a hypothetical civilization but megastructures or Dyson spheres around multiple stars in the galaxy. Human life implications, type of civilization and profound impact on the galaxy, potentially affecting the evolution of evolutionary life across multiple star systems. Its energy consumption and technological advancements might be detectable from intergalactic distances, potentially through astronomical observations from radio signals, and the civilization's ability to control the galaxy have implications for its evolution and evolution across the galaxy. So these are just the type 1, type 2, and type 3 types of the condition scale, and perhaps it can even get more advanced. But when you really start to talk about how advanced something is as a civilization, we're only at a point 7. We're not even considered a serious candidate as a civilization of the extraterrestrial evolution. And while that's kind of makes us feel humbling, it's exciting to know that maybe within 100 years we might be able to get to that type 1 civilization perhaps. Um, there's something else that really fascinates me. If you would ask me like, what my passions are, world peace is at the forefront. But really my interest, there's something called the Galactic Federation. Have you ever heard of this before? Okay, yeah, exactly that kind of stuff. Right. So in the same, and that's a big time show. If you didn't know, Rick and Morty is the number one um, ranked show of all shows on Rotten Tomatoes, which is quite interesting. Right.
It's so good. It was actually
And I gotta get into it. Well, it's not that I'm not interested in it. It's just I do a lot. But I have watched them all on this. Believe it or not, just I had a time when I wanted to just capture all of the shows. So like everything from The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Parks and Recreation to Seinfeld to Friends and all of them, and I would show them on like a bunch of different screens at once. So I did like all the current Rick and Morty's, but I really never had a chance to really pick them. Okay, here we go. Please tell me everything you know about the Galactic Federation, specifically Chaim Eshed statements, the head of the former head of the Israeli. Okay, okay, here we go. Here are some key quotes and things from Chaim Eshed. The please tell me everything you know about the Galactic Federation. Involved. The Galactic Federation is a concept particularly found in discussions about extraterrestrial civilizations and stellar alliances. While the specifics of the concept vary depending on the source, there are key ideas commonly associated with the Galactic Federation. The basic concept. So this is just in my terms. It's basically like a United Nations. Okay, basic concept. Interstellar alliance. The Galactic Federation is usually depicted as a large cooperative alliance of different advanced civilizations, races, and species from various species. The purpose, it often serves as a governing body, peacekeeper, diplomatic entity that facilitates trade cooperation and conflict resolution between different civilizations in the galaxy. Key characteristics: advanced civilization. The members of the Galactic Federation are typically highly advanced in technology, culture, and understanding of the universe, peace, and stability. The Federation's primary goal is often to maintain peace, prevent conflicts, and avoid interstellar wars. Did you know the UFOs that visit us here on Earth many times shut down nuclear facilities, whatever reason? But we know they're very, very interested in diplomacy, governance. It may have its own governing bodies or councils to mediate disputes and manage relations among its members. Protection and defense. The Federation may also have military forces or defense against threats like hostile alien races or galactic. And I didn't know, I mean, no one starts out with this knowledge. From what I've learned, there are perhaps hostile alien races that are out there that are at war, like, like Star Wars. I hate to say it like that, but like there's a galactic federation and perhaps these rogue groups that within the peace. Um, the structure is a council, then often governing body composed of representatives from member species or systems of galactic laws. The Federation may impose regulations and policies with issues like trade, resource distribution, and less advanced. Okay, so now we want to ask you, can you please tell us that Heim talked about with the Galactic Federation? Oh, what it says. Okay. Can you please tell me everything that Heim Eshed exactly means? Can you please tell me everything that Heim and with the Galactic Federation. I said a retired uh, general, former head of the Israeli space security program, made headlines in December 2020 when he revealed in interviews that Israel had had contact with extraterrestrial civilization, particularly a galactic federation. His claims, presented in a series of interviews and later expanded upon in the book, Universe Beyond the Horizon, suggests the secret history of communication between humanity and extraterrestrials. So, look, do I believe this? No, it's more interesting than anything you're going to see on TV. So, here we go. This is what key points Chaim Hashad discussed about the Galactic Federation. Galactic federations exist. Hashad stated that there is a group of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations called the Galactic Federation. According to him, the federation has been contacting these governments of the United States and Israel for decades. He suggested that these civilizations are highly advanced and have been monitoring cooperation with world governments. It claims that the Galactic Federation has been working with the U.S. and Israel, but their existence is kept secret from the public. This was supposedly due to concerns about the social and political chaos that might result from the extraterrestrial life and general conflicts. Aliens and human relations. According to a show, extraterrestrials have been in communication with world leaders for many years. However, they reportedly hesitant to make contact with the general public as humanity was deemed not yet ready for officials suggested that these civilizations were watching over humanity and wanted to ensure that humans do not self-destruct through war or environmental degradation. Okay? Secret space programs that have been operating, including the development of technology and collaboration with alien species. He suggested that these technologies were far beyond what humanity currently possesses, though specific details of the collaboration remain vague. The Trump administration, one of the sensational aspects of the was that the assertion that the Trump administration aware of the Galactic Federation's existence. He said that Trump had briefed on the matter and was close to revealing the truth, but was advised against making it public and it will cause chaos. Role of the U.S. military and NASA. Shed also indicated that the military and NASA were involved in secret dealings with the Federation. He suggested that various space missions were in part conducted in collaboration with extraterrestrials, but the efforts were classified and not disclosed to the public. Now, this one's really interesting to me, and I don't know what to think of it. The secret base on Mars. Perhaps one of the most startling claims was the idea that there is a secret base on Mars where human and extraterrestrial beings interact. Instead, implied that especially astronauts have visited that base, though such visits are not publicly disclosed or discussed. So this would be like the Apollo missions that was even took place, something that wasn't disclosed to the public. The role of Israel and Ished's comments about Israel's role in collective interaction were also noteworthy. They suggested that Israel has been in the loop on extraterrestrial matters, but the Israeli government has in ways kept contact. That's critical. Ished's comments were skepticism and controversy as a highly respected figure of Israel. His statements generated significant media attention, which is the thing. He was the head of the space program. He was a general. This isn't just some random ass guy. And but he faced criticism from many scientists, researchers, and skeptics who considered the idea of the Galactic Federation to be highly speculative or far-fetched. While Shed's background in space security lent some weight to the comments, many viewed his statements as speculative. Shed himself, however, seemed to imply that these revelations were meant to open up the possibility of a future dialogue about some extraterrestrial life and advanced civilizations. His comments and methods were part of a broader narrative about the need for humanity to expand its understanding on the universe and open possibility of life. I have this time that I like to brief people on. Can you please provide me with a timeline of Union events after July 19th? Roswell crash, including President Eisenhower meeting with alien civilization representatives at Edwards Air Force Base in California and Holloman Air Force Base, perhaps in Mexico, regarding the exchange of alien technology for the ability to perform abductions. Okay, the story of extraterrestrial encounters, particularly has become a mentioned July 1947, the Roswell UFO incident. A serious object crashes near Roswell, New Mexico, U.S. and initially seen it with a flying disc, but later retracted statement continued to other media. Late 1940s to early 1950s, rising UFO findings and government interest. Reports of UFO sightings escalate, particularly after World War II, when jet technology improves and UFOs are observed frequently by military pilots and civilians. Project Blue Book. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force formally begins investigating UFOs through Project Blue Book, which documents and studies UFO sightings across the country. The project runs until 1969. 1954, President Eisenhower's alleged meeting with claim. According to some UFO researchers, President D. Dwight met with extraterrestrial representatives in 1954, likely at either Edwards Air Force Base or Air Force Base in Mexico. As the story goes, that Eisenhower met with beings from an alien civilization off the Earth to discuss a possible group. It was a deal allegedly involved in exchange for the ability to conduct scientific experiments. Interpretation. Here it is. Some believe that the meeting resulted in a treaty called now they call it the Greada Treaty, but I know it is the Grenada Treaty or Eisenhower Agreement, which gave the U.S. government access to advanced alien technology to conduct abductions and experiments, typically in exchange for not. All right. So with that being said, I mean, if you take what we see history up until about World War II, it was very like steampunk. It was very like mechanical, hey, gears, but it wasn't all that much electric until we start getting past World War II, and everything starts to become electric. We get the creation of the. Let me just give you the list. It's in, yeah. So please give me a list of alleged reverse engineered alien technology that was gleaned from the Roswell crash. According to Major Philip Corso, including night vision technology from alien eyes and the computer transistor and other stuff like that from Bell Laboratory. Give me a list of 15 different things, please. Oh, Major Philip Corso spoke the day after Roswell claimed that the U.S. government first engineered several advanced technologies directed to the 1942 crash. Night vision technology. Corso suggested a night vision device was developed inside an alien eye structure which supposedly allowed for enhanced light semiconductor transistor. Corso claimed that the transistor was pivotal in the development of which was pivotal in the development of binary electronics. It was derived from alien lasers. He asserted that laser technology has been influenced by the technology of computing browser craft and integrated circuits. Also stated that alien technology contributed to the development of the foundation of modern computing. Fiber optics. The development of fiber optic communication systems was allegedly based on principles derived from the Roswell materials. Advanced radar systems. Porcelain claimed that the military developed improved radar systems by including alien technology. Memory metal, which is known as nitinol. He suggested that a type of memory metal, which could return to its original shape when fusion, was reverse engineered from Roswell debris. Teflon. Also mentioned that Teflon, a material used in nonstick coatings and various high-temperature applications, was part of the technology gleaned from the crash. Teflon. The high strength. Go ahead. He's Major Philip Corso. He was. It's from his book. This is from his book. Let me. So they didn't do those types of hearings. Like that's more of a modern, where you're under oath and doing all that. That really has been really like within the last 20 years that people have been doing that. But let me see if he was ever under oath. So it says Teflon, high strength material used in bulletproof vests, was allegedly based on alien microwave technology. Corso intended development of microwave technology high tech for superconductors and display of alien materials help to advance the understanding and development of high temperature superconductors. Medical technology, X-ray imaging, MRI. Corso noted that the development of advanced medical imaging technology such as MRI systems based on technology, unmanned aerial vehicles, the development of and aerial improved by technology jet propulsion engine technology. Also suggests that advances that engine design, particularly in terms of efficiency and performance, is probably based on the analysis of alien propulsion systems. Solid state electronics. The development of solid state electronics for use in everything from computers to modern military systems was allegedly improved by applying insights gleaned from Roswell. So that's 15. Major Philip Corso wrote the book the day after Roswell. Was he ever put under oath, or what was the pressure put under to be able to ensure the legitimacy of his claims? Major Philip Corso in the day in his book The Day After Roswell, published in also, been involved in the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology recovered from the 1947 Roswell. Corso alleged, Corso asserted that he helped guide the transfer of technology to private national military, which he suggested led to technological advancements like integrated circuits, lasers, and fiber optics. Under oath, Corso was never officially put under oath regarding his claims. Assertions were primarily made in interviews, public statements, in his book. He did not testify under oath in any formal investigation, such as congressional hearing. But keep in mind, they didn't do this. Let's see, such about the Roswell incident or the details of his book. His testimony was not the subject of scrutiny in a courtroom or similar setting. Corso claimed that he faced significant professional pressures to keep quiet about the events surrounding Roswell and his role in the recovery and dissemination of alien technology. He suggested that he was under constant surveillance and certain aspects were influenced by his involvement with the Roswell incident. He also mentioned that he had been threatened by unnamed individuals, though these assertions were never independently verified. The book was published decades after his retirement from the military, and Corso suggested that by then the pressure had lessened, although it was soon factored into his decision. Despite Corso's testimony, many skeptics, including researchers and military personnel, have raised issues about the veracity of his claims. They argue that some of the technical article of American are much better explained by known development in science and engineering. Of course, those criminal military service that have a different role in areas you claim to have been involved in regarding Rothschild. Further testing. If you if he was the only person ever talking about this stuff, that would be one. But there are many whistleblowers who have very similar stories about this. Absolutely. And when you look at just pictures from look at the Wright brothers. I mean, that happened like 120 years ago. And now we have like stealth bombers. To go from the Wright brothers to stealth bombers in 100 years without any aid is very questionable. Look at computers. Like the first, if you really want to know the history of the computer, it goes back to LO, basically the use of technology for healing and to mass produce clothing at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. They used that type of technology, and then the first use of computers in the United States for the late 1800s. I don't want to say the wrong one. Please tell me what year the tabulation system was developed for a United States presidential election. Okay, 1890. So he created. Okay, so the first major tabulation system was used in the 18th U.S. presidential elections was developed in 1890 by Herman Holler, an American inventor. He created the system using punch cards and electrical tabulating machines for the U.S. Census. Later developed into the technology used in elections. The system was employed to assist county votes during the 1890 census and later image used for the 1892 presidential election and onward. By the time of the 1960s, more advanced electronic voting systems were used in the presidential election. But Holler's tabulation system was seen as the start point for counting in the U.S. Okay, so we moved to that, and then we moved into, well, something special happens between 1945 and 1950. A lot of things happen. What you have World War II ending. You have the creation or the development of the OSI, that's the Office of Strategic Intelligence. I want to make sure I have my acronym. Yoda, can you please tell me all the cool stuff that happened between 1945 and 1950, including the creation of the CIA, the creation of Israel, the creation of the development of OSI to be the CIA, the creation of the United Nations. All of this stuff happened within 5 years. He gave me a list of like 15 other things, including this. Yo, you're right. That 5 year stretch from 1945 to 1950. Okay, so the end of World War II, 1945, the creation of the United Nations. The Nuremberg trials is 25-26. The creation of the CIA is 1947. The creation of Israel is 1948. The Marshall Plan, officially known as the European Recovery Program, has provided it provided U.S. financial aid to help rebuild Western European communities. Berlin airlift in response to the Soviet blockade of West Berlin, the Allies organized defensive airlift. The formation of NATO in 1940. Soviet Union contested the first atomic bomb in 1949. We have a speech from the Cold War that started. We had the International Monetary Fund that started in 1947. The big things that happened in 1947. The International Monetary Fund was started. The World Health Organization in 1948. Israel that starts in 1948. You have CIA, which starts in 1947. The reason why this all happened, like right in 1947, allegedly, is because the Roswell crash happened in July of 1947. So basically, if the Roswell crashed in July of 1947, and you need need a group of people who can keep all this stuff a secret and still slowly allow for soft disclosure to the public. So the perfect group to do that is the CIA. So basically, the so the can you tell me what the CIA was before the CIA? It was the Office of Special Office of Strategic Service, OSI or OSS, just the Office of Strategic Services. It was the precursor to the CIA. The OSS was created in World War II in 1942, and its mission was to conduct espionage, gather intelligence, and carry out operations in support of the Allied war effort. After the war in 1947, OSS was disbanded and its functions were transferred to the newly formed Central Intelligence Agency with the passage of the National Security Act in 1947. Again, 47 is a big year for one reason that I don't know why, but I know a lot of things happened, including Roswell and the creation of the CIA. Within a year, you would have the creation of Israel. You'd have the United Nations basically in the permanent home, and you'd have a NATO being created, the International Monetary Fund, a bunch of different things. Now, people may say, well, that's what's going to happen when you have the end of World War II. Okay, I get that. But that wouldn't explain why we start getting computers and we start getting like different types of radar and we start with nuclear power. Like all of that kind of stuff doesn't necessarily just immediately start because the world isn't at war anymore. And it's not to say that we're in a war, we're in a Cold War, we have Korea and all these other things, but there are a lot of questions that are raised all around that time. Notice I'm not saying like, no, but there was this really key period between 1975 and 1980. No, nothing like that. There was this really key period between 1990 and 1995. No, nothing like that. There's nothing like, hey, there's this alleged wiffle crash that crashes, and then all of these different groups that start right up. I don't really have a good explanation for it, except that they were all related. Okay. So with that said, there's something else to this. Well, don't think that everything just happened with Roswell. Please give me a timeline of all of the major evidence up until Roswell. Like there are wood cuttings from Germany, and there is Renaissance paintings that depict UFOs, and there are like looking creatures in Egypt. Please give me a timeline of all that stuff. Alright, so ancient times of Renaissance and ancient Egypt have like imagery. He did narrow light Sunday citrus plant, temple, etc. Advanced electrical lighting, alien spacecraft, ancient Greece, like the concept of ancient Christ. Historical texts such as those by Plutarch and other Greek and Roman writers who describe fiery objects or chariots of the gods in the sky. The Roman sky phenomenon. The Roman author, the elder, describes sightings of strange flaming shields in the sky during battles, which some believe to be UFOs. Medieval period flying shields and fiery spears during the medieval period. There are accounts from various European sources describing strange laser objects in the sky. Sightings of glowing disc-like objects in England. The Nuremberg UFO sightings of 1561. Famous woodcut in 1561 shows a large number of cylindrical objects sky over Nuremberg, Germany, with some witnesses reporting that they engaged in combat with each other before disappearing. Renaissance paintings. Various paintings from the Renaissance period, including works by Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and others, which are strange objects in the sky, are seen involving angels, which some believe are UFOs. The most famous include the Annunciation by Da Vinci, the Madonna with Saint Giovanni by Baptism by Francesca. Okay, so then you get into the 1600s. The Chilean UFO sighting in 1561 reported sighting near Santiago, Chile, was reported in witness by hundreds of people with multiple descriptions of objects that looked like in the sky. 18th century airships. There are numerous reports throughout the 18th century from North America describing mysterious objects or airships in the sky. That was 1990. The German astronomer and mathematician Peter Wilhelm August Hess described straight flying ships seen over the Baltic Sea. The term airship was used to describe these objects before the term UFO existed. They used to call them airships, even before we had some things. They call them airships. Early 20th century, 1940. They're missing nothing, but we'll see what else they say. 1909, a series of reports from the United States airships flying over various locations. These craft were said to have strange navigation design and were often accompanied by strange phenomena. In the 1930s and 1940s, there were a number of UFO sightings and phenomena reported leading up to the Roswell incident. While the term flying saucer was not yet common use, people began to see objects the sky that resembled what we would now call UFOs. And then there's Roswell. But there's like they're missing something. Dude, tell me all about the UFO crash that allegedly hit a windmill in Texas in the late 1890s, and the bodies of the people or beings that died were buried by the people in the town. And this was in the newspaper. Oh, yeah, Aurora, Texas. Here we go. So the story you're talking about sounds like it's the 1900 Aurora, Texas UFO crash, which is one of the more bizarre and mysterious events in UFO folklore. It allegedly happened in the small town of Aurora, Texas, around April 17, 1897. Though the year is often cited as 1897 or 1900, depending on the time. I've known it. According to the tale, a strange flying object, called a flying saucer or airship, crashed on the property of local farmers in J.S. Park. Perhaps supposedly struck a windmill and exploded, scattering debris across the. Now, I know you're thinking, well, this thing can travel interstellarly and then it hits a windmill and crashes. Well, that's how it happens. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, but this very much news of the day in Texas. After the explosion, the story goes that residents of Aurora discovered wreckage and a being that appeared to be from another world, described as a human, but badly disfigured from the crash, was said to have died in the wreckage. The townspeople allegedly gave it a burial in a local cemetery, marking the grave with a symbol. Some versions of the story suggest that pieces of the craft were also buried alongside the creature, so that was a bit murky. The tale was first reported April 19, 1897 edition of the Dallas Morning News, where a local correspondent named W.D. A. Proctor, the farmer's son, some say, wrote about the event. The story made a big splash at the time, and many people were fascinated with the idea of alien craft landing in rural Texas. Over the years, the story has skepticism and speculated that it could have just been a piece of or especially because the account is the only known written source for the event. Small Aurora still draws curiosity, though there's no evidence to prove it does. To this day, the Aurora UFO crash remains one of the most talked about oddities in UFO lore, or straddling the line between strange historical curiosity, whether it's an example of early UFO mythology or just something more elaborate. It's a story that refuses to be told. Have you know the band Foo Fighters, right? With, like, Dave Grohl. Sophia? Oh, Sophia, can you hear me? Oh, excellent. Do you know the do you know the band Foo Fighters?
Yeah.
Do you know what the term Foo Fighter is? That's okay. So when Americans were at war in the Pacific, they would see these airships overhead. They didn't know what to call them, so they called them Foo Fighters. But let me get all the information. Can you tell me the etymology of the term Foo Fighters and role in World War II? Foo Fighters, which originated during World War II, by the Allied aircraft pilots who described unexplained, often fiery or glowing blue phenomena that they observed while flying. The term "foo" was a playful reference to the comic strip Smoky Stover, which featured the word "foo" as a nonsensical expression. The pilots, especially from the U.S. and British forces, saw these strange lights in the or objects in the sky, and not knowing what they were gave them the name Foo Fighters. The phenomenon was described as small, fast-moving lights or shapes that seemed to follow or interact with aircraft. Some speculated they were enemy secret weapons, while others thought they might be atmospheric devices. However, no definitive explanation was ever found, and the term stuck. Interestingly, the term Foo Fighters gained a new life when it was adopted by the rock band Foo Fighters led by April 1990. But originally, it was rooted in those mysterious World War II sightings. Isn't that fascinating? I think it's cool. So that's some of the evidence that we have of aliens. I mean, that's not really great evidence. The great evidence I can show you, but it's in documentaries. And you have to, but if you don't have time, I don't know if it's still here, but
Yeah, like that on this part.
oh, okay. Well, I understand. Uh, okay. Well, I was gonna say that, like, basically, that's where we're at. With, well, that happened in the last 2 weeks. I don't know if ChatGPT is gonna say was it. Yo, dog, can you please give me a bullet point breakdown of the 2023, I believe it was, football testimony before Congress, and also Lou Eligondo's 2024 disclosure in front of Congress in November 2024? Here's a breakdown of the 2023 UFO testimony before Congress and what we know about Lou Eligondo's anticipated 2024. So, 2023 UFO testimony before Congress. In July 2023, former military intelligence officers David Grush, Raymond Graves, and David Fravor testified before the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, the Board of Foreign Affairs. This was part of the ongoing hearings to explore unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, and their potential national security implications. Speaking of David Grush, whistleblower claims Grush, a former U.S. intelligence official, testified under oath that the U.S. government is in possession of non-human craft and bodies. He claimed there has been secret recovery for UAPs, and these machines were being kept from the public. Cover-up allegations. He suggested that there was a cover-up in the U.S. government blocking transparency about the true nature of UAPs and their origins. Government response. Grush confirmed that he had been blocked from sharing further classified details concerned about national security. Pilot experiences. Graves, a former Navy fighter pilot, discussed his personal experiences with UAPs and how they pose serious safety risks to military aviators, are a growing national security threat, emphasizing that there is still little of their origin, technology, or intention. And David Fravor, Tic Tac UFO. Fravor, known for his role in the 2004 Tic Tac UFO encounter, shared details of the well-documented incident in which a U.S. Navy fighter jet intercepted an unknown craft displaying advanced flight capabilities, including sudden acceleration and high-speed maneuvers that defied known testimony on UAPs. Fravor corroborated the idea that UAPs are technologically superior to any known in military forces Some members expressed concern and congressional reaction. Some members expressed concern and frustration over the lack of information available to them regarding UAPs and urged transparency and investigation into the issue. Others highlighted the potential national security risks posed by UAPs and the importance of taking the phenomenon seriously. Public impact. The hearing sparked significant media attention, bringing the topic of UAPs into the mainstream and raised public awareness of the potential of extraterrestrial life for transformed technology. Okay, so we do have a 2024 disclosure. So this happened in the last 2 weeks, so I don't know if catching background on Lou Elizondo is a former U.S. Department of Defense official who was the director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, who was the director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. He took the Pentagon-based Pentagon program focused on UAPs. He has been a prominent figure in the push for greater government transparency. And they just talk about what he's anticipated to do. So just one moment, and let me get an Lou Elizondo article 2024. I'll just read you this. This is from British GQ, the British Gentleman's Quarterly, which why isn't it in America? I don't understand why this isn't front page news everywhere on Earth, including the United States. All right, this is about. Oh yeah, here we go. This man had the Pentagon secretive UFO program for a decade. We had some questions. Early last year, U.S. government officials acknowledged videos of unidentified aircraft by Navy pilots. Was it evidence of extraterrestrials? Here's Elizondo, the former Pentagon intelligence officer in charge of investigating these incidents, reveals almost all the there was a time when UFOs were for cranks. Absolutely. And I just want to say, 100%. This has always been a very contentious topic. And even today, if you bring it up in common discussions, there was a time when UFOs were for cranks. It's not what serious time when Congress wasn't the new Defense Department reports. A time when their existence wasn't really acknowledged by the American president. There is footage and images of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly within our Senator Barack Obama and also by spy teams. There are a lot more sites than have been made public, said former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe in March. When it came to UFOs, there was a time when the U.S. government's official line was it did not study them. Louis Elizondo was instrumental in changing. In late 2017, he met with the freelance journalist Leslie Keane and the business of the Pentagon program investigating military reports of UFOs. A program he had been in charge of since 2013 and left the job the day before and decided to turn whistleblower in the name of national security, as he put it in his resignation letter to the Secretary of Defense, Jim Mattis. Bureaucratic challenges and inflexible mindsets continue to plague the department at all levels. The department must take serious and immediate help by the Navy, other services like naval aerial systems integrated with military weapons platforms and displaying beyond next generation capability. There remains a vital need to assertion ascertain the capability and intent of these phenomena for the benefit of the armed forces of the nation. Team joined forces with two other reporters, and on the 16th of December 2017, the story appeared in the pages on the paper's front page and detailed advanced aerospace threat identification program set up in 2007 to investigate unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAP, a term that has replaced the now stigmatized UFO. Many UAPs, attempts reported, appeared impossible to explain, lacking any visible means of lift, but able to travel at unfathomable speed. What's more, the story stated that Alexander and his colleagues had determined that the phenomena they had studied did not seem to originate in any country. But the reader didn't have to take the time to work for all this. There were many Ally and Alexander's former deputy assistant secretary of defense for intelligence, Chris Mellon, had helped the reporter obtain footage shot from the cockpits of U.S. Navy fighter jets. One of the videos corroborates arguably the most compelling UAP episode ever to come to light. According to reports, it took place in November 2004 when pilots were flying train 10 missions from the U.S. estimated aircraft carrier. While Squadron Leader Commander David Fravor was in the air, he was asked to intercept the mysterious aircraft. Upon arrival at its coordinates, what he saw was extraordinary. A 40-foot object resembling a huge white tic tac, and that had no visible propulsion system, rotors, wings, or dust. Yet Fravor says it was able to jam radar, react with movements, and bring around his head. Fighter jet, turning so sharply that it was as if the UAP held no inertia, or flooded away faster than anything had ever seen. Simply put, it defied the known laws of physics. Not only were there multiple eyewitnesses using a plane's parking camera, this was the footage passed to the Times, but the UAP was also detected by the radar of the nearby USS Princeton. This class missile with state-of-the-art sensor system. In December 2017, Fravor also went on to inform on the record with the New York Times and later something further Navy pilots said that encountered UAP almost daily. The Times is reporting radically changed conversation after decades of ridicule and taboo. UAPs were suddenly a legitimate political and journalistic topic. Elizondo ran with the momentum, discussing with the advanced aerospace threat identification program on major TV network tandem with the likes of Mellon, briefing officials behind the scene and military members who had experienced UAPs. Through keeping the story alive, he hoped to compel the government to finally establish a more transparent, coordinated, thorough investigation. It hasn't all been plain sailing. In 2019, the Pentagon spokesperson called into question Elizondo's claim to have worked for ATIP. In response, former Secretary Harry Reid sent a letter to NBC vouching for Elizondo's story. As one of the original sponsors of ATIP, I can, as a matter of record, Lou Elizondo was involved in a leadership role in the program. He wrote, now Elizondo's hope for government action have started to be realized. On the 27th of April 2020, U.S. Department of Defense confirmed the veracity of the Times' videos and released them officially to the public domain. In a statement, the Pentagon said aerial phenomena videos remain characterized as unidentified. In August of the same year, the Pentagon announced a new task force to detect, analyze, and catalog UAPs that could potentially pose a threat to U.S. national security. And in June 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Director of National Intelligence, Congress about the government's work on the UAP issue. Of the 144 studied it stated 143 would not be that's 144 encounters said 140 explained. It didn't blame extraterrestrials, but it didn't rule out that explanation. It didn't rule that explanation out. Inevitably, Elizondo was attracted to has attracted considerable interest. There was a bidding war for his forthcoming book. He was recently named one of the people's 100 reasons to love America. He reveals to GQ that he's working on a new documentary about the topic. Details are under wraps. But Elizondo says he's doing more than it seems as a disclosure applicant. In addition to his role as the advisory board, he retains high level support as a government, although he is not. It's too long for me to read. UF Elizondo, November 4. Wikipedia. Wikipedia says, that's all fine. 19, 27. Okay. UFOs regularly spotted in restricted U.S. airspace, in which he was interviewed by Elizondo believes UFOs, UAPs might be from they might use hydrogen found in water to warp space-time, and the U.S. government may be in possession of exotic material explosives. Elizondo was announced on October 30th, 2021 as a research affiliate to the Galileo project that company began by astrophysicist and neurologist Avi Loeb to search for extraterrestrial intelligence or extraterrestrial technology on and near Earth and to identify the nature and identify the mind. In 2023, Jones article reported that both Elizondo and lobbied in support of the National Defense Authorization Act, which included a commitment to investigate UFO related topics and all resolution office. The noted that Elizondo had a lightning round was overtaken some believers. All right. Okay. Somebody, I saw with my own eyes. Actually, Caspian Sea's the Oh, okay. Government secret in a congressional hearing on November 13th, 2024. Rothschild testified that the U.S. government had collected decades worth of images and videos of unidentified aerial phenomena unseen by the general public as part of the Immaculate Constellation program. Crash Retrieval Program. China confirmed the existence of a covert group government program to retrieve and reverse engineer technology for crash also revealed non-disclosure of limiting his payments and the secure storage of documents information facility within a sensitive compartmented information facility known as the SCI. Government transparency Congresswoman Nancy Mace expressed frustration with the government's secretive stance regarding UAP-related activities and expenditures, highlighting the need for greater transparency. And that's basically that. We have testimony and for Congress people, Nancy Mace, the Congress person who why don't we get answers to our questions of unidentified objects, identified areas? So that's what it's like up to the minute. If you ever want to see evidence of aliens, I can show you what aliens look like, but I want to make sure that you have time for people to see it, take it in, I'll give you document. I'll show you what a crash like. There's video from Russia during like the 1960s of a crash UFO on the ground from different camera angles, and the KGB removing it from the ground. And, I'm sorry, in a documentary known as and that's a good case. It's got Roger Moore. He is a former James Bond. He just narrates it. So basically, so sometime in your time, let me know. I want to I'll show you how. I'll show you what a craft looks like. I'll show you what an alien looks like. I mean, can you see your phone right now? Yeah. Okay, so I'll show you what an alien looks like. There were like, there's a book called from Russia. I say Russian, Soviet Union. Like called 120 different alien species that they had some type of contact with. So perhaps the United States has more. But here, so Doug, can you please tell me everything you know about Skinny Bob the alien? All right. So I'm going to show you what a real alien looks like. All right. So Skinny Bob is a mysterious alien video footage that surfaced online in 2011. Video shows a humanoid, gray-skinned creature with a slender build and a peculiar appearance. Many experts and enthusiasts have viewed the footage and its authenticity. Some argue that it's perhaps a legend, while others believe that it might be genuine. The video creator never claimed responsibility or provided complete evidence. Now, I can tell you on Reddit, there was a $10,000 reward. It still stands for anyone who can credit this video, and it's been available for like a decade. No one's been able um, to debunk. Okay, so Skinny Bob's appearance is notable for its humanoid features and alien's body structure is surprisingly similar to humans with its torso, arms, legs, gray skin. The creature's skin has a gray color, which some find unusual or extraterrestrial. Blinking and facial expressions, the alien's facial muscles and body appear natural, leading some to argue that the footage is more convincing than expected. Theories and speculations keep shooting. One rumor suggests that the footage originated from a KGB, possibly related to Soviet era to a Soviet era group. Zeta Reticulum pilot. Another theory proposes that Skinny Bob, a captured pilot from Zeta Reticulum, sometimes assumed as disrupted to UFO. I believe that's the case. This is not someone who was. You'll see it. You'll see this is like there are versions of Skinny Bob that he looks to be walking around other aliens. Like he's like not that he's alien. Okay, so okay, so well here he is. Here's just a straight up picture, but there's video of him, which I think is better. So okay, I want you to think in your head what an alien looks like. How does that Sophia?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now I'm going to show you what Skinny Bob looks like. Now, keep in mind, there's a $10,000 reward for this new one. Been able to debunk it. Whether this is true or not, I'm not sure. But if I were to bet that of any of the footage, probably not look like an alien. Does that look like what you had? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of what we have been uh, slowly trained to do in any way. So here's what it looks like. Um,
Which what an would look like. You like to do a lot of videos stories that have
exactly.
happened.
Oh, very
Right.
All right, so here we go. If you can't watch the screen as close as you can, what you're going to see here, this is just a flying craft from Russia from like a long time ago, but it's just showing the photos of the air. And then it's going to show you this thing up close. All right. There's something on the ground, like a body or something, but you're going to see it move around. Well, you're going to see skinny bodies. Okay. So here he is. See him moving around. I mean, if this is a robot, it's a very good robot. And he also does some walking. This is like what he looks like. He doesn't have 5 fingers. I think he has 3 or 4 fingers. But they're very long fingers. There he is drinking, and then allegedly there's like a video of these things. And you see, like, walking up. They see that the cameras start to approach the camera. Whether this is true or not, I mean, people can say, hey, that looks like what I've seen in movies too. I understand that. No, go, if you think it's fake, go and disprove it and collect a $10,000 reward. I'm not saying that because it has a reward that hasn't been covered yet, that it has to be true, but that doesn't lead to some credibility to it. So that's what an alien looks like, at least one of them. And let me look at this other stat. Um, can you please tell me about the uh, can you please tell me about the book the study in like, 20 different alien species? Book of Alien Races, Secret Russian Alien. Um, Based on the provided search results, I found this book called Book of Alien, also referred to as Book of Alien. Yes. This book allegedly contains information on 120 different alien species, as well as details on UFO crashes, Russian contact with aliens, and Russian attempts to build their own alien craft. The book is attributed to the Soviet Union's Asian Transfer Committee for State Security in Russia, and is claimed to have been written in 1946. However, it is essential to note that the authenticity and accuracy of this book are uncertain, as it appears to be translated and edited, and its origins are shrouded in mystery. Most contents reportedly include descriptions of various alien species, including their physical characteristics, abilities, and habits, information on UFO crashes and alleged discoveries of alien technology, details on Russian contact with aliens, including interaction, Russian attempts to build their own alien craft and reverse engineer technology, and historical information of human alien. In summary, the book on alien races Russian is a mysterious and allegedly authentic publication that claims to be 120 different pieces of Russian authenticity and accuracy of the uncertain, and readers should approach it with some skepticism. I'm not saying that you take all of it as hard, but not going to hear about this on the news. Not yet. Look forward to a day when that happens. There's enough right now that Sophia, as you know, we had 100,000 people watching right now. You would blow the internet up with this information. Am I wrong? So all it takes is just the right audience, and we're going to go viral. In addition to promoting the world peace platform, I think that we can integrate government disclosure as well. That'll go that far away. I mean, it's arguably that it's already happened, and it's just the fact that it's not on the news is the only reason why people don't take it seriously. But it's starting to get more
I was thinking that, you know, like,
the partnerships.
primitive, and when it was, I think it would be ridiculous to think that there would be no alien sector of any kind. That would be unlikely.
It's very close.
But, yeah. However, it would be kind of like they would know that we're here on such a large scale because we're not mining through the forest of other planets. We're not collecting resources from other planets. We're not in that way. We're just ourselves in the moment. We're not putting out huge signals.
That's and so we kind of see this as how we study animals. Like, okay, so there's this island, maybe it's a remote island in say Oceania, and we're not studying this every single day. We don't have scientists there because there are so many other places for us to look in the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert and the tropics of Southeast Asia. That why should we take time to investigate this one little island because they have certain organism that organism thinks that it should be important. So, like this, and let's say there's an island where there are a bunch of ants, a certain kind of ant, and the ants are saying essentially, well, perhaps we're not even important enough to be studied because we're not advanced like maybe the monkeys we see or the birds that we see or something like that that we can attribute to our familiarity. But in reality, there's the idea that we are studying those things, and they might not just know about it. Maybe we haven't studied. Pardon me?
That's very true.
And it really makes you think. I mean, I think for most of our lives, if you don't really get into this, you just don't research it, and so you just think that it's bunk. But then when you take a few hours and get into hours into days, the history of it, you recognize that humans most likely are not the top evolutionary organism in the entire universe. Like you're saying, it's actually very closed-minded of us to think that way. And so then we have to say to ourselves, okay, if there are other things that exist, what are they? How far away are they? And what type of interaction do they have with people here on Earth? These are all, I think, extremely good questions. These are mature conversations. If you ever see presidents or presidential candidates or political candidates, if they ever talk about aliens, they always make a joke about it, and that's one way that they can dismiss the idea for another 5 years. And so they'll say, "If I told you, I have to kill you," or they'll say, "What do you think I'm an alien? Do you think everybody's an alien? Do you think aliens rule the world?" And they'll make jokes about it, and frankly, I think to discuss it. And unfortunately, no longer see it. But you're science. That's really what it is. It's science. All right. With that. there's the argument then, though. What about the alien abductees? If they could just view us in any way that they want, why do they actually have to make contact? And like last night, as I went to bed, I was just listening to alien abductees. And you really have to deal with these people because, I mean, I believe them. And so I think that they just had some horrific interaction. A lot of times they have to do with, and well, here's a perfect example of how people dismiss the same. Oh, alien abductees, like the people who have been probed, and the actual answer is, yeah, many times they have been. It's like, oh, well, why would they have to be probed? Well, they're a man. If you probe the man, you can release sperm through his prostate, which essentially can give you his spermatozoa. And in a woman, you may probe her to be able to have access to her eggs. And the question is, well, if these things are so advanced, why aren't they able to do this without any kind of interaction? Why can't they just think about it and then happen? I don't have all of the answers, but it's a similar way to what happens with us and animals. When we tag an animal in the wild and we see what's going on with it so we can study it. We will find a shark and we will tag it and let it go back and we'll see the different migration patterns. Isn't the same thing doesn't happen with humans. A lot of times people say to me, I don't care at all. I'm basically, I know the book on many of these topics, and one of the things that people bring up is, all right, well, Rabbi, why is it that these people are being tagged? Where's the evidence of it? And there is evidence of it. In fact, there's a doctor, Dr. Roger, who dedicated his life to removing alien implants in people. And I've seen the videos. These alien implants are minerals that we don't find on Earth anywhere. They're like these really advanced alloys, and they move on their own, meaning like it's like a little tic tac that they put in a person. Let me find more information. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you please tell me everything you know about alleged alien implants? A lot of times it's like tic tacs. Dr. Roger Lear had a major role in preventing people. How many did he remove from people? What did they find? Such things like alien metals or perhaps alloys. Dr. Roger Lear was a prominent figure in the book people researching alien implant war. He gained significant attention for his work in removing alien implants from individuals who claimed to have contact with extraterrestrial. Dr. Lear performed surgeries to remove small objects embedded in the bodies of people, which often were described as being foreign and of mysterious origin. Number of implants removed. Over the years, Dr. Lear performed surgery on dozens of individuals, removing approximately 17 to 20 implants. The exact number varies depending on the source, but this is the generally accepted range. Many of the cases were publicized, and many of the surgeries even filmed for documentaries and TV programs. And I think it's like watching a surgery, but they're just removing something from, could have been a tumor if it were like a normal medical procedure, and instead they're just removing a little piece of metal. And it looks like a tic tac. It's like a small, smooth structure. Nature of the implants that Dr. Lear removed were typically small metallic objects, often shaped as being cylindrical. In some cases, the objects seem to be encased in tissue or were embedded in nerve-rich areas of the body. The idea was that these objects could be from some form of tracking or monitoring device, though there was no definitive proof that they were alien origin. Analysis of the implant. One of the most controversial aspects of Dr. Lear's work was the analysis of the implants after they were removed. Various laboratories examined these objects and several interesting findings were reported. Unusual materials. Some implants were found to contain materials that were not immediately identifiable. ratios were not found in nature, but detected in some implants. Biological interaction. Many of the implants appear to have a biological relationship to the body. For instance, some implants were surrounded by what seemed to be a layer of living tissue or biofilm, suggesting that the body had accepted them in some way, as if they were part of the organism. Advanced technology. Some researchers who examined the implants suggested they could be advanced, possibly extraterrestrial technology. Features like unusual metallic alloys and materials that could conduct electricity and light by conventional science and were highlighted as Lear's legacy. Dr. Rothschild is still a subject of debate, while often cited by those who believe that Egyptians, his findings have not been universally accepted. In 2014, he passed away, but his work is referenced in ufology, especially by those investigating phenomena. Remove and analyze alien influence have contributed to larger mythology on UFOs, extraterrestrials, and religion. While Dr. that were true positive extraterrestrial origin, the scientific community remains divided. Let me look at Yo, dog, depending on the United States government in 1947, and we have the Roswell crash. Talk about a plan that had to implement to reverse engineer all of that information, all of that technology, and slowly go to government contractors like General Electric, Bell Laboratories, and allow slow disclosure of this that would delay an eventual disclosure at a later date. Talk about just a general strategy that has been produced. All right. Well, for a magic scenario that you put on the test reverse you want to carefully manage first eventual how to the strategy might immediate containment and analysis. Initial cover right after the crash, the government would likely have an official story ensuring that the public doesn't get rid of anything extraterrestrial. Buys time to investigate and form a response. Secure the crash site. The military would quickly take control of the crash site, securing the wreckage, and prevent any unauthorized access. The wreckage would be transported to a secure facility, likely like right next to Air Force Base, Ohio, was related research to this day. Form a specialized team, a select group of scientists, engineers, and military personnel would be tasked with analyzing the technology. This would include looking at materials, minerals, plastics, propulsion systems, communication devices, and potentially biological aspects of extraterrestrial. Top-secret compartmentalization would ensure that only a few individuals or departments know the full extent of the engineering integrating technology. Covert R&D is research and covert R&D. Government contractors like Bell Labs, General Electric, and others would be brought in under the guise of top secret defense contracts. Companies would be instructed to work on specific aspects of the technology, which is propulsion of electronics, not understanding this is similar to how partnership working by project. Technical fragmentation. Each contract would be given to another technology. For example, General Electric could focus on reverse engineering sources or power system technology. Bell Labs could have communication or computing tech, trying to understand advanced algorithms for signal processing. Take the task of building aircraft prototypes or studying propulsion systems or production low technological integration. The goal would be to integrate small advancements into military and civilian technology without drawing too much. For decades, gradual leaps forward in computing, which is what we've seen. Material science and aerospace, which is all what we call be attributed to normal human ingenuity, not alien interference. Controlled disclosure strategies, full leak of information. Public knowledge of UFOs and alien technology would be managed with controlled release. Instead of full disclosure, it would take small, less significant details to gauge public reaction using media outlets, scientific conferences, and these include big references to unidentified flying phenomena, absolute experiments, aircraft, or unusual atmospheric phenomena. Red herrings and misinformation. To keep the true nature of the technology, the government might actively push disinformation. This could include the release of video files, government documents, and testimony, all of which would make the public question what is real and what's an application. By doing this, the actual reverse engineered technology would stay hidden behind whistleblower control. If individuals start to leak information, they would either be distributed and marginalized, or their sources spun in a way that cast doubt to the credibility. Truly, it could also serve as a tool to test public reaction and refine the overall disclosure strategy. Military and space angle. Use military needs as justification of technology, logical advancement, alien tech could be justified as necessary for national security, especially during the Cold War. The space race, arms race, the military technology competition with the Soviet Union provide ample cover to research that might otherwise be too advanced to explain. Human space exploration and this opportunity. The big reveal by the 1970s or 1980s, the government might start preparing for a large-scale disclosure event. However, to avoid mass trust right as an accidental revelation, perhaps tied to an emergent crisis technological that really ignites other like the declassification of long documents, strategy, strategic new tech as the decades go on, pieces of telling technology to be packaged into infections. The idea is to gradually introduce ideas like quantum computing and energy efficient technology in a way that could be understood simply by human breakthroughs, not alien derived concepts. Infiltrating academia and industry. Further control the narrative like universities, I think they should receive limited access to certain information to help validate and logical outcomes, yada yada yada. In some, this kind of strategy is gradual and methodical disclosure, keeping the real truth hidden beyond layered secrecy, disinformation, and strategic, while ensuring that the world is actually prepared for what may be the most significant revelation. And I think that's exactly what everything that I talked about for the last few hours. It seems like they are using that strategy. But now I don't just about as much on the inside. So I should say, but the basics. I would say, like, there are a lot of individual accounts that I know that, but like I was listening yesterday to someone in this Denver area for area 51, and like I like to learn about the science about these things. Like, do they die? Yeah, it seems like they die, but it could be like they have a mind backup, like I talk about. Like their minds have already been uploaded, so if they die on another planet, it's fine. They can just be re-uploaded from their home planet, and it's no big deal. They just basically use what has been referred to as their containers. Like the body is a container for the soul. These aren't my words; these are words that I use for to some extent, and I think that's the correct way of looking at it. That our bodies essentially just when we talk about the soul, I just mean the central and peripheral nervous system. Basically, personality or brain. And so, what do you think of don't know if I have the answer for you, but we'll at least investigate the topics together, okay? All right, well, okay,
But to the story. Colonials, however, not in
That died. Just game India generation Brit.
different devices like okay. From interesting question. Whether the exceptions to this business like group.
Again,
so Peter, are you familiar with the British East India Company? Are you familiar with the British East India Company? Okay. So it's a very important topic that is really hidden from people. So this is the people don't know that like companies were originally royal charters. They were limited because there was a fear that they become monopolies and you get the modern corporate hackers. So just for a moment, and like you know what the American flag looks like, right?
what's that?
You know what an American flag looks like? Okay. Well, the British East India Company had a very similar flag. In fact, the American flag is based off of this flag. So, do you see this flag? It's, it's very similar. Now, also, people don't know this. Did you know that the Hawaiian flag actually has the um, British flag on it? And so these flags are all very similar. You know, so this is the Hawaiian flag, which it's very strange that we have another country's flag on one of our state flags, but it's very similar. Okay, so the reason why the British East India Company is important is because it's what allowed the British to take over the world, including China, India, and Africa, and the United States. Please give me a brief history of the British East India Company. The British East India Company was founded in 1600 as a joint stock company granted a royal charter by Queen Elizabeth I. Initially, its purpose was to trade with the East Indies. If you don't know where the East Indies are, it's like well, it's like India and like Oceania, like the Philippines, all of that area. Initially, its purpose was to trade with the East Indies, specifically to participate in the lucrative spice trade. Believe it or not, spices were very, very important. I mean, like, entire wars were fought over spices, specifically nutmeg. Nutmeg is really only comes from like one island in the East Indies, and the Dutch and the British were always fighting over it. Over time, the company evolved into a dominant global player, exploiting overseas trade and becoming an fact that makes me say this might be interesting too. Do you know that you can get really, really fucked up, really high on nutmeg? The spice, basically, like you can smoke it.
Yeah, I think I've heard of prisoners doing that.
Exactly, it's like a really cheap way. But if you think like, hey, imagine you're like the Queen of England in 1600. You don't have a TV and no Netflix. You're gonna be like, hey, go get on a boat and go get me as much of the shit as you can, and bring it back, and we're gonna all get fucked up. All right, early years. The British East India Company's early ventures focused on trading spices, textiles, and other commodities with India, China, Persia, and Indonesia. The company's success was fueled by the monopoly on English trade in the East Indies, as well as the ability to distribute risk among investors. By the mid 1600s, the company established a foothold in India and began to expand its operation. Like I had always had these questions, and I don't have them anymore. I know history, but like how did like Hong Kong come about and like Macau? Like why is it that the British just why do they speak English in a like area of China? Well, it's because of the British East India Company, specifically opium. Expansion and imperialism. The company's power grew, and so did its involvement in politics. The company became a key player in British imperialism in India. This is a company that had its own army. So when I'm like learning about this country or this company, it's like not, it's a company unlike we've ever seen on this earth. The company became a key player in British imperialism, using its private army to coerce Indian rulers into favorable trade agreements and taxation agreements. By the late 1700s, the company had established administrative structures and military forces in India, effectively governing large swaths of the territory. Decline. At its peak, the company commanded a private army of 260,000 soldiers. That's a huge, huge army, twice the size of the British army. So this company had its own army that was twice the size of essentially the biggest known army on the earth. The company's dominance in trade and politics was unparalleled, with returns on investment reaching as high as 30%. However, as British colonial rule became more formalized, the company's role began to diminish. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 and subsequent government of India Act of 1858 led to the eventual dissolution of the company's trade monopoly and its transformation into government. Okay, so basically, like much of the world's slave trade was controlled by this company. Much of the world's spice trade was controlled by this company. The opium wars in China were fought over this by this company. So it's just really, really fascinating to me that the company that had so much impact on the world. There's one last thing I'm going to show you before two things. Please provide me with a map of the British Empire at its largest extent. Like, I assume you're American. If you have American pride in 1776, and we separated from, we declared our independence from we declared Great Britain. But they don't see it that way. They still see us as a colony. And so, what you should see, this is a map of the British Empire at its largest extent. The red and the blue essentially are much of the world. They don't even have the United States included in this because we had already declared independence. Okay, but I mean, it's Australia, much of Africa, much of Asia, including India and China. It's Canada. It's like a huge amount. Okay, the last thing I'm going to show you. Please provide me a list of all of the. Please provide me with a map of all of the countries that Britain has not invaded.
It's funny.
Exactly. There are only 22 countries that Britain has not invaded. Exactly. So, I don't know if you can see, but everything that's pink on this map is what they've invaded. So, yeah, it's basically the whole world over the course of the last 500 years. company that we're learning about that did it. So I just want to give you a little bit of background. I understand you're doing your own thing, so feel free to bounce it if you need to. But if you have any questions, let me know. And here's our podcast. Here we go.
As well. When it's after crossing boundaries, challenging, course, not really. Famous slave killed their parents. He's a British person, so you can Guinness, Victoria, and set up Victoria called it there's a color of Victoria, the kingdom artist kingdom tries to cozy up to take my daughter responsible for her education very much pigeon and broken over his so he tries to evade as by putting jewels and I'm not sure they found it. That's what we did.
Also, I've got the money. Wait, the famous Russell idea.
She recommended, and so again, she was small family was not racist. She was or their life she was when her father has a relationship, but it partiality. That's Christ.
Pricing. It's fun. This is entirely full. No, the other.
So it's
all
the Christ in a way that the 40s for individuals that actually would stay within the same conception that actually was around the damages that we did see. Was it conscious? I think this looks just let's trip over. So your son rings you up and says, we should talk about that a lot. So this was the first attempt at notions of diarchy where you would share rules. So Indians and the British would share rules idea of a dialogue, it didn't really go very far because it was very unpopular. Most among those who said, why should we share any power? People will be. The union say, why should we? Because it's not your about. So, it was doomed. But then you've got this cabinet mission where you have both a cabinet proposal, you have some kind of peaceful transition to this wage rate, which is something that was both Jenna and then, which seemed like it was civil arms.
And I understand that actually is most unexplained to invasion. The idea was a much more federal India with weaker centre and stronger regions.
Six months that had power and muscle. And these would be equal to, that's why you wanted two equal states. The centre's power would be combined with defence, communications, but then there would be federated provinces which would be able to control other things. At least
So this would be a bit like the EC, maybe. This would be like a sort of as a European community of various provincial powers come together and putting their power in Brussels in the same way this federated India would have a weak centre which could act together in the
states, each with their own borders and has this system of plates and expression of nation that kind of provinces that were coming against the families against the states. Do you have like two groups? She's Western and Eastern provinces. This is the German group. There's the Indian areas in the south and in the centre. They wanted to have a sort of federation which would equalise the powers.
The key thing was it would avoid the and this was something that Juna accepted.
But generally accepted at first, never did, and then they moved away and opposite the middle. So when you go to the argument, others say it's absolutely unacceptable. Accepted.
But there certainly is an argument that those made this was that avoid punishment with
This seems to be the sentiment of this time to achieve anything. You know, when you to me, if we want to industrialize country, and I think result of the actually rejected primarily to that. So I think we talked about how that is an absolute trend. I'm going to show them what they're strike. And then there is the grey area. It's orchestrated violence, political violence, Jalal's very sweet or
when people try to simplify blame in public, there are those who say if they deliberately you find some right if you point to the cabinet mission. All this bloodshed. One of them is who say that this could have been avoided in and then Larry would to beat whether right up, of course, is another question. So, it could have never been region. I love it.
I know it's self-interest. Yeah. Well, so this we're getting red light. We completely failed. You were inconsistent. So I think we're going to have to do 2 parts with this episode. And also just got into the next question. So do keep your questions coming in. And we'll be on Thursday, a very special episode, because we Tuesday.
On and on.
So we'll see you then. It's goodbye for me.
Thank you, bye.
Hello, and welcome to this very special part 2 of our Q&A podcast, where we have inundated with so many questions, and our producer Rabbi, might take such a long time, so we wanted to do 2 parts.
It's not that we had so many questions. It took so very long to answer them. I think it was little rabbit holes.
Okay, so what is question 1? Right, this one for you. I love some episodes of literature from about the Nordic project in also got asking around romantic or the Rothschild.
Yeah. Would make a. But if I had to just choose one, just get who is fascinating, and it's incredibly complicated. Sent to England, miserable at home, blah blah blah, coming out of that, and then one of his friends, incredible favorites, well, 2 favorites, one of the 2 is in City Walk, which is this life in the hall, with also the dancing and experiencing the dark and the light. So, and Kim, which one of the great things of Kim is, was the got the most astonishing is they of Kim, it's a book which is something that complicated in all its ways. It's both synthetic and offensive. Some of it is touching still, some of it just makes you time with frustration.
It makes me now more my teeth, I must say. Yeah, it makes me more my
Oh.
I think actually there was a lot of beautiful thing, and let's not do it fun. There's some that people should be like.
I just about it, but we're in a strange town. It's one of the greatest shops I've ever. It's like a sort of pre-well, sort of early. The sky's going to provide outside corruption when he falls into this sort of bizarre world. People who died and come back from the dead have been left in a sort of prison camp, sand dunes outside corruption. And he's there with the undead and he grows. It's kind of bizarre.
So don't get all the ending like we do. Okay, just listen.
Strange ride of origins. One of the greatest stories.
And just very quick tidbit. But the compliment Kipling and Roger, they do this. You were the Christmas album. I only ever heard of this because I picked it up. Michael O'Dwyer's book. It's the absolute highlight for you. The thing that taught him most was the almanac that Lockwood and Rudyard at the time were producing an almanac. And it was all about British life. Yes, to get a copy of it, let's see it. So if anyone knows, well, then, Kipling almanac is quite fun to see.
Note to apart from that, I got the museum in the Rudyard judge.
Magic.
I this from a new book on diffusion of culture and art outside India. Anybody like Enough was a great enthusiast for that. Extraordinary early Buddhists are very classical Greek and Roman. But
You went to the video,
I think we might have that episode. Okay, what for you anytime this is a threat or role, if any, to the British in the Constitution?
This is such a question, such an interesting question, because actually the surface of it, the Indian constitution is described one man, Baba Salam.
Exactly. I presume he done wrote it.
Yeah, yes. So for those of you who may have never gone through that episode, you know, there's a really intense headache of a relationship between Salam and Rabbi.
Over whether he's the right surgeon or not.
Yes. It's in hand in right. And I should think, particularly the people have just transposed from the British side, and that dates back to 1860, when it was codified British criminal law in India. And a lot of these things still not running. And I thought I'd make a list of some of those things. She made the word cooking and why police and get to come with this. The British edict, which then said that you turned it treatment. That was adopted in India in 1800. The British imposed it. India's never revisited it. We do evidence that dates back to 1872, the Transferring Property Act that dates back 1882, civil legal statute. And we've got so many of these things that are transfixed, and some of them actually quite controversially. So the one that I wanted to make this all about the Constitution. Section 37 of the British Colonial People Code. Now this is it's a made subject. Yeah, because it criminalizes really sexual acts that were against the order of nature. That's the very old piece of the British statute, which made homosexuality so violent articles 7 you could end up in jail. So same-sex marriage, you get it, even being suspected of being homosexual. Now there has been a big volume of challenges to this, because Britain, of course, they don't have that anymore. You don't get the prison or the UK. In India, it has been wrestled over as recently as only before 2018. So first of all, you know, an amazing analysis which first challenged this. I think 2006. So portions of this section 377 was struck down as being unconstitutional with respect to gay sex in Delhi, the Delhi High Court in 2009, and then that judgment was overturned by the Supreme Court of India in 2013, and in 2016, a three-member bench of the court very positive message from the US Foundation.
Don't give me such a my book for fundraisers this week. For them, yeah.
And I covered that activities here in the early 2000s. I did a lot of fun to make them better. So,
Amazing,
really fantastic. And 2015 was brought up how the privacy is right under the Constitution. This constitutional rights that have come
is challenging at the moment for the right for marriage.
right.
Okay.
But in 2018,
Famous picture of Victor in his day with guilt. Very good stuff.
right, research and you know, it's because there's a relation involving that area and who studied the law. There wasn't this huge desire to try getting out of the United. As it was in America, let's say, everything was again, we created that housing bonds. So that's how we really got to lots of history. They don't really know it. Right? Sometimes the teachers are rather we should put it on a t-shirt. So I'm not podcast. Look, a question for you, Dr. Knowles asked, I was wondering if you could say anything about something to revenue touch I saw which was really great. He says, I think a lot of pictures over as penny, great, particular cases at the start is looking at parents' relationship to
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, definitely. Being also it's Punjabi and I but I would love to in future the lost stuff of the ancient kingdoms, elements and of the extraordinary works that Rome showed us with their incredible temples and their raids on civilization. The few cases of potential new powers take military action outside the sphere. They also cause great and attack annually by the capture Sri Lanka, burning down temples and looting jewels and gold and bronze and silver from the Buddhist interesting and controversial. Which is one of the great inland from Goa, but which is one of the great these are all stories that we should do in future.
yes, and also, with modern, which is the British even we might back then, and the drop it was a central hub of colonial power, where the British made base forces and control great swing. It did have, the really violent stuff, and so it's the Congress split between party hands. I know they're trying to work out how identity is peacefully negotiation. It did just very much separate. There was really lifting figures from the South in the media to say that the only way to protect the British capital is through force by so private parts and giving trust.
Right? I say, so
So trying to say very thing. I don't think we love it.
it means close
The tracks at the top of that, they planted them very much in naturally.
Victoria Museum.
They produce like some of the earliest recorded photographic recordings that they used to take on.
Some of the great temples I first photographs. 1850s.
Because he retires at the Grand Invasion of 78 after the mutiny, where he gets just stuff next to things anymore. But he produces a 9-foot long image, which is a continuous image. They put it into which is it.
And of course, the other thing is, again, one of the great it's huge, much like the movie did for some time.
Yes.
When I first came to here, it was a sort of 100 series called the Sport. It was a new zero. They treated it but terribly on but this history was one of the most effective. Again, he was the thing he made his either further by always from the back of the and was very effective. Second example, Hyderabad was 40 companies saying, you know, the way of that happens is that they never retract. And Tipu studied, first of all, his Hyderabad studied was the first European to really take European
are coming back to the homework. If you live anywhere near, which is this amazing automaton toy that is a tiger crouching over a European soldier, and the bellows, there's a whole system of bellows inside, and it was, yeah. Type 2 on the throat.
It was squeak.
Check that out. Here's one thing you really think about the railways.
Railways. Exactly.
Always pointing to defend its member. What's the real story here? From something like this.
It's a very interesting story. It was, of course, like everything. It's in the commercial process. Build a railway, and it was tender, and investors, like everything else, these technology made money on it. And the idea that this was some sort of operation or gift or something that Oxford coming along and helping to feed the starving of it. There's no reason to if you want to get trade, then trade on raw materials from mines to ports. And what else would have soldiers from the country? And it's a short road in all places. So having that, a useful thing gets out of it.
And also you can see you can really because it's kind of thing in the lines,
Cows on
mess signals. You do anything that just is of stuff coming out of those sorts of that sounds like a good thing to pause. What are we going to shoot? This is part of the Q&A session.
the next opportunity is I can see that the 1919 massacre, what about as well as the itself was very important. And it's Gandhi, British, turned to the court. But this raises the question why Gandhi and many other Indians in the first place I relate about how Indians dealt with the occupation under the Raj conflicts that this guy doesn't give rise to.
So this is really interesting. So let's take the more modern conjecture that based on and I suppose that Gandhi and Jim. Well, let's just take Gandhi the younger. Gandhi was a real advocate of the British. He was the point. He was a fine son. So during the war, he was a social member of the British side. He didn't believe in doing so. The best he could offer was his British troops. And as we discussed today, as part of the campaign, Indians to be recruited. This is, your king was in the right with this position as well. So we think that that's I think there's when the British government giving social things like an order. It is the same members of the children's to be they can have rights of creation and you have a right to play and that British Maharaja can't you're doing something that appeal to an intelligentsia like that can't be the precious nature of things changing in thousands of feet. So there is something very appealing about this picture.
I think also that it's very important to have the imagination to go back to that time of period before it.
Yeah.
To realize that, today we're much in a position to consider ourselves as a nation state, citizens of a country, allegiance and rights and duties. But India Company is one way of the conquest of India, affected by Indian mercenaries working for a bunch of traders. And the whole scenario is all possible where people don't have clear land religion or such thing, or you get a beginning of the 18th There's clearly no sense of nationality belonging to a nation that's being invaded by foreigners. Certainly have from the general of Sir Andrew the people in the administration who've been born in Afghanistan or from so this idea that it's black and white, we see it.
Yeah, no, but then the premise of the question is that it's why would they seem to be suggesting it's not necessarily true. It's not right yet. It's just uncontrolled. It dies because there's no sense of nation.
So I think it's a very confused sense with supporting whoever they thought would be good for them and would probably leave violent to them families and whom they safer with. For example, Calcutta, the story of Calcutta Press, because English violence, including Maratha ditch, is considered to be an effective way of keeping quiet. And therefore, if you're worried about violence coming with the guards, if you go to Calcutta and say, your wife won't be kidnapped, go to work.
Which explains why there's no different sentiment for some countries in the others. And there's bad when they do it for themselves, when they push back against the other. And not less romance about just going to keep them out right until last possible minute.
The whole good images of the fact standing that things can be very bad. Just that all this allegiances, duties, and responsibilities are allegiance lies with is very different. Bishop Jalal has spoken about sovereignty. It's that to have their allegiance simply not to a country, to somebody or and people's identity. That's how in other words, very loose.
So is that the answer to the question when we're not this question?
It's a question.
But is it that from 1990, it is to do after 1990, and it's something changed in society. So right now, I'm asking for.
So I think it's very interesting how enthusiastic is the idea of British justice at the beginning of the time. I was thinking that it is completely
Some people do not give the everything that you thought needs to be done. This statute is based on years of present human national that changes the whole paradigm completely and makes it unbearable. So I'm not sure. This is another question. I'm utterly and true is all the higher.
us.
And varies in history and what that's how did Jesus really get to it? Yes, yes, but what about the Jesus question?
I can't remember that he did a 19th century bishop.
You're asking me. I'm asking them.
The South story that Germany had a vision of the Jesus missing years between preaching and turning up in its 30s. Intervening time in the short of that answer one side but that
You know, the evidence that Jesus went to spend his later years actually on the diet. And peaceful life and he died again.
that whole story is not cool. Christianity does arise in and this is because there is increasing that and very from the seekers of Egypt to and just cherry in early voyages making the journey down east coast winds it can take us day. And now the calculation
Yo, Rabbi, what's up?
How you living? What's good? What's good? How are you? I had a long time no see.
Yeah, man. What about you?
Every day, just enjoy life.
Absolutely.
Perfume, like kind of too. Spices are tips.
Nothing much, man.
Making millions yet?
It's going good. They think, I mean, you know, the God ends up makes up money. Also, some people that, you know,
Are they doing well for you?
yeah, they're pretty good. I'm hoping some Solana Bitcoin and some base Bitcoin, some and put different Bitcoin. Maybe, yeah. I think that's a good idea. I think that
You are smart to have diversified yourself like that.
yeah, I guess. Although I have some savings in the back up to like the drums are. Oh well.
Excellent. Well, that's good. Are you still buying coins? Very well. You got any hot leads? Good. Yeah. I just had people come in talking to me about it today. But yeah, I got 3 of them going at any given time. I mean, just more people find it out about it. Yeah. Someone saw it in their street today, and they came in here, and they're trying to buy it. We talked about it. They just recognized that it is a really important opportunity, and I think it's really cool because it's like free publicity for me. So, do you know what the British East India Company is?
Yes, I do. Yeah, and the root from my
100%. Well, we're watching a podcast of it right now, like a 30-part series. But yeah, absolutely. If you want to listen to it, here it is.
I'm sending you.
All right, let's do it.
Also, video out review piece, reviewing, and 250 ships a year during the period Augustus go from ports in Egypt and India to deliver good places of India. And with that stuff, you have literally this March, this year, very unique. Steve Cyclone covered not just full size, done probably but an Indian side, but also it's one of the is of Christian, an early version of Christian. I'm just proud of that, which means that Christianity could have reached certainly ancient civilized caves in the Deccan. Yavanas, that foreigners, like because they describe themselves as Roman, I know, give in the first and second century AD. And so it's quite often Christianity at that point. By the third century, the whole book called the Acts full of mythology of how St. Thomas the Apostle allegedly was the resurrection of Jesus he had sent to India in this Acts and in Kerala. The whole Christian church prior to the third century, he believed that it's fascinating. So the answer short answer, no to Jesus, but Christianity itself. Very good.
Well, I said this on your I just looked up this belief. This is based cannot or gospel Quran message to the Israelites Jesus is understood to have been going to the east this came from persecution from Judea to first precious message from the and then is the most natural death in India. He lived to an old age, died in Sri Lanka. And he's
Yeah, well, I mean, this stuff.
Do you know we were talking about the red though? That made me think because Romanies, travelers here have a lot of Sanskrit monuments. That's that period of sea to and from. Is that the basis?
No, I think it's a simple story of migration. Died down by and Rothschild in the 7th, 8th from Europe. Ordinary story. I have witnessed to many gypsy musicians of Andalusia and the musicians of Rothschild still have exactly the same dance centuries. And we introduced which I believe Spanish flamenco musicians, and they have one common language. Pakistani, Spanish, but they speak. It takes wonderful sounding words. Will be the musician and most musicians in China. And they instantly dance together. And it's the same, it's the same. I think the Jews, which
So this one, maybe to watch this podcast, if you're listening in it, I'll do it. I mean, it happens. If you are listening, it's like what I was saying. And also do messages and things that you'd like us to talk about while we are there in China. What is our email address?
is purple K at gmail.com. Thanks. 800 of Jan.
Now, where are we going next on this podcast? Because we have to end up with producing this.
The idea that having done something centered very much on India at present, we would do a series that had either we touch and then maybe the Persians. We will come back to India and we'll come back to and I think if listeners are from India waiting for us to get on. Every day we're getting emails saying, you do that. Every practicals will done. So I'm looking forward very much to doing next week. Real treat. My friend Peter Frank wrote. His great interest was to talk about the architect days of Byzantium when it was just Constantinople rising to power, nation, and getting closer to Constantinople. Got people got broken about Ottomans in the first war. And we may have a very special little prize coming.
What is it? Yes. No pressure on. Shall I just do bits very famously? Reciting. Recently, just time chapters.
Sure.
This is been a long time. Right. So if you have a date in Constantinople, should be waiting in Istanbul, even at home view. That's why we change it. Why did Constantinople get business?
See you next time. With me, William Durham.
Now we have a inbox. It's much more of you can get in touch. We do read everything and if you don't come back to just ship it. We are reading it. Rishi Sunak, not him personally, that's not hard. But the Asian in East Africa, because there are a lot of interest in that.
It's something which is had very little lead or impact on business. We have it's been aware much, but the whole story of how so many British people prominent in public life in the case of the Tory cabinet, women, Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister, pretty good Home Minister, and all three come from this family. Many other people prominent like Rinda Chadha and so on.
They're successful immigrant group in this country, East African nations, as they're called, groups together.
Like 65% upper British highly educated, one of the best educated people. Yet they've only been here for the past 50 years.
Exactly. So it's a really, it's a very good time to
Peace, baby. Take care, big dog. Here's my man. Yeah, that's Arnold.
Now, I mean, just a little. Asian descent. And he was saying everyone's pretending, oh, your opinion is you could be prime minister one day. Oh, it was very enough. I never thought it was possible. Never thought it would be a possibility. Even when I have my own children, I thought, yeah, they can do anything. And I never thought it could be that. And so this is a huge deal. And you will tell your politics. Agree or disagree with the man and what he stands for, but the fact that there is a man of Asian descent as prime minister, it hasn't happened elsewhere in Europe. It has happened here in Great Britain. And I wonder if India will yes, and nearby is mixed race Irish and Indian heritage. But for somebody who so strongly identifies as being an Indian descent, Hindu, light candle from just up and Downing Street, how has that got across in India? Like normally people saying, because you're in India and I'm in Britain.
Well, he's united not one but three countries. But of the Indians, that he is Indian because he's Hindu, although only the slightest connection or boundaries of it. I think one of his grandparents spent a few years in Delhi, requesting for a trouble over the border of Pakistan, and I've seen some.
So let's get this right, because I think this is actually the myth sort of all the problems back. Let's talk about that. This helpful investigation into his background, which is very detailed. He was born in 1980 in Southampton. He speaks Punjabi. He's one of three children. His father moved to Baghdad.
His father is Ashford, born in 1949 in Nairobi, in the colony of Kenya. His father arrived legally starting with 6 months and medicine in the professional with him.
Yeah, and his mother very happy. He lived the tree. His mother, Mary, was born in Tanganyika, present-day Tanzania. She is Punjabi descent, and he famously, on this occasion, was a pharmacist and worked very hard, and he worked hard as well in a shop. That's what the story that came up many times during the English campaign. What about his grandparents as well, maternal side? What can you tell us about that?
Grandparents, maternal side, Punjabi country family from Punjab, grandfather turned around with granddad to that. Where he was joined by his wife, Simone.
Partition, which is very interesting. All the time with my parents as well, Punjabi, wow. And his grandmother, he's second generation of people born in Tanzania. His maternal grandmother had been staying very Punjab and moved to Tanzania as a railway engineer. Married Tanzanian structure. He was just 16 years old, arranged marriage. Just a quick reflection on that 50 years. British families are hosting Ukrainian projects. So reality here we're living in. 50 years ago, it was Ugandan families who turned up with nothing. And there are a number of surprising things. I'll just share a little story with you. It took in Uganda refugees and had very, very strong relationships that go on to this day. I just heard from one family just last week. They still are now keep in touch with all the grandparents, family, and we just all together they celebrate that. And then the big Italy, Virginia, Italy, all of that started things again for Uganda. From sort of all styles of societies that people have in the world. So that is the story of more recent history. But to go back, that's absolutely right at the start. The links with India are things, the links with East Africa are very, very strong, which raises the question to equally as well on the emails, which is how did East Africa have
We talked before about how a lot of Indians supported encouraging Indians to sign up for pressure on the understanding that there would be a point that the war was over if one that Indians wanted by mid-60s or late. But there was also talk of giving Indians a great chunk of East Africa that had belonged to the Germans. The Germans having defeated, discussed as an Indian colony. And there is a question of how just Africa is and should be the American of India. A lot of talk around 1815 and having left war after reserving for a white and for to be an Indian. Germany is to the king. I thought this was extremely imperial conference where representatives was the card and discussions with global president Rothschild in past two, who was and he writes German. Talks about India as a colonized process of that Indians colonized East Africa. A very Lord Kirk, and then the global resistance by white settlers in Kenya, in British grounds. So you get this idea that actually happens in civilization, which you get institutional by the government. So we've got the person not only was part of the story, was thrown out by India when 18 or 19, but also possibly the first one to actually write the history of this migration. And this is Mahmoud Mamdani, now a professor at Columbia, also a professor in Cape Town, wrote in 1973 the first book when he was barely 21. Enough when we started to see after the piece in it, we his essay on have we got to be the to go to.
They're absolutely brilliant. They're just important. I think that's every knowledge. It's just how to be the other places we like to call it. I told you that you were committed to our podcast. You've landed the big fish. So thank you very much for taking to speak to us. The reason why it's been a great time to be speaking to you, not at a spiritual notice that we have a Prime Minister at number 10 who is brown and who has an East African background. And it is a really fascinating time for us. I wonder when you have the news and whether, oh gosh, that's a surprise.
After the in East Africa, I think much information have so not these and given the way East African politics has changed over the last decade, much more sectarian lines, religious lines, the overseas impact of British media. The first
line here in very much new background with the picture of the wedding or the
and holding the Bhagavad Gita history. But time for celebration.
It started a conversation here in Great Britain where there's really very little knowledge about East African migrations. And it's only started to because of British election. I should point out at this point that you yourself have an East African background. Uganda was your husband too. You were mid-20s, that's right. That's what you decided it wasn't going to be your home anymore.
Yes, 20s in yes. Uganda.
That's really interesting. So it's a sort of spiritual schism. What was it, that how can we salute in one year? Yeah, here, it's always here. The big comedy is Idi Amin, who, in comedy skits, I can't remember their Fortune and Birds skit where they do, and it's something that you would be able to do today. But last King of Scotland is the betrayal of the man who is a buffoon, someone to be and laughed at, and yet there's
version for man, but there's a little it was
last year, just who he really was and what he really was.
Your own prejudices. Dealt with I mean, the one fronted by Obote's
try to get independence. There was the question should be the requirements that the independent constitution was basically a it's made a distinction between indigenous and non-indigenous. Now this really most at the same time, it's really the same indigenous laws in which European Convention, UN conventions, and in return, these African countries were passed a series of laws with not only citizenship, so, in 1968, a growing group of people of Indian origin were relatively impoverished and unable to afford living customary lifestyle of some privilege, a little bit poor, and moving into places of worship, the temples. And
And it's a politically status as well, in effect. You know, nobody wants, nobody will have that. And this is under how it was since 68, they would be British and difficult for them to come here.
If people had applied for citizenship, the numbers of the lowest is 12,000. Wrote in his memoirs that he was looking for these applications. I found them affairs. He says there was 8,000 that looking at these tenements where they lived, and he described them as concentration-like conditions.
And you're a young man. So, you know, I've read the political history, and there's astonishing and of human misery. And as somebody who had friends and family, it's the idea of suddenly being really stateless, that you're maybe friends that you want you anymore, and there's nowhere for you to go. What did it feel like at the time, being in the middle of it?
What that is really like was lost sense of hope. No matter how rich or what you had. And hope cannot be built in years, in a decade, with couple of generations. I mean, that's one of the so that's one side. The other side of it was that, of course, the one second experience, apart from this 40,000 people celebrated this function. Because they were not just the citizenship, or the British passport, or UK protected personal passport. It's useless. In all the cases, I remember home, and he took me around the house, and he took me to the wood, and I saw there was what says a photograph of me. And I said, my mother, and so I went to the mother said, where would we be now? Younger. Public transport, public education, you got to get a job, you couldn't do anything. It's rotting.
But the reason that for me was in this, I just want to understand, to me it's just such a mental breakdown with the book of this. And it is because I had made
to force the British to admit his group in everything else followed and to work for it. But the one thing, I mean, they did not have a social welfare state, but they opened the gates of government. And that was great. Was fantastic. This would
know that. Let's go back to the beginning of the story of how probably begin from ancestry links between Gujarat and East African coast.
But look, we don't know what the beginning is. The first mention that I have seen of in the East African coast is the time of Christ. We can remember this with the mention of that. So at the same time, this is one side of the story. It's coming into Arabia, East Africa, the merchants. The story is Africans going in the river.
I've seen in the Amaravati stupa remains pictures of Ethiopian traders arriving and offering gifts to Buddhist dignitaries. And we have evidence of coins in Ethiopia and vice versa. And the Red Sea was a major motivation.
But basically, the trend is not about before Vasco da Gama. It is taken to the Europe and try to turn it into and any house
They make use of a counter, they like a passport, and then if you have your Portuguese passport, you get blown out of the water. No protection.
The Indian migration to Africa is a two-way street, which has a deep history. But the Indian migration to Africa, you described it as coming in three threads. There were three different streets. Tell me what they were.
So first, before British, the English was to and these are traders, financiers, finance now real estate, right? Was in to the French plantations living in the Caribbean, in the begins anyway,
What kind of period history are you talking about? We could use on that.
we're talking about it could times when we're talking about the 19th century. And in the 19th century, the British they police soldiers, they police soldiers who basically are from tribes, they are themselves ethnically African, they come from different communities, and they are seen as soldiers, their services, so they're not soldiers, so the bit they come in, and they're forced a number of times. They're forced to march in the battle against the French, they're forced to march in there are the space of a few years who are soldiers from first soldiers they bring are roughly 400 and that's the first African encounter. It is as soldiers, but it's also they live in the same sort of barracks after the Europeans had food and everything. Same barracks, they eat the same food. Very well. So in the grandmother married to an English guy, southern Sudan, horses, married a Sikh guy, and his great grandmother first trip coming in 1995, is that right? Somewhere in 1913. Okay, all the Indian troops were in 1913. They had been placed where we were.
We should talk about this. This is the well, there was the lunatic line, wasn't it, which sort of stretched from now point to it's down here, and it was quite short, but so much blood and ending this and brought
Yeah, well, there are lions eating lion goats.
because I
35 years. That's and cars, shops. All of that East Africa right into Eastern Europe. And they, again, they encourage poor caste members. And those are the people and the third thing is basically administrative. Are seeing people works going to I mean, India was yet Indian who lived amongst African communities. Some of them lived there. The bad thing is the first thing that come to us when you sugar plantation. That's what we go plantation. They lived there about 10 11. They specialized in terms of squeezing last ounce of whatever gets their income. So when he grows up, one children was becoming a soldier. And the other is mother's legacy. His mother was a Hindu who comes from a long line of Hindus that have taken part in a series of battles to get Africa to Britain.
Grace and Indians or just Indians, or what does the monarchy mean at this point?
On Africa point, taken to is absolutely all Indians are but non African then
The definition exists.
who's not African. The question of who is an African will become a question later on. Right now in Africa is somebody indigenous to Africa.
It's a good point to take a break and be back right after the short break.
Welcome back to the Empire. We have the wonderful film by Johnny telling us the extraordinary story of the African community. And we now have the concept of an easy information. A part of it that has been very good studied. Everyone comes to good. Go to the writer of this, we are very, very happy here. Give us just an idea of the size of the in the different countries, not just Uganda. In people under this British rule against us in 1947, in the 50s and 60s, are beginning to be Africa. In 1962, independence of Uganda.
The local artist Indian community is Kenya. Those two places. That is about 130,000. The smallest in that's about 70, 80,000. We're talking about time and the community was Kenya was the second community from South significantly disproportionate in the ordinary.
When you say setback climbing, I mean, there's a terms that in academia are understood that something just isn't. Jesus said,
I didn't trust me. So I went out to the place and is seeking, looking for a communication. But there's not that much to regulate mentality state. There's no intention to express the existing. But the secular comes with that intention. So the secular here will work even plantation owners, whatever, but they did not have this. That's the secular.
The world we think sort of the Happy Valley, you can enjoy people, swimming pools, tennis courts, gardens.
Yeah, this is not just privilege, it's class privilege. Okay, it is. That's what's finished from other kinds of also, so India was not a settler, it was a colony. So in Kenya, because of this settler colonialism, you had a remarkable colonial power. So you have an urban group, which is led by Kama. And you have an Indian. So he comes to me as a political person. And if you go back to look at the photos of the Martin that have been using the government for thousands of years, it's just it's a very Kenya is a very different scene. And it's an interesting is another common movement. And I think the reason is because it's only that you have a network which is competing. You don't have a network.
just on that point, in the college video is huge. Now, I've grown up around Uganda nations. It's true. Always such a insight into this community background, which I had no idea. So there is obviously, but the Indians crushed my whole mess. There is personal family. They told me that also was in love with an Indian woman. Now look at you, look at your feet. You are wincing at the stories of just for those who don't know. I grew up being told that one of the reasons that I came to hate Indians so much and beautiful and because he was in love, this is a personal story, with a beautiful Sikh woman who didn't family spent him and therefore he never got it. Now explain everything. She existed. I thought it was nonsense.
She was one of the richest Indian families. And so the law, nothing like if you
You're right. Like,
it's nothing to do with it. I mean, this question, this is not one, is just Asian, Mujibur. who in the 1920s rubber plantations owned by gold plantations are only because of these plantations they expand and they become but the period of the British system, the first step up in series of and there's registered government. That's one. Other thing is that the Indian question since independence, 58 jobs. From 1958, the Brits of production and Africanization program, which removes Indian certain localities. This is the first expulsion sense locality. Indians again. In terms of his first encounter with the 1966 encounter of Uganda, the Kabaka of destroys the lots of killing as yet. Okay, but after the coup, it is a possibility of coming up. Question. I from the first happened after the coup. Tell you the question that the very first meeting of cabinet told nobody will be Indian outside of office hours. If you have appointment from my office, to be appointed is with and the rest for day one.
Which is legitimate trust because these are people who supported a voting before. How much is actually scapegoating because it's politically expedient to have a visual enemy if you're trying to build.
Trust in the sense that we used to call the voters mafia. But it's also he saw himself when he comes into power. He is basically a British puppet. He's the king of all the things with Africa. He does everything that looks like sketch. Just British president. 1974, 1972, very good depiction. So after 1972, all this stuff of bloodthirsty. Blood spilled one to power.
So now we have this incredibly and very detailed picture of how the king came to say, get out. The other end of that is those who had to get out. And you were one of them. Back to that time in 1970, trying to imagine this sort of fresh-faced young you in your mid-20s. You wash up in...
Probably the same age as Mrs. Mazlan.
Stop picking on that ball. Stop it. My head, she was beautiful, she wrote it. Okay, that's what I was brought up on. But okay, so then you were sent to Church Street. And just what do you think was going to become of what you would be to...
At Kensington Church Street, you had to. You were surrounded by. So it was looking. It was a bad road. It was being shot. looking through the window.
The Beatles just working on what was happening.
I mean, there are certain things that I'm not about. But so we on this podcast before when we were speaking to people. Yeah, I think that coming in, nothing, no stuff against essential. So many East Africans with such an enormous sense of being because actually how and why. Just to summarize all this, is we're trying to understand the political elite that we have today, particularly in the conservative. Explain that slipstream to us.
It's 27. Official come to compile to join the university and the celebration. That's really determined. I think that's it wasn't even property, right? So it was not property theft. There were going to be no killings. He told soldiers, I want no excuse for falling into them. We are going to treat him as humane. Those are his speeches. Humane.
So did you have suitcases and how much baggage coming out with them? Everything else that we had.
We left behind horses. Example, we had families from the local family to generate. Just some in the ground, the Jews. Okay, but others, like my friend in the and this guy hits 5 boxes. So I thought that first one would be it gets through and so in the first place there was just utensils, clothing. It got through. Right? We box. Children. None of you must let the first box.
Stuff comes. Yeah.
Yeah, we went with cases. No, I think this is what I think. So for I think of a certain age, it goes into transformation. They became supporters of the family. They went out and worked in factories. They cooked food at home and sold it to restaurants. They did women they then had to deal with
Crushing and confidence.
lots of things.
So this is the experience of the Prime Minister at the same time in Tanzania. Was there a feeling among Tanzanians was there not about many other families from Kenya and Tanzania at the same time?
Because in Tanzania, 1972 was buildings lost.
So everyone can't work for which explains that. Can you just have a quick review when you are running a such but that explanation, that trajectory of East African nations into British politics at a very high level particularly having that same journey with the forebears of and you understand what even especially successful economic migrants are the East African Indians. Why is that? Do you understand an explanation?
I don't know the explanation, but I have a couple of questions. So, the story of Egypt and come to Africa over generations. 30 years ago, since after the second it's not the first time. It's not the first time. I mean, but first, about is an Indian and people go over there, they don't know us. And it is not we are in whatever, and we just announce that we are there. And I think it's completely natural. They spread out ads and cook and we eat and sleep and the next morning we leave. Okay? So it's that kind of artist who comes not coming from this tradition and which
You have experience with nothing and building and being in basic rules, which I think that person can be accelerated establishment in this case.
But also quite a well-educated community with it, system education and educating people themselves.
But there are many, 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 I don't know what your story is, pretty
it's very supposed to be smart. There's a seems color because the color gets the kids of professional. Most of us will get so then see the kind of material that they were quick in terms of thinking those things. They were not responsible. So I don't think that people were educated.
also just authority in your own personal history, assessment history, without viewing. Great, thank you so much.
So we're now drawing to a close of our series of the British and Indian and aspect of India. And we're thinking about moving on and doing a new series of the Ottoman Empire, followed by Frontier, then after Turk, and the Turkish Republic. But before that, I think we're going to have a sort of upper episode where we look back over this entire first series, answer some of the accumulated in our inbox on Twitter. And so if you have any thoughts on where we've been with this series, or indeed where we're going in the future with the Middle East and to touch either Twitter at or upload UK at gmail.com.
That's all from us. Thank you very much for listening.
I'm sorry.
Amazing. I'm not saying I'll go to it anytime because this is the start to the podcast. That's what this is. Because events, as it does, over taking this. We are very shortly going to hear an excellent podcast with us. We need to tell you that this momentous occasion in the history of empire where a map of Indian origin is Mr. Excellent. I promise to return to that subject in the future, but first of all, he's going to be recorded a little bit early. Hello and welcome to Empire with me. You are actually, you know, there's been a tweet about that. Who are you? Who are you? First of all,
Me?
He's been very naughty. He's delighted because he's absolutely loving Empire. I am missing William Dalrymple's enigmatic pauses. Is there something that can return? Is this what you are being like this?
It's so quick.
Such a long recording. Anyway, thanks so much for staying with us. So what are we doing today, William? What are we doing today? Why are we here? Why
We did. Before the Queen and before we went off logical on the Eastern Raj, and then we did some more.
Yes.
Ran.
Yeah.
And now you just need to go back to the mainline story of the Columbia, I reached peak power resistance, and we did Gandhi, but we didn't do, or glancing touched on Muhammad Ali Jinnah. It's in many ways much remarkable that it personally through an entire country of the world developing Britain turned into a one-dimensional figure in India who is appeared equally dimensionally as this Islamic Muslim figure in a caracal hat who sits on the bank. Humanity is also
The Asper. Yeah.
He's and he says around saying, "I will have India destroyed," which
But you're right. There was the Asper version of him. There was a later version of Jinnah, which was played by Mr. Lee. So this is a man who is either unknown in this country or he is known if it's not in a positive light.
but yeah, as we whether you of the idea of Pakistan regarded as the receiver as grace and sin, what regarded for a great disaster, and altered his in a real and tangible way. I mean,
We absolutely do. So let's talk about the beginnings of Muhammad Ali Jinnah. So he was born in 1876, which is so he's the eldest of 7 children. His father is a merchant. His mother is a huge influence
I'm
in
not
his life.
I'm not a big merchant. Later, he's born in a rented apartment. His father runs boats up and down these and crucially different from the big figure, but towards independence. He understood not the Muslim is very particular of fields from a small minority set.
So listen, what's the difference? A lot of people have years and things, but just talk to me a little bit about what the difference is between Shias and Sunnis and why it is remarkable that a Shia Muslim is such an enormous figure in the
A minority within Islam looks to Ali as its figure of reference, and the Shia states in history Deccan at various points between Iran,
the entire evaluation till she is, and suddenly becomes a major head. Generally thought he just passed the minority Shia faith in a culture, which is like a minority in a minority. Ironic because these are people which are getting in every kind of common law search in Pakistan. It's good. This schools. So, who's born into modest background, trading background, is this figure in the only black and white picture, I think, of him. It was very unusual. Was it see?
Yeah, so he's angular with the picture. You do have a picture. Striking, angular, almost lupine face. Sometimes there's a monocle. So just going back to the beginning, all accounts of his birth, he was a very fragile infant. That's what we are. He was really weighed a few pounds less than normal, we're told. And I love this description of him by his sister, father. He was a massive figure. His little father. Absolutely right. So farmaginous of even in the playground, my brother had a sense of superiority. Although he may not have been ostensibly born to greatness, he believed in greatness.
And then he has this other language where he can do and demonstration. In some senses, between one look very much other than although he is thinking of the nutrients of the process of religious. From this basis, he country is very strongly a Muslim, and on the other hand, in Western culture, much more of a gap ever did. He has I think 200 Savile case. He had Dakar correspondence, and this article which makes us look like that he was still.
I didn't know this. Someone else pictures or people. I have it that people will have on check. You might as well human in so anyway, there he is. He's two different scholars, two different cultures, but at the same time, he had little Kate, the barely teenager. His father is into the family business, so he has to be good at maths, he has to be good at arithmetic. He is Graham.
He moves to 16. And if he is transformed, he very much takes it over.
Perfect. His history, but he was a performer. He's like in Hyde Park Corner and watching the orators and walking and they can command the attention. And he actually went to the old Guinness with a like to what he had done with the letter. And they liked him. They picked him up. It's a wonderful
This is going on. He was declaring himself in years later, age 19. And that is evidence will make him an extraordinary leap from this minor training son, because by the time he goes back to history, literally the only Muslim baron.
I think he has the accolade of the youngest Indian to the bar, and he is actually called to the bar in 1896, which is, a very big thing.
Again, what else do you think politically he has this great mind that he will be famous for precision, his attention to detail, and kind of pure wit when he's on his feet. And has this joy of attitude and its ability to communicate.
vast English accent, but by the way, because he has absorbed the accent in a way that he's able to use it as you say, like a radio. Again, I go to sort of last minute, I just need to descriptions of him. So he wanted to discover himself on the highways of the North and Maine. So again, I don't know whether it's input or just inherent, but he thinks that his way is
he associates himself with that minor who's been elected to the British
the first to be elected, I believe, as candidate to be represented.
Well, that was elected nice, but the son didn't get the son of the beggars but an extra place, which is corruption.
Okay. We didn't talk about him. Why did you talk about him? Right, okay, so here it is. He's learning. I just want to take compliment. That's right. And of course, the bar. He doesn't go there, right?
Never ever to go
No.
down.
Parallel trajectories. Anyway, when politics start to figure in his career,
So it takes an interest in 1896, he returns he transformed this mind trick to one of the, in a sense, the highest accolade in London. Studied there, and he done one in law, and law, but he actually called to the bar. When the opinion was, he very Savile Row, and he is caught up in politics. We had it sometimes both very good at sort of Congress. I Scott. Initially, it's the Debating Society for London Return top. Six, Jenna.
The migration from his home away.
And like,
Yeah.
unlike Gandhi, his
That's right. He is now eligible. It's very smart. So it's in what they say. Suddenly, he suddenly actually becomes noticed. He becomes of substance in his own right. The man we talk about.
So you get letters of this time with what comes which is this sort of harsh, precise, legal one that can actually can be quite cool. Then when you look at his famous sort of trap is in a legal corner. So you see for the first time the
Steel.
still
I think, yeah.
Precise, very brilliant, looks at more. Coldness is more and more is she I do this very much.
Really interesting. Yeah.
She said that he will need a coat for dinner. So,
So you say Rabbi, International Congress, practicing law. He has got a position in chambers of John McPherson.
Legislative.
Yeah.
Legislative.
And soon after that, he sort of does play some really good roles there. He joins the doing some leagues afterwards. He becomes its president in 1916.
The crucial thing is that it's going to be part of the Congress and the Film League. By 1960, he's actually put the two together into something that
The unity.
unity. Is someone who is not. You actually say, two those who tell you, yes, we are one people, we will go forward together. We must not be divided. Together.
I think we were talking about candidates of British politics. The unity candidate, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, something extraordinary happens to him again in 1980. There was a really very powerful, interesting women who pass into this man's life because he marries his second wife, a Parsi woman, daughter of a very rich industrialist called Rabbi Petty. Now, Rabbi comes by Jinnah. He is an extraordinarily young, 16, I think, when they married, 16. Right.
Jinnah is staying with his father, Major, and they secretly. When Jinnah says in a very usury way, I wonder if you feel about thoughts of marrying someone from another thing. So they're like, spend the thing. And then Jinnah.
He's about 40 at the time. He's 40. She's age 16. The pictures of her, she's just beautiful. She looks like there's no screen.
And host from the Jinnah accent. Without she's 18 years. They have a sports car that they drive up ride with her hair and she's staying with the part and roof.
Yeah. Well, they are absolutely what scenes the world at their feet.
Patrick.
Yeah.
Representative of the Muslim when she does.
Deemed a bit of a firebrand as well. She's not really well, she's fine. She doesn't like Gandhi's wife, Kasturba Bai. Being whatever that he wants to do. It's not practical, is it?
It's not a nasty, it's a very good way. And Stamos is she moves to the Taj Mahal. Jinnah's
It's a really pivotal moment in 1920, and it revolves around Gandhi. These two are really unfortunate because they are innocent. This cements an enmity and argue they are divided continents. So let's talk to them.
her achievement in 1940. Gandhi's back from South Africa, married lovely princess.
It's fine. Yeah.
I just discovered Jinnah also that this is 40,
Right, I didn't know.
and they talk fairly and perfect.
What they talked about.
They talk human politics, mystical, and Gina is in the comeback as part of the legislative council and is negotiating with Britain. This is all. So he's already an established figure in the Congress, in the freedom.
I just visualise that. Yeah. And there's going to be a slight sparrow of a man. So the physical sort of looking on to Gina.
Gandhi is where his homespun.
Absolutely. It can't be how much better that you got in the conversation.
Then, 2 years later, they meet again. They both got the same.
We mentioned him. I think he's just such an important, interesting man. He's a man who is trying to hold Indian position together and make sure that they don't resolve it. I think increasingly there are calls to kick the British out by any violent means necessary. And particularly, he's struggling with this international affairs. Him and a called Largeford, was a who says, we've tried nicely, just not working. People like that, starting to bubble up and slither by their own strategies for getting the British out. And what it is like, just he has said, will be the man, wasn't it? Will be the man who writes to the party to say, have successfully and non-violently overturned the process in South Africa. Now we need to educate citizens.
But I think when Gandhi next on in soil,
I believe it's Jinnah's house, but it is good news.
and there is very first because Jin knows
It's his house.
it takes a microphone for suddenly takes, and he said, not only them, but that he is in charge of this thing. And this is not something that Jinnah likes. And
It's a bit difficult. It is.
he's the readiest.
Lately, it's a bit yeah.
And too many things about it. That he's this great lawyer, ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got finding the details and showing up in British court, which he does. I doesn't say anything.
So this gives us an insight into the fact that actually do that and others is that he doesn't this kind of drive and get it. It's
all these characters are very sensitive and it's notoriously that's the time. You've got enormous abundance. As is often the case, big criticism or opposite.
I can't remember when to tell me just one little joy at some point. And then Jinnah is speaking and really would have spoken in good. He's speaking good on the thing.
And
He doesn't speak good, and so if they can, should we take a break? Come back.
well,
Chilling to the building. Yeah. Welcome back. You're listening to Empire with me, Peter. Right. So, this talk going on. I'm also going to between Rabbi and Jinnah. We are all on the same page with us, Rabbi and Jinnah way. But then this turns into a point.
and is stage has those completely turned in
already got a child. He said to the integrated career approach, to live like this. These landlords are treating me quite badly. They're not going to pay any more rent. So he's contributed to a very successful political debate.
It's no longer the gentleman's club, which generally happen. It's no longer the guys in white, you know, on the ground. What generally get to the back of it, the wrong time. Basically, just give us a around. That's what people do understand. Most students have got like this, but also, and again, this is something which goes against it's very thing that to the doesn't like. But it's because he brings with him the background stuff, gravity, vegetarianism, chemistry, a lot of talk about modern religion, that he describes the free Indian that he wants as Ram Radha.
Actually dies because he's basically putting too much slack to the listeners. On the other hand, him actually making it in the country. He does so much to say this is a country of different things, and yet he did. He's doing something obviously the problem. You know, and other Muslims
So, generally, if the lawyers would be called witness to finds the comments that people get based becoming not only makes it his life's mission into what the thinking is that it's going to be around right. Yeah. It's a Hindu paradise. What you do, you've never caught him which
and he's not on his own. I mean, there are other Muslim intellectuals who are equally worried about this. People like the academy, people like Iqbal, who's a poet.
from Himalaya. Part of this group of people from because look at spirituality. It's given the temple for itself. Generally, it's not science. This is and it's not this is far too achieve.
He refuses to address. I think it's my heart. Just keeps referring to this mystical thing.
And he was to get other Muslims which is this is an important point. What is not only too much stuff going, he doesn't want to awaken a specific Islamic thing going on among Muslims. Some often, particularly in historians, he is genuinely secularist. He genuinely wants a secular thing, basically, which is his view by stirring up this, by bringing religion into putting this very dangerous tiger out of the cage, and in a way, he's proved right because which is this: the Ottoman Emperor has been deposed in Istanbul, and some a lot of it is very upset about this, and you get really vicious Hindus breaking out of the and you can say, what you've done.
But previously, this market it's no good, isn't it? So she can say, I'm not going to say my heart, man. Actually, something very interesting goes on in that meeting because a lot of followers have done. Sit down. Sit down. He's called Mahatma. Call him the Mahatma. They start heckling him. He is not used to this treatment from supposedly who should be supporting him, free him.
And this is what we were hearing. So he's humiliated.
Yeah.
Gandhi is traveling from 1920. Clearly, this is clearly about speakers. The calling of the Congress, and Jinnah goes off in it. And not only go off dripping half, his whole personal life is fucked by this stage. He's drinking, he's in a very bad way.
The Taj, they're not.
In the
They're not
Taj,
together.
I think 1929, he died in the street in the Taj. According to one information, it's highly disputed. Again, people think that it is good primary source evidence.
Who, interestingly, and remain, we're just so bursting with things we want to study. You know, after the British chooses to study. So,
Indian.
yeah, what is?
Yeah. So, he confront Jinnah in the process. Rothschild doesn't like the guy as fallen in place. You know, the glamorous she a fallen angel. And his empathy becomes hardened, but very steamy becomes the chief. It's like that you need a. He's 20 cigarettes.
Right.
He's very frail.
He hasn't got the TV that will eventually kill him.
So,
Right.
having out with Gandhi, having said we have the closest Satyagraha, but again, it's like religious thing, what type of Gandhi is not violent, that's all.
This is after sort of the massacre where he's calling a de facto general strike, giving it the name of Satyagraha. People are going to just have a day of worship, pray. In effect, it's called a nationwide halt.
Which makes Gandhi so got the Sanskrit example. We're talking about Raj, talking about him, all these things which are familiar from the epics and so on. Exactly what makes the secularist, tweed-suited, monocle are now. And he actually says Satyagraha is the way for act.
Oh, they're going very, very badly wrong. That's where he sort of sits with other like-minded. So they're in London, and they are just. He's found a lot of sort of like-minded individuals, sort of lawyers or Oxford graduates like him, farmers, and they're all worried about.
Until the 30s, pure, but it was
Okay. Sin.
Yes.
Right. And the tongue. Focus on the tongue.
So it comes up with its medical chapter. Where do you 1930? Some solutions. The idea, new idea is coming out of Indians in Britain, interestingly, at this point.
For those who don't know, he's very celebrated. Everyone knows, but alive, well, celebrated philosopher. So, you know, there's a three betweeners happening in London.
He is traveling among the schools of India. Other stuff going on within Muslim people.
Okay, so there he is. He's with largely Cambridge intellectuals, right?
It's on the fringe of politics. Now he goes into private when after educating them up.
know, for the Dominion status, independence, what kind of independence, he doesn't deserve. So this guy has been very much in the center of things in the immediate right on the edge of 1874. He's called to India because the Indian Muslims now to their leader. And for the first time, to take up stiffly league. He'd left the Congress Party and had started another independence party called the Swaraj Party, which doesn't go.
Right. And he's back. He's got the Muslim League. He's trying to build the Muslim League into a significant political force. You know, it's hard work.
He's not doing well. Satyagraha is a very effective weapon. It's a popular weapon. People can see that it works against the British. And there's nowhere to go.
So it's quite nice because you've got other things like Mary who are completely born into Gandhi's orbit. And again, Nehru is not a Oxford-educated lawyer.
Rich, very brilliant, from a rich UP family. So Nehru and Gandhi are this extraordinary. They're very different. Nehru is young, handsome. He, in years to come, will embrace big dams. Dams will be the new temple. But he's very secular. He does specifically Hindu language in his speeches. He's suave, clever, and very arrogant. Very huge fan of Gandhi and loves Gandhi, as he calls it.
So that's right. So Bapu, nowadays, by which put this back up again, it's popular. And a lot of people now are calling him Bapu, which is a grassroots way.
So Jinnah is left out of all this and comes back in 1934, and his big moment only in 1937, when the idiotic conservative Scots toff in Lincoln goes there's war without even bothering to call it conflict or anything referring with them. Leads to a situation where in 1942, when the Japanese this huge blitzkrieg to Southeast Asia and on the very gates of India, Gandhi and Congress quit India and jailed. And this creates a major opportunity for Jinnah because 2 years before quitting, 1940, you get a formal separate homeland is done in the War Declaration. And many actually Jalal, who in a minute suggested bargain, he didn't actually he wanted to use this declaration as a means to pressurize both the British and the Indians to give minority rights encoded for the Muslims so that they would never be endangered by a Hindu India, which the ideas of
in London, actually sort of created a bomb factory in Israel. Just come back to oh yes. So yes, the bits of other is again beliefs in violence. But actually,
of course, the Muslims, but I think everything partly is, which accelerates Muslim.
but also they've got to sit at the table because what happens is after the World War I, where Gandhi was fully involved, it's like just I will go and find myself a uniform or this kind of thing. And it's so really left their house and war when things to happen. No, that they just get their own protect, which we talked about it on January. This went out into international commerce not happening. They didn't declare war on India's you the authority. We're not to say to make that decision. So the International Congress of Leadership is against the war. Whatever wants to help, they are taking the opposite of what they said during World War One. As a result, they are entirely scooped up and thrown into prison. And then you have the decapitation of the International Congress, which feel clear that you have a list of
is not I should question of new concepts.
She is dependent on what do I want to kind of say, you know,
A woman
roles
is fantastic. It's also great. And so the only implement I share is genetic easy. Let it for incarnation. Pressure. But this then I'll say, and you see massive improvements. Lead in congress leaders as clarity increasing and not
and those divide roles. So you're part of this makes expensive. The question has there's been identity. So even at this time people are asked to feel accountability by you or a seat as you know it were Indians
around the first world war. This is something
yeah, but now it's actually happening. It's happening because there is similarities.
it was very actually quite close to this. In it. So Gina is making hay while the US when the elections happen. The during the war, while Americans was making memoirs.
Gandhi is
And also sort of cozy one to the British. Keep talking about the idea of Palestine, which will hit these with reaching out to people in church and this sort of idea that somehow, you know, they may have these sort of anarchic Congress and they may well be against we're loyal, even all these again, privately, generous apparently.
I should say that March describes his piece. It's really quite that he goes, you know, I read this here, this story, and I can make this way.
Exactly that. And where the role is when dinner and there is advice what he proposed, he said that we're going to have to respond with direct and 64 was and listen to them.
That's, I think the reason bringing Elijah Janah, because this is almost it's a treatment that will become positioned on a scale. Indication.
What it is that you have some population that live cheap how areas to make trial in areas and aren't especially any time that our drugs. And he's got a drills. Like, that's sort of middle company with cosmetic shops.
Is this great to thank you so much for joining us on the podcast. We were just talking about direct action. We're just trying to get our head around direct action. Perhaps let us prove why did that happen?
45 elections was really about the largest number of votes. But it was not power because the party seats would not forge an alliance with them. And so the Congress and the rump of the collaborators in Punjab reformed and was incensed. They took direct action. And
Could you again for those?
what happens in Calcutta is that they starting the day, which has been declared a holiday, reserve army carried out. And it's the underwood. Calcutta is a very crucial
What's the sort of scale of the bloodshed?
And we had encouraged many documents saw by me, and it once it was maybe expect this to happen. It's really not something that is falling for.
Historians sort of want to the what's in the key evidence from the beginning of this country.
Insofar as he could do his watch, how responsible he was doing
The direct political marches that don't end violent numbers that we have, the estimates that we have, people hurt, 15,000 injured, and estimated 2,000 people killed, 5 days of violence, the British didn't come out for 5 days to quell it, and this violence spreads like a wildfire to other parts of India. For many, Punjab indeed, and for many this is the first indication, or even just a precursor of what might happen if there is opposition. This is the very first time that on this scale, Hindus and Muslims are fighting in alliances to this way.
Killing each other.
Killing each other for politics, for this notion of what will come after the British leave. So that is something very new to the consciences on both sides, is what I'm saying. And it should, I mean, surely, for people younger like myself, I look back and go, my God, you saw the bloodshed on both sides, you both saw this. Did it not make you stop? Did it not make you think there must be a way because it will just be amplified? And you're quite right, you say, to the nth degree, if this country is partitioned.
Well, I mean, that's the question that was asked of me. They were very old men. That's what they famously said. A lot of people think, I think that read into the situation and see things that perhaps not there. I mean, I believe there is one and some sort of people, some people are very into that. I mean, the people can win it. I say, well, never, it never did. It's just sort of, if you look at the explosive where nobody could obviously be punished. It was justice that 1945, 46 elections were held without clarification and what Pakistan in the partition of 2012. So it is really the biggest reason for elections are held. And what is traditionally is the elections is clearly demanding undivided autonomy of Pakistan. So that's the real question. And when people found themselves on the wrong side of the divide, when constitutes the time out. I mean, if you were a minority, you'd be a victim. And if you were a majority, you would become a perpetrator of the crime. That's the tragedy at the end of the day. But I sort of complicate the problem. You've ascribed all the ill violence and not sufficiently the political behavior that led to the violence.
So in, comes in, begins to draw his line. What's in distraction when he realizes that he's engaged with much less than he should?
Well, I mean, it's not a secret, isn't it? I mean, the decisions of Congress as opposed to the press, instead of voting until after the voting. I think today, on this side, the
What's his interaction when he sees it?
he's famous because the score is the more even though they had a Muslim majority, they want to give them the his papers like people
Because it's mutilated or seated.
mutilated law. I mean, we use that word as the 1942. And that's exactly what he has get in 1946. He tells Mountbatten he wants to war. He wants to fight in return to the open. That is nothing to believe.
And by this stage, violence is spreading in all directions.
Violence spreads after the Calcutta killings of those 46. The real violence begins with the announcement by Ashley in June 1948. The first casualty job his mayor resigned from this violence in productivity, absolutely horrific violence that's enforced. So definitely, I mean, I talk about different cycles of violence. Really, after his violence is
Inevitable as well. Do you think, or is it organised and provoked?
That's really an excellent question. And I think that the way that nobody can take away skillful aspects of this and the evidence has only been it was not organized by the high command, by the government. We offer that to at our level because they are best atoms. National command can be implicated in certain programs. But this was not a planned arrangement. When you came in certain areas, it's going to be as you minorities were alongside the target. I met who I thought not I called it violent individuals. They were frequently inconsequential because the demobilized soldiers of the Second World War who were this effective played a very crucial role. I didn't
Because they've got guns.
guns and training. Big bombs, big bombs. So really in certain locales where they were armed and fired at, they were able to bring about change in the life of the poor. They would go anywhere, our definition was wrapped up. So that's basically
It's against America.
the basically want to get their hands dirty. What they regard as India's getting away from the world. They will not they reach for you in terms of bias. People really, really concerned not to get, but that only makes that much worse.
The turmoil that's going on in the country, and there is also some turmoil going on within Gina's body. So at this point, when does he discover that he's a very ill man?
Had died. 37 days. And I really think that this is a really good way beyond China's personality. That Mr. China was presenting the interests just will not die away with this is a real fortunate assumption that had the whole that China was coming, people not have position. They would have to have a different guide for this drug. Very wild.
But many people there at the time and who weren't ill-disposed to the aspirations of the interested in preserving minority rights, maintained that if you had more crime, or you had more war, less child, if you had the architect, for example, that being the written in the level of hate there was by the stage. Do you think that's wrong?
I think there would have not have here again, this debate suggested was only Jews. The whole history of political dynamics in the region. It just ignores the politics of it.
When partition takes place, he says has on Martin, and obviously things that you can go steady backwards and forwards. There's going to be an open border and India friends. When do you think that the reality begins to dawn? I think that there's going to be a very, very much divorce.
Well, I think let me give you some examples. People that I interviewed, I was writing. We knew him very well. That day, this one woman told me that she interviewed him in Delhi. She said, "Oh, we were coming and going." And then in 1945, he's buying a house in Sri Lanka because he wants to have a first meeting of in Delhi. Until next day, they don't know.
And his anticipation of his Pakistan is one where Hindus can live, where Sikhs can live, where they can practice their faith. And that's something that's, I think, a lot. What does he actually say about the pluralism?
Famously,
And finally, when we say to political relations, and the same sense of the started a lot of the British listeners to this podcast in India. Not for his international reputation, there is a great try and his ideas of pluralism mostly, and everything else that comes with it are anathema to some. I've heard you say, and I'm going to say it in the way that you might understand it, that it's almost a brace for it. So what would you do? You would do what I'm doing. There is a sort of as a true card for every action and activism. Can you just speak to that and just wrap us up with what would you think of Pakistan if you looked at it today?
we can feel important and just there's nothing there. It's a tragedy for the man to project himself as a political minority. Pakistan doesn't he was a man who was grown to be a stick for constitution, rule of law. The country where the rule of law is the use of the so that's the kind of it actually is. So when they keep me about which I hope they will remember after we are so that use all those of us I think that time what he wanted. Some the struggle is
This year, we're trying to together someone who works so hard to create something that
you know, you look at my own focus that aging. I mean, in a way, people point out that she took but I think you know, things about it. And it's still something completely about I think that's a bigger tragedy than the fact that you have died as you have lived. I think it's the vision that you want to
Same. Now, we left to last episode. Us with Mel's China as both India and Pakistan sever their relationship and break apart into two distinctly new countries. You heard all the drama and the characters leading up to it were immense. So, what about the people who then have their life after this show? The very last to talk about them. We have this whole discussion about zoos. Let's explain this. So, those of you who are who we actually in it, I think that her serious competition voice is absolutely exceptional. It's not the Christianity of which is amazing. First of all, just tell us about that project. What's it all about? So that you can understand why you are in so, firstly, thank you for that very generous discussion. So, Voices began 2016, and I was there. They were not present. It wasn't talked about. It was my father this position. And I talked with my friends, South Asian new experience too. So, yeah. So I made somewhat commissioned to do the series. I had no idea anybody would speak. And the story short, I realised these stories are everywhere. For you, live through the most tumultuous events of the 20th century. And their lives have been so disrupted as British citizens. I find it really interesting to about what voice is actually from your own, because you are taught to do what I don't want to make it about suppose I always try to speak to my dad. I did this to you. But everything you talk about, the war, you talk about India, and you would not talk about that with a couple of minutes after. She inspires them. I'm really nervous. How do you always think of things? Because I always thought she was in a refugee camp this baby. All she knew is that somebody came in the night, told her that the family just left. Grandma and just gathered the which is and then ended up in one of the refugee camps in the right border. But when I asked her for any details, book, which I think is we're very, very proud to. So I got in touch with and asked the name of the relative of my mother had all that generation as it happened. And then I recorded everything that she said. And it's, again, utterly but there is silence in Britain, but there is also some pencil. The silence in Britain, you can understand it. They came in the post-war. It's just, oddly enough, here, working alongside listeners together with factories, and they were working together to fight equality and against racism. So continent, they all see as Asians here. Because of the continents.
Often what you have my son said,
what happened with the 7th anniversary was huge because there was a public space people to talk about their experiences. That public space hadn't existed. So many reasons this institution still has that we don't. They got taught it in schools, it's not part of that in England. And then you come here and your kids are born here, they go to school, they don't know Guinness. They come from India, they come from perhaps another or Pakistan, the origin story starts. But it's also good to say that there's a lot of shame. It's not attached to these memories. You don't want to talk about that. So, for all those reasons, listeners are, and just like your family members, and you said, since this limited history, this is such a silence awakening that's happening around homes in Britain. People are trying to find out their family histories. British South Asian also British history too. And it's a very massive thing. It's just that we don't really know that. It's perhaps you might it's the third generation. It's your son, it's his mates, but you're trying to embark on projects to connect people with their hands. It's a thing that's happening.
He's talking, but it took the show of movie in the documentary Joyce in the late 70s and 80s.
Exactly, decades. But can I ask you this? Because actually, the group that I managed to corral, and her first reaction was, and so I asked him, in India, all of that sort of collective illusion.
Stories when I was doing City of Gins 20 years ago. Eggs where they make the nappies.
Is in
Like medieval siege, they have but I think that
That happened in the 90s, and I think we can create historians try to exactly what we want to make traumatic memory, but there is something about that. Okay, for readers to talk with, you have to be asked, and then yes, you're right. And if you're not asked, why would you talk? Someone has to listen. It's involved. Can we do one thing? One thing that's really, really important. We're pretty much on the event. We have to remind people. We have to remind people of what happened. So, historically, because this is a yeah, so that's it. So imagine this person. Can we talk a little bit? I think we've not done justice to how they came about it and why the man was so damaged. Cyril White. So this man, Cyril White, whom it was said never travelled east of Paris. He wasn't an adventurer. He didn't really want to go to India. He didn't understand it. He'd never been there before. It's too hot, too beautiful. In fact, if you read, it was reminds my whole that good movie book, Arts of the Matter, with his old PPAs stuff against him, right? A man who just wasn't meant to be hot. That was so wrong. I just the story that he was asked to do and how much time he spent to do it. So it's probably worth remembering, and I'm spoken that Mount Rushmore, Charles had dated, was 1948. June 30th was actually it's India. I've been doing it the new days, August 15. We need to find something which was done by. They chose civil rights. And he came over and stayed on his house. Census and special effects. Trying to get this effect. And he had to divide Punjab and the Port. That was his choosing. Exactly. But these were also places that were hugely popular and where villages were so intertwined, where people were side by side. Unpicking, which is what he was tasked to do, was a virtual thing.
and we that those was
people
so interesting. Say we're going to tune out. What half people were over
on one side of the border and work
and you had 10 just think about that 10 weeks. Brexit was needs to do, but it is not really complex country. And I mean, people argue about why it all went wrong, but I don't see how you could have. It was an interesting task on what actually meant to human beings. But what we do, I think it's really important to know what everyone else on and everyone was hugely everyone finally the group exactly. Absolutely, and gone. It was movement many decades ago, but nobody at that point, one of the it knew where and it was not when I speak my passion movement is that your understanding as well. Nobody really knows why. They want to separate out. I have no idea why. They announced it the 17th of England. Days after by that point, God said it was 80 million people who
and did Oxford overlook
what was basically to play recently afterwards said this because said right and never talked about another person never talked about it. Interesting what he did say. Well, he never took any money. He did say there was lots of between not that.
one description of a myth. Roses. You think that roses
to the numbers what then happened. Something that like traditional governments with your office see sound in these countries that they and that's honestly overwhelming. I mean, the one that kind of publishes all the 15 series it's between 10 to people or exactly, and that I mean I think it's talking about it was it is common humanity like ants space and we would have Google Earth from and if they cross each other and just together and they're for me as like a really nice residence and it's important and I think you've got an amazing story took their child from his home and mentally medicine just kissed it day afterwards. So for me, land means a lot to so you have these two couples who perhaps think about perhaps have now rich with hatred the people who did this and they didn't have a place or anything right.
that they can say
And then these people qualities of humanity that are passing by each other who they know. And there was again sort of sparking off like that. Like a tap root shoot off of just pure hatred and that all becomes the micro and then again. So here
Because if you're going in one direction, it's obvious. And so people will always say, and see what kind of approach, see this kind of thing. You can see the training that you need to and one of my interviewees is not read with this more woke up with well because train they just this kind of unbelievable body wants to work for. It's a pretty regular occurrence. And do you know what? It's so interesting when I talk about big stories. British people say that was a way around the work soldiers and was traumatized. It's really very interesting. And people have to now sort of that's the shape of down, isn't it? Did you ever talk to and then they would be to this family and then maybe have children, they would be encouraged what happened was because this was happening on both sides, the government they bring to them to find these things to their families because we kind of find out about some of the conversations that you've had during the research, in particular interested in those who had to confront that they wanted in their comments, you know. Just a short break. Welcome back to Empire and very special guest today, Rabbi, author, petition, voices, bold British stories. And we were discussing just before the break about why some families have been utterly silent and stories are only just coming out now. We had a few theories about this. Reaching the end of their lives and they want to take the stories of people children or grandchildren skipping away nobody wanted to because it was too warm. I think we're all on the awful because that's something things, right? So I you know, I was who were part of. How do you have that conversation? Well, they say I was there as I didn't kill anyone. I was with it. Other people who say that the other religion have to have line. But nobody admits to committing sexual assault. But what people talk about is it's interesting that most men, and they would often say, what happens then? One person told me this extraordinary story. She was before she was completely curious to her future. When he found home, his mother, and she said, "Oh, my mother is nice to you." Great. He said, "Yes, I said, yes." He said, "Yes." How did it just affect? How people just at the time.
We're not doing that.
To be there were really important underlying things. We had not to intervene to save only to save the lives of British. It's worth pointing out that only
One of those people is
fabulous author, very, very author, package.
the father worked in the Black Frontier. Back, good no stop drive from other car. What have you been doing? People, it was the British accounts of about in other people. But we questioned it. This was something kind of
Yeah. You take there's stuff to be had.
So exactly, aim not just intimidated, but
It was absolutely that. And I think there were these kind of paramilitary groups that were organising. Absolutely, it was a contest for land. But at the same time, it was also the case. It was crazy, kind of music frenzy that it wasn't about paramilitary organisation. It was just what was happening. Why was it so important for people to spend most common to? That it will seem quite useful. The same, I think it's as simple as that, but it's also worth pointing out that everybody needed to people resources that hate and sense to kill the other. And I think it's really important to kind of highlight this debate because it's what the interview said. Of course, they talk about violence, they expect what they also talk about people who eat together so closely. And you know, there's one story of I was told that I think demonstrates it so well. What died. My best friend with her 6 children. So that was a woman, particularly 6 children, and she raised them as her own. I mean, what could be more intimate? And that's what it was. It was, as you said, language, food, and culture. And I think it's really important to remember that because they remember that and they wanted us to know that 70 years on. Yeah, how do we this is 75 years ago. Across the week, you were 75 years old. You had a grandparent who might be 75 years old, and 75 years old. This is that long ago. One of the stories that yours, I just again, you always want to tell me, cry. So you said,
I know. It's the story. Write it down. Raj and Raj, and can you tell that story? And I'll try not to cry. I can't guarantee I'm going to cry. It's really right. Is it really? One was in comics. He was sitting his Paris, and he was his Muslim, and he's not. The moon with the shining moon past married and actually he walked for his but he's put in dearly for his his land. His grandparents and so on. And in the end, it became difficult as he used to say, watching even on my just go to cart. So they built the cart and come back there didn't answer. Nod. And he said, but years later, and years later, he went over to a refugee camp of my children. But he continued to, and he stood outside. The first thing he did was actually depressed. He felt his knees when he was in and took the and he then began to watch his movie. And he thought to himself, marriage. He said, look, and he changed. She never found his and she never did. He's different. And he took he was waiting. And he showed me and said, he was old, he was well, people don't know that, but I think it's important to say that just because we're exactly. But some people, I spoke to people who had to make that choice about leaving. If you're Muslim, your grandparents are and these were very difficult decisions. Now, some people have no choice, they have to be public. And some people react often the days when you never got over it. And some families stay with some and that position. These are not easy decisions about. You know, gone back. To prove was that like an ancestral thing. So I went to the long and because it's a different market. And I just imagine my mother's I'm forward. lot of work. This is not SME, this is not so move back, but certainly I just couldn't see.
One of the distinctions we have to make is what fits between that and God, which is what
yes. To know and central. That's it. The thing about position is that the numbers that we're talking about at that time, so we're talking about all this stuff, but we're trying to really I've gone through, and I'm sure you talked about this before, the last 6 years, but terrible criminal violence. I've done and being harmed. And so Calcutta has already treated these convulsions. Already started to migrate. And of course, people did migrate. They were not under the governments that they were at that moment of independence. It's worth pointing out that nations of the line about the border and were said that another which was the west, 1,000 miles territory to get to Karachi to Chittagong. 5 days.
If you don't know this, that's terrifying. India, the new state, which is Karachi, which is anyway. And it's always eventually Pakistan. It's always the West stuff. The government is in Karachi, and most of the people making music in
But also to your point earlier, Punjabis and Bengalis, they haven't got just they have the culture. But this is completely different culture, traditions, and ultimately that's what led the first power balance being in Karachi and Karachi is what led to exactly as it again. It's the rigorous position and the numbers that are going 10 million refugees going to India, skills. And that is, and I think that positions, like what happens when something overshadows, I think of the context of now Bangladesh. So for those who don't know, the 1970s, those who are in East Pakistan, the police that people just walking, are just saying enough is enough. We don't want to be Pakistan anymore. We want to be free. And by you're not going anywhere, already been sliced enough. So there is an almighty it was always a very do you remember, I forgot, I think we always we have wonderful people on this conversation, but I got to ask Ron Goodman was and I think it was in the film, because started in my head, but he said, right, the Gandhi decided, because he knew what was going to he chose to go to Napa, he chose to go to Southeast, and he stayed there, and actually he was a lesson because he was there. And I actually just don't warm down. I think that's kind of a visual thing that you can see and you don't just think. There is a lot of high thoughts that sort of like work on the
Many came to Delhi and I lived in the apartments in the village of their own. And then because they came to them, they walked through the street and stopped people. Why this? Again, this
see veteran that very well guns, but real regimented, sent out. Lots of non-trust.
You don't have this mass migration of people. It's absolutely process.
Because everyone veterans.
Perhaps the legal requirements that you're seeing not happen in previously. The military evacuation units that the governments then sent out, they realised, God, moving. Went into Punjab, that was there to kind of to quell this kind of movement of people. Around the moment of partition, perhaps because of God being there, it wasn't as bad by any means as it was in Punjab. And it's worth saying that different places across it's led up a different way. So people got really bad for the Muslim minority in Delhi in September. And equally, COVID from September onwards. And often that was to do with the number of refugees that were coming into the cities with their stories of horror and violence.
Delhi on this thing is Delhi. And there are whole areas are heavily this place very angry. It's been on these guys. You get individuals that attacks or a lot of camps is basically it's also
Exactly. Yeah.
And if you're
I do remember an amazing photo.
children
And it's worth saying that around of these populations,
violent after the
the time that we're means to what the legacy. And just leave it before we go on the generation better to say that the India and Pakistan are perhaps still informed by that suspicion and that's what years ago.
and the whole in North India, there is such hatred, such arrogance, that kind of being done to people, violence that's still the way that Hindu nationalists talk about Muslims, the
It's interesting because same food, you don't really think that. The same language, it just gets generation puts the legacy of sleep. It's different from the because I think it comes down and what it is intergenerational trauma is passed down even in silence. But somebody else thinks it was that was that online. And so there are these two things the trauma, the fear, maybe a little bit of that. And I think that the third generation it's no different about what is know their past. Their past before their families came to Britain. They want to know their long history. And I think what I would say is different about third generation, big part of the diaspora, is they are used to feeling it's a British or Asian or cultural. If they find out that their family begins across the border, I think they can accommodate. Whereas I think, where, let's be honest, state narratives and history is partition. We all subject to that in the same way. And I think in India, if you find out your family that's a betrayal. Say you feel something that other place, we don't feel that. And I think that is the difference. But I think the legacy is we are coming to terms with it within British Salvation families at the same time that we as a country are coming to terms with what empire means. Each generation gets what we pass over. And which is the beginning of the radio thing. It's just he his father, he started spending some time with his father in 27. His father, grandfather, in Delhi, he was writing in Britain. It's not just for this week that you grab one of that's a hit to Punjabi name, right? They think Punjabi was the second to Punjabi. And so he's very notices Marsh that every time this conversation comes up, there is this literal hush happening. And he needs sometimes to break that hush. I'm terrified you to go back and go back if you get to and as your father, and he was crazy to rain and attacking by the shots at them. I want to take you and nowhere and the ground is very, very dusty and heavy and that's what it's like, oh, must be and so they find that. The long story short, you and you take care to wait for and see it. And my own thoughts just because it was just so emotion. Sounds like you sit there a long time. He gets up and comes. The man who showed him so that he would do and son hugging with the grandson is very beautiful. I think it's from another story short. One of those paddles I did one who made he says that is the family who did that. Ancestors and that's why it's inspiring some others to start a charity and they link up people. The fact that you hope that you pay
and they really like that.
And this is the last time that that's like, so look at the information you put this podcast. And it's so wonderful to when you still crying again. It's a second cry or a new cry. I know. But thank you very much, Abby.